Can one remember the day they were born? And if they would be thankful for overcoming that amount of pain and wouldn't throw their lives away for nothing. One of the killer's subordinates, who calls him Mr. Bobby, says that the money is nowhere to be found. He instantly kills the subordinate and urges the others to find it. If not, they will suffer the same fate. A surviving man gets asked by the system if he wants to go back and that all of his abilities will be reset. The system asks for the date, and he says February 28, 1985, the day he was born. He wakes up in his mother's belly when she's just about to give birth. He thinks that this pain is something he has never felt before, as he's feeling like his head will pop at any second. He hears his mother's cries and pushes through, noting that she will be in danger if he doesn't. With that, he has obtained the Overcoming Adversity achievement, and he has obtained the Man Who Overcame Adversity trait. This trait activates the moment he's unable to fight, as all of his skills and stats will go up a rank, and all pain will be negated during activation. He notes that this trait is the one that made the first evil the strongest. It's a horrifying trait, able to turn the tide in mere seconds. His quest for becoming healthy begins, and the system rewards him amply when it is completed. He thinks that these rewards must also be why the first evil was so strong in the first place. There were 8 evils and 8 virtues. The 16 S-classes awakened those that were considered the strongest. The 8 that were loyal to the system were called the virtues, and the 8 that rejected the system were called the evils. But despite being called evil and virtues, they were not that different, as they were all self-centered before anything. They stood up against them for monopolizing items and dungeons with their power, but they were no match. The strongest was the first evil, and while other awakeners were confused about his powers, he already had a perfect understanding. He would have never thought that another awakener like him would be created thanks to his casual chatting about his memories as a fetus. He desperately tries to speak, and his first words are status window. He manages to do it, and the system congratulates him for becoming the first awakener. His reward is a challenger box, and he notes that this is the box that allowed him to go back in time, so he didn't think he would have the chance to open it again. From it, he gains Odin's Wrath skill, and he knows about it because it is the skill of the 6th virtue, a powerful ability. But he can never forget the day when half of his guild was wiped out at the mere flick of a hand. With this, he can surely fight back, but he needs to prepare for the day of beginnings. He begins crying, and his parents wake up. He didn't want to cry, but because of his feeble body, he couldn't hold himself back. His mother assures him and says that her only wish is for him to grow up healthy, free of any sickness. With that, they fall asleep, and he notes that the main reason he wanted to go back in time was to protect everyone. He will not lose a single person, no matter what he has to give. In the past, while he was just walking randomly and talking on the phone, disaster struck, as beasts were pouring from the sky, prepared to feast on anyone's flesh. Rightly horrified, he tried to run away, but that's when the system transported him to the testing site, among other seemingly randomly chosen people. This was called the Day of Beginnings, when monsters poured from the spaces of ripped dimensions endlessly. The selected awakeners were pulled into the testing site, where some people spent months, while others spent decades. The returned awakeners did not come back to a peaceful place, however, as they were pitted against monsters in a battle to the death. Seeing all of this, human leaders were forced to use their strongest weapon, a nuke. But sadly, it failed, and the whole nation collapsed, and the 8 virtues and the 8 evils indulged in their own self-interests with no punishment. He sits while watching TV, and it seems that they are in the Cold War era. He thinks that conflicts like this won't matter in a few years. His parents see him as so serious and play with him for a bit. He thinks that they are both alive now, but an unbelievable situation will happen soon. He cannot neglect his preparation. At night, he wakes up and walks away, but falls down and snoozes for a bit. He gets back up and succeeds in taking his first 10 steps, so the system rewards him with vitality and a few other points. It also congratulates him for overcoming the growth condition independently, so it gives him a bronze box. He thinks that these rewards are just insane, as the bronze box was something he had to suffer a lot for just to have the chance of getting. But with this, he's certain. He will find the first evil and eliminate him before he can gain power. He will not let this walking disaster live. While sitting outside, he gets a quest to converse with a target for 10 or more sentences. He thinks that it's quite easy, but who can he talk to? If he were to speak to his parents, they would be rightly horrified. He looks at the calendar and notes that Thanksgiving will take place soon. On that day, he meets Jie, who is 4 years old and quite good at speaking for her age. He thinks that she passed the bar exam and was also an incredible beauty. But unfortunately, she also went missing that day. Maybe if he exercised more than she studied, he could have saved her that day. She hugs him, and that's when he begins talking. Sunho begins talking to her, and the parents look at them, noting that they are already close. He says that she should keep all of this a secret from the adults, and she agrees. With that, he had completed the chain quest for human life. He has completed all the available quests in the tutorial, and this surprises him, as he didn't think this was just a tutorial. Now, he has the option of skipping the remaining tutorials, as there are no quests available for them. The system asks him if he wants to skip infancy and childhood. He thinks that he would love to spend more time with his parents, but there's a big chance he would do something surprising and scare them. He skips the tutorial and steels himself, as he must prepare for that eventful day. The year is 1997, and he starts fighting a buff person, which he easily takes out. This seems to be a pit fight, and the man who set it up notes that this guy wins every time, and he even destroyed the Mapo district. He congratulates Sunho for a job well done, but he is not interested in that. Instead, he wants more opponents. The man says that though it's kind of late, he's not meant for this, as his skills are those of a world-class pro. Sunho glares at him and says that he won't repeat himself. Either he finds him more people, or he will find someone else too. He opens his status window, and it seems that his stats have grown quite a bit, with 87 total points still waiting to be used. Sunho thinks that this body is already adult-like, and his strength as well as his perception are above those of most athletes. He takes his cap off and looks in a mirror, noting that due to him being an awakener, his wounds heal much faster. He used to be average height as a student, but now he stands at a giant 180 centimeters tall. He is quite certain that the stats he increased during the tutorial affected this. And while his physique is incredible for a 14-year-old, he still wouldn't pass the testing site, so he needs to raid some dungeons in order to level up. He already scouted a place on a small mountain located in Hwaseong City, as there's an F-rank dungeon there. There's a lot of stuff he needs to prepare for a raid. The first would be to buy the mountain and blockade it, as well as prepare defenses in case a monster somehow escapes. The mountain is about 1.3 million currently, and taking the defensive facility into account, he needs extreme amounts of cash. But that's not all, as there are dungeons hidden throughout the world, so he needs to monopolize those too. He scratches his head and thinks that he needs to go a step further. He knows the future, so making money is easy, and he can earn a fortune in an instant. But he is still a minor, so he can't do anything. What he needs is a proxy. Suddenly, the teacher puts her hand in front of his face and urges him to focus on his studies. But focusing on middle school lessons is just not something he can do right now. He thinks about the past, where 2 of his guild members betrayed him, and with a desperate look on their faces, they apologize. Sunho grabs the spears he was impaled with, and that's when he raises the betrayers, including the ground in front of him. He notes that all of this was because of a damn box, and that's when a man comes out of the shadows and notes that what he used just now was the insignia of destruction. Sunho thinks that this man named Jonathan had come to also betray him, but instead, he heals him, using the insignia of healing, and says that with this, his debt has been repaid. Sunho is relieved that there is still compassion in this world, and they get out of the cave, where Jonathan begins talking about Wall Street and the financial market. Sunho notes that his country was in the midst of a crisis, so he was young but could never forget the 97S. Jonathan was a trader who had his prime in Hong Kong during the Asian currency crisis. While they rest, he says that his nickname was the Wolf of Wall Street and that he misses the time when money was everything. He achieved A-rank stats, drawing the envy of everyone, but he was too lost in the past to care. Being 25 years old, Jonathan would be working at Wall Street right now, and he also mentioned Wolf of Wall Street a lot in his stories because the finance company he was working for had Wolf in its name. Sunho attempts to find him by looking for the company name, and he manages to do it. He notes that his face is not burdened with despair, but he could recognize him in an instant. Sunho writes him an email, asking if the Thai bot is currently overvalued. Around this time, Jonathan had been speculating that hedge funds were planning an attack on the Thai bot, but he was never fully certain. If he were to make ambitious investments with his knowledge of the future, the tales of his prime would be more than just self-gloating. Jonathan finally responds, noting that the Thai bot is not overvalued. Sunhu smirks and knows Jonathan is just acting like he doesn't know, so he writes a response. What he meant by the Thai bot being overvalued was, couldn't someone just leverage that? That's how it started. And almost as if he was waiting for his response, Jonathan's next email came quick. He asks Sunhu to reveal his identity and who he's affiliated with. Sunhu notes that this is just what he needed and begins writing numerous emails in which he says that Asia is a prime target for the hedge funds and he expects the Thai bot to be attacked in around a month. But Thailand is not their goal. It is only the beginning. Jonathan is left surprised by his answers and thinks that it's true that Wall Street is in a dangerous state right now. And the fact that this person used the word leverage means that he's in this line of occupation. He thinks of this as a test and writes an email saying that his office is open anytime and also giving his contact information. Sunhu thinks that he knew he would respond this way, and Jonathan wonders what this is, as this mysterious person is acting like they know all the answers and want him to guess. Sunhu thinks that with his good senses, Jonathan will not pass this up, and soon enough, there is going to be a declaration of war in the financial market. In the month of April 1997, the hedge fund attack on the Thai bot began. In 1992, it took around 50 days for one hedge fund to destroy the UK pound. Due to this, all of Wall Street felt it was natural that Thailand would also collapse within 50 days. While training, Sunhu thinks that the Thai bot did not fall that easily, and they strongly resisted, and even dealt a serious blow to the hedge funds. For over 3 months, but in the end, Thailand collapsed on July 2nd. After the attack on the bot had started, Jonathan sent him more than 10 emails, the subject being the investment goods obtained through betting on the fall of the bot in May. Sunhu responds back and says that if he has a good investment from betting on the increase of the bot, then they will talk. Jonathan thinks that the investment goods he sent were ones that would only be supplied by VPs. So how could the bot increase? On top of that, this guy wants 51% for an investment proposal. He tidies his desk and notes that this is just a scammer. What could he expect in this day and age? He picks up the phone to contact other VIPs, but thinks for a second and puts it down. He asks Sunhu how he came to the conclusion that the hedge funds would lose and gets a reply in seconds. Sunhu notes that he doesn't mean that the hedge funds will lose, but the Thai banks have a myriad of methods to defend themselves. So his conclusion is that the bot will increase in the short term. Jonathan chokes on his drink while reading this. He thinks that Wall Street is betting on the bot falling in May, and since they are so confident, they are using this as an opportunity to grow connections with VIPs. But if the bot doesn't collapse in May, there will be hell on Wall Street. Does he have to make the possibility of the bot increasing known? He tries to do so, but his boss just bashes and belittles him for having such a stupid idea. He clenches his teeth while picking up his research and emails Sunhu, noting that the Wolf Corporation has no intention of developing something like that in the first place. Sunhu says that's why he's suggesting that he go independent. Jonathan, now tired, replies that giving him 51% is like giving him the key to his money and future. Who would realistically agree to a contract like that? Sunhu tells him to think carefully and that this proposal will be available until the end of May. With that, he stops responding, and Jonathan is almost going crazy. He does not know what to do, and everyone belittling him does not help. But one day, the Asian Central Bank utilized a bilateral agreement with a $12 billion aid to Thailand. Wall Street is now in shambles, and Jonathan can't believe it. That guy was right. The bot really increased. He sheds a tear, and that's when the boss calls for him. The boss introduces him to a few VIPs, and he notices that they are furious about the increase in bot. So his boss is probably planning to introduce him and avoid any sort of danger. Jonathan hands them his card and says that starting today, he will be leaving Wolf Corporation and establishing a new investment company. His number will be the same, so they should contact him in their free time. His boss is surprised, but Jonathan says that he knows he wanted him gone, so he's just doing as he wishes. And he's also bound to get sponsors, as he's the only person who managed to evade this disaster. Sun-hoo gets a reply while training, and he smiles. He tells Jonathan to come to Seoul right now. At school, Sun-hoo doesn't feel that sentimental about it, and most people choose to ignore him because of his stature and physique. But it is easier for him this way, as he doesn't want people to approach him in the first place. The hallway clears out of people, but this brings back memories. The scenes of a city where everyone dies brutally still linger in his mind. The teacher looks at him from a distance and suddenly begins crying, wondering why she's like this. Later, he meets with Jonathan in an airport, and while going to sit down somewhere, he thinks that a clean-looking Jonathan is quite weird. They sit down, and Jonathan notes that this guy is taking his time even though they should meet as soon as possible. But his skill in writing emails also wasn't ordinary. So what could he expect? Sun-hoo says that he was the one who wrote the emails, and he also thanks him for coming here. Jonathan gets up and asks how old he is, maybe 19 or 20. He came here with everything on the line. Does he even understand what he has just done? Sun-hoo notices his glare and asks if he judges someone by their age on Wall Street. But he also won't stop him if he wants to go, so he will at least gift him something for coming a long way. Jonathan grabs it, and after reading it, his eyes widen. Sun-hoo urges him to sit down and asks if the Asian economic crisis wasn't predicted the moment the USA lent them the dollar without limit, saying that the 21st century will be Asia and raising up the 4 dragons of Asia. All that the hedge funds did was put their spoons on it, so how's the report he gave him? Jonathan says that he must be thinking Thailand will collapse, and Sun-hoo asks what his thoughts were before reading that report. He thinks that he won't be able to answer easily, as this is Wall Street's current atmosphere. This was after the hedge funds took a beating from the Thai government, as no one was able to predict the outcome of this battle that was considered a one war. This sort of atmosphere continued until July 2nd, when the Thai government put up the white flag and surrendered. Jonathan says that the attackers will win in the end, but this report is missing something very important. Sun-hoo says that he will be the one to answer that, but he will need to answer whether he will work for him or not. Jonathan thinks that he won't tell him until they are working together, and underestimating him because of his age would be a big mistake. He says that with his money and record he has everything, so what does he have? Sun-hoo asks if this opportunity isn't enough, as he could have just chosen someone else. Even in this moment where they are talking, money is being lost. Jonathan notes that if he bets on the downfall of Wall Street, the total amount of money he would gain would be gigantic. He says that he needs some time to think, as all of this is too unexpected. Sun-hoo sighs and says that he will wait until June 3rd. Jonathan asks why such a specific date, and he analyzes the information, spotting an increase. He asks if this is June 2nd, and Sun-hoo says that now all they need to do is calculate how much they will be losing in the remaining days. Jonathan says that unless he's a god, he can't predict the date. He thinks that all of this information is too precise to be accurate, and Sun-hoo turns his back away. He will wait until June 3rd, and if he can't make a decision until then, that will mean the end of their relationship. If he really is the Jonathan he knows, he would make the right choice here. A few days later, Jonathan caves in and asks what the company name should be. While meeting, Sun-hoo asks Jonathan if he regrets doing this. He says that he does, but it's too late now, as his report has too much value to ignore. He can understand how one could predict the downturn, but how did he predict the exact date? Sun-hoo just says calculations. Jonathan wants to say something, but he won't doubt him any longer. Sun-hoo says that he will give him the ingredients to succeed, and Jonathan asks what happened to the recipe. Sun-hoo smirked, causing Jonathan to blush and give up, saying that he would trust him. He also asks him for his name, as he should at least know that from his business partner. Sun-hoo replies, and Jonathan says that the company should be named Jonathan & Son Investment. Sun-hoo asks to be left out of the name, and Jonathan says it's fine, and that he also has $400,000 in funds, all the money he has. Sun-hoo thinks he's a bit sick in the head to give a stranger 51% of that, and Jonathan asks him if he has any money he can add in. Sun-hoo says that he doesn't, as this is the reason he called him to Korea in the first place. Jonathan asks why he chose him specifically, and he says that he just found him on the company website. Sun-hoo asks if he's disappointed, but he's not, as opportunities come in the strangest ways, but never when you ask for them. Sun-hoo thinks that he heard those exact words from him before. He was originally going to save up his points until he could open a challenger box, But the reason he used his points to open a master box instead was because he intended to sell that item and finish life while surrendering to carnal desires. Yet he's got a skill that you'd only see in a challenger box. The probability of a box containing items of a higher rank than they are is nothing short of a miracle. But that miracle was given to a man who had already given up on everything. After that, he set off for revenge, despite Sun Hu's advice otherwise. That was his final memory of Jonathan, and he heard about his death sometime later. Jonathan asks why he's looking at him that way. Is it perhaps because he called him an opportunity? But since he has won, he should give him a godly calculation. Sun Hu asks if he will follow him, no questions asked. Jonathan agrees and urges him to sign these documents, also asking if he's brought his ID. Sun Hu pulls out a paper and says that this is the only way for him to identify himself now, and the 13 digits written on it are the equivalent of an American Social Security number. Jonathan reads the paper and finds out Sun Hu is only 13, leaving him quite shocked. Sun Hu says that there's no time to feel shocked about things, as they should start talking about the business. In the second week of June, from the 9th to the 13th, the market will fall by 10%. Jonathan asks if he thinks Thailand will give up then, but that's not what he meant. It will take a bit more until they surrender. Sun Hu asks if he remembers what he told him earlier about Thailand being only the beginning. When the Thai market falls to 10%, fear will be felt across Asia, and the hedge funds attacking the bot will gain supporters. Jonathan thinks that their final goal will be Hong Kong, but he's wrong. It's actually Korea. Jonathan notes that foreign funds can't enter Korea without authorization, and Sun Hu says that he's right. But what attacks Korea won't be hedge funds. Instead, it will be fear. The fear that will make the foreign funds in Korea pull out. Jonathan says that something big is coming, so what does he plan to do to stop it? But no matter how genius he is, he can't stop that tide. Sun Hu says that he knows, but his only goal is money. This war will be waged by an alliance of hedge funds, but when the war is over, they will realize who really profited from it. Sun Hu notes that they will bet with 50x leverage, and this crashes Jonathan's whole world. Even if it decreases by 10%, the graph doesn't fall in a straight line. It goes up and down until a fear arises, and it plummets. That's why the higher the leverage, the more important trading techniques become. If your leverage is 50 times, just a 1% loss becomes a 50% loss, and at 2%, you lose everything. This is a risky venture, but as long as Jonathan trusts the data, he will have unimaginable results. Sun Hu says that he shouldn't doubt the trend, and that everything is in his hands now. Jonathan sits in his office, tired and hungry, but with an unshakable determination, he plans to see this plan through. Later, he arrives back in Korea, and Sun Hu sees him as handsome as in the past, but this time, he has brought back a grander prize. Sun Hu asks if he exchanged the money into dollars, and he confirms this, but also says that it's not just 700%. He shakes, and while crying, he notes that they 700 timed 400K. In the past week, they have made 280 million. They are filthy rich. From a hotel, Sun Hu calls his mother, noting that he will sleep at a friend's place. With that, he checks out what Jonathan did to get so much cash, and it's nothing short of incredible. Jonathan is celebrating to the max and says that he can't believe what they just did. They just went major in one try and are now a major hedge fund, made up of only 2 people. Sun Hu says that if he's not going to sleep, they should talk about their next strategy. Jonathan wonders what type of magic information he's going to get now, and Sun Hu says Thailand might implement a floating exchange rate system. So if they pick that as a sort of D-Day, they will use all of their funds and bet it to the max. There will be no rally during the crash that day. A one-directional decrease, nobody will really be buying the dip. Jonathan says that it's obvious because, with the implementation of the floating exchange system, Thailand is basically giving up. Sun Hu asks how much 200 million will become then, and Jonathan asks if he really wants to go all in with 200 million. Does he really think the hedge funds will sit still with this? If 200 million is bet on the fall of the bot, it will be chaos. Sun Hu says that they will leave them crumbs, and like he said before, they will be the ones really waging war. Jonathan notes that if his D-Day scenario is wrong, they will lose everything. It's crazy enough already that he wants to use all of the money. He can't do something like that, not unless he's a god or something. Sunhoo smirks and pats him on the shoulder, noting that there's data they need to put together starting tomorrow. They need to check what percentage of the Thai foreign exchange reserve they ransacked, among other things. Jonathan says that data of this magnitude is not easy to get, but can he even make calculations with it? Sunhoo thinks that he just needs it to compare with the situation on July 2nd, recorded in history. And just in case, they will lower the leverage rate and set it to July 1st. He tells Jonathan that $80 should be enough to create a point of contact with the head of the Central Bank of Thailand. Jonathan asks if he's really 13 years old, and Sunhoo says that he should go on a trip to Bangkok. Jonathan notes that if he makes a mistake, he might be gunned down at this point. Sunhoo says that Thailand knows their defeat is close, so they will have to take it to prepare for the aftermath. 1997 will become their payday, so they should go all in. The next day, Jonathan anxiously boards a plane, but his eyes looked like those of an awakener, ready to conquer a dungeon. While Jonathan goes into enemy territory and extracts information, Sunhoo prepares for other things. He goes to fight another street battle and breaks the arm of the guy he was fighting. The guy screams in pain, while the planner says that this guy is dangerous and that he warned him. The guy says that it is so and will not let any of this slide. Sunhoo smiles and says good, and that same night he meets with a lot of gang members. They are pretty spooked that this guy came willingly, knowing that he would be fighting multiple people. Sunhoo notes that it's too hard to raise stats with one-on-one combat, and it's about time he verified something. The gang begins their attack, and Sunhoo takes 3 down without taking a single hit. That's when one takes him by surprise and almost hits him, but Sunhoo swiftly pushes him away, and one still manages to hit him from behind. The man who hit him throws the weapon away, thinking that it's over, but it's not, as Sunhoo grabs him and drops him to the ground. Sunhoo notes that this is the feeling he wanted. He can see the openings amidst the attacks, and the system is almost shouting at him to use his abilities. But he can't use Odin's wrath here, not after what he saw it do. Some guy on a bike looks at them while smoking and notes that they are making a movie at this point. He revs up the bike and charges straight for Sunhoo. With not enough time to dodge, he gets hit and thrown across the pavement. The man orders the other guys to continue beating him, and they do so. The guy with the broken arm says he wants the last hit, and Sunhoo tries to get up, causing the guy to prepare a kick. That's when Man Who Overcomes Adversity activates, and all of his stats change to E rank. The guy gets his knife and wails it around, scared of what he just saw, but Sunhoo instantly knocks him out. He notes that this trait is quite powerful, but difficult to get used to, as all of the stats are suddenly rising. The bike guy looks at the others intimidatingly, and they charge Sunhoo as a result. He turns around and punches one a few good meters away. The other looks at this, and Sunhoo just reaches his hand forward, with the guy reluctantly giving his weapon away. Sunhoo hits him in the head and turns his attention to the bike guy. He activates Odin's wrath, and the guy explodes in a flurry of lightning. With that, the battle is over, as the others look at him, wondering if he is actually human or not. At the hotel, Sunhoo thinks that his trait doesn't activate through self-harm. It only activates through external attacks, and only when he's unable to fight any longer. He needs to get used to it, but it's certain that it's extremely powerful. This is his key weapon to fight monsters, and the 8 devils and virtues after the Day of Beginnings. He gets a call from abroad, and he accepts it. It's Jonathan who says that he was right, and they were basically waiting for them. From what he noticed, the amount of money they took was a bit over 20%, so it's close. Sunhoo thinks that he wasn't talking about Thailand's current situation when he said close. Rather, he meant that Thailand still possessed more foreign currency than he thought, so he couldn't be sure whether the funds were really going to win the war. He asks Jonathan if he has objections to going all in, and he says no, as he already paid $80 million just to read the documents. But regardless of the outcome, what he's doing now is just plain crazy. Sunhoo says that D-Day will be on July 2nd, and they will bet with maximum leverage. Jonas notes that he's going crazy, and if his calculations are correct, he already knows how hedge funds like Dragon will react. Sunhoo says that he does, and thinks that once a representative hedge fund like Dragon makes a move, others will naturally follow. In a sense, they are like the 8 virtues and evils, because once the former starts fighting on the front lines, their supporting factions follow to create chaos. Jonathan notes that if he's correct, they will get all of the investment funds in the world with one single incident. Sunhoo says that he's stronger than he thinks, so he should stop worrying and prepare for the attack instead. July 1st was the day Hong Kong returned to China, and history seems to repeat itself as a modern version of the Opium War was being repeated in Asia. The Western Investment Fund shoved thousands of dollars in instead of opium to weaken their economic system and attacked by pouring in that country's currency instead of ships' cannonballs. The real reason a civil war broke out in Asia before the regression was because of an S-rank dungeon that was sealed in there, and it was led by one of the 8 virtues and his followers. Sun Hu constantly clicks to check his inbox and laments that pagers haven't been invented yet. The amount of foreign currency they can trade with the 200 million they own is about 10 billion. Even if they bet everything on the fall, the opposite faction will still need to accept it for the trade to go through. But the bot market isn't that big. The amount of bot traded in the futures market for foreign currency is less than 10 billion per day, so he's slightly worried that there won't be enough funds to trade with. His inbox suddenly lights up and Jonathan tells him that attack preparations are complete. Sun Hu notes that this feels like he's going into a dungeon with a bag full of supplies. He always used to throw himself into dungeons, even though survival wasn't guaranteed. But now he's trembling for a whole different reason. He is now sure that the jackpot is coming without needing to risk his life this time. The points he earned through hardship aren't thrown away on bad luck any longer. He calms himself down and says that he shouldn't be relaxed. Although it's been less than a year since his return, it already feels like the grueling and fierce life of his original timeline was a long time ago. He writes to Jonathan that his preparations are also complete, and with that, they will be clearing out a huge dungeon. While taking a quiz at school, Sun Hu notices that it's 12 o'clock, and that there's a 2-hour time difference between here and Thailand. In the next 30 minutes, the Bank of Thailand is going to announce that it will start using the floating exchange system, and that's when it will really start. According to what happened in his past life, there will be a group betting on Thailand's surrender, and another group that does the same, but thinks that they will give up in mid-July. And another group bets Thailand will win. Today, for these groups at least, heaven and hell will be split. But with him waddling in, there won't be any other groups betting on Thailand surrendering. The money that everyone else is betting on the other outcome will end up in their hands instead. The teacher comes up to him and asks why he's looking at a clock rather than his quiz paper. Sun Hu smiles and apologizes, saying that he will focus on the quiz from now on. The teacher walks away laughing, saying that he talks like an adult. Sun Hu scratches his head and notes that he doesn't remember her at all in his original timeline. The clock hits 12:30, and he swiftly gets up, noting that it's time to move. He goes to the teacher and says that he wants to go home early as he's feeling quite sick. She notes that this is not the first time he has done this, but how can a boy who grows so much like him feel sick? She notes that he also got 100% on the test, so he could leave early, right? He usually misses a few things to avoid getting full marks. She knows he's working hard, so he trusts him and sends him home. But while leaving, she asks if he's not being treated as an outcast, as he's always alone at school. Sun Hu says that it's in his nature to be alone. That's all there is to it. He thanks her for taking notice, and with that, he rushes back home. Most people realize that he's not normal, including his homeroom teacher, who lets him go home early without asking many questions, and his parents, who don't say anything about the $150 phone bill. He sits patiently and watches the computer screen, but laments these extremely slow internet speeds. Jonathan spots him online, and they begin talking about the situation. Sun Hu notes that the information site is frozen, but by now, there will still be some left over. Jonathan takes a while to respond, and he says that they have made it 300 times already before setting. In short, $60 billion. Sun Hu feels like he's just been shocked, and his heart rate skyrockets. Jonathan says that the opposition is growing in resistance, and it would be wise to take out this much profit. Sun Hu notes that he's acting like he's doing an analysis for their boss, probably because of the overflowing emotion. He also needs to start focusing, and says that they will settle when he chooses, as agreed, so he doesn't have to worry about resistance. With today's announcement, the tide will be completely turned. Jonathan reports the decrease, and Sun Hu can't help but shake at the amount of money being lost. But they need to push through. With that, he tells Jonathan to begin settling the profits. In the bot war, the hedge fund union's main force is the spot market, a sort of futures market. Future marketers that don't have a guaranteed chance of success just play an auxiliary role in dispersing the risk of spot marketers, and they put all of their money on the futures market with a leverage of 50 times. Jonathan reports that their settlement has changed the atmosphere of the market. Sunhu notes that the timeline changed and that the bot is rising extremely fast. $31 going to $33 until it drops again, and both of them are extremely tired by it. Jonathan notes that 80% has been successfully settled, and they should keep the rest in place until it expires. Sunhu notes that it would be a wise move considering, but with what he knows, that can't happen. He tells Jonathan that the war is officially over, so he should clear all positions and come to Korea ASAP. While Jonathan arrives, the news spreads throughout the world as the bot has crashed to a record low, and it can be felt throughout Asia. Jonathan seems more dead than alive, and he sits down with Sunhu. He notes that the expected return was reduced somewhat, but Sunhu already anticipated this, so how much did they make? Jonathan puts his hand up and says, $50 billion. Sunhu almost faints, and Jonathan says that he feels the same. He barely got here. Sunhu says that they need to pull back and work together, as this is just the beginning of the Asian financial crisis. Malaysia and Indonesia will not take part, but Hong Kong sure will. Jonathan's face lights up when he hears this, and Sunhu says that he needs a favor from him. To start, there is some land in Korea that they need to buy. While sleeping, Jonathan dreams of getting snatched by a giant Sunhu, so he wakes up screaming. A steward is surprised by this and notes that they arrived at their destination, America. While taking a drive somewhere, Jonathan thinks that the dream he had was childish and thinks of what he talked about with Sunhu. He asks why he would want to buy land. Is he perhaps going to get into the real estate business as well? Sunhu says that real estate is just the start, and from this day forward, they will venture into many types of markets if it's something that can earn them good money. Jonathan wonders how this guy can be so chill, as 50 billion is no small number. He asks if nothing will happen to them, and Sunhu urges him to eat, as he is very tense right now. First, he should use his share as collateral to split up the company, and if he wishes to also join in, he can insert however much he wants. Jonathan asks how many companies he wants to split into, and Sunhu notes that the more complex the structure, the better. This is so that nobody could trace it back to the original owner. It has to be to the point that the people working for the company themselves don't even know what they are dealing with. Jonathan says that with him basically making a ton of ghost companies, it almost seems like he's conspiring to commit crimes. Sunhu says that working alone must be difficult, so when they get to Hong Kong, he should prepare a team. Jonathan thanks him for appreciating him for working so hard, as he didn't have time to even go to the bathroom at one point. Sunhu says that skills don't matter. They only care about trust and loyalty. Jonathan says that if that is the case, he has a couple of ideas already. Sunhu says that after they get results from Hong Kong, they should purchase 2 average-sized investment companies, places like the ones he worked at. He tells Jonathan to go after the best experts, someone like Jeffrey K. Jonathan is surprised he's aiming so high but doesn't mind, as he would like to have that guy under him. Sunhu says that they will give them as much cash as they want, but not allow them to see the inner workings of the company. And once the company split is completed, one of them should be named Janil. And for it to enter this country, he will also use it to purchase things here. Jonathan asks why Janil specifically, and Sunhu says that it's his father's name, and that he will have a grand time telling him about it one day. Sunhu notes that they should focus on work for now, and that the time will come when all of the money in the world will be in their grasp. Jonathan thinks that he's right, and while walking somewhere, he thinks of what Sunhu said. The first company should be named Jonathan Investment, so he will take all of the fame as a sort of repayment. Jonathan opens the door to a room, and some people are waiting for him. He says that now they have made it to the major leagues. Welcome, one and all, to Jonathan's Investment. Sunhu thinks that there is a monster by the name of the Abyss Ant. It travels in armies of thousands, devouring everything in its path. They are constantly hungry, and hedge funds and their supporters are basically their equivalent today. While reading an article, he thinks that the money they should have originally earned ended up in his possession instead. And it seems that history changed to become more visceral. They must have caught on already that a group came along and monopolized on the bot drop, taking all of the profit for themselves. Someone calling him president interrupts his thinking, and he asks if there were any changes to the contract conditions. The man notes that Chairman Choi said he would go through with the conditions and that he is famous for becoming rich through ownership of buildings so he can be trusted. The man begins showing him around, and Sunhoo thinks that he has a condition for renting an office space. A 2-year contract, for the price of paying off the whole down payment in cash, will not be done with his name written on it. All of this is illegal, obviously, but it's a win-win since the money will go into President Choi's slush funds. The man presents him with the place and notes that it has already been cleaned, so he just needs to bring in his belongings. Sunhoo notes that renting this office had 2 simple reasons behind it: tight security and this, an ADLS terminal, so he can finally get rid of extremely slow internet speeds. He says that he will pay the rent now, and if he takes away 2 boxes, the amount should be perfect. With that, Sunhoo is left alone and thinks that until Jonathan returns to Korea, he should try decorating. He puts up a drawing of a dog hybrid and notes that this will be the first outpost. Jonathan has already started reporting how it's going, and he left the separation to the startup companies, with 8 groups selected to proceed to the next level. Every time he achieves something, he switches companies. That way, the groups that are talking about the last company's separation won't know what they're dealing with. All he really cares about is paper and work. There are almost 1,000 taxes counted. This commission is just unexplainable. But right now, it seems that he will have to do the fund distribution plan himself. He asks Jonathan what happened with Jeffrey K., and he confirms he's in. Sunhoo says that prediction is the priority, but he should stick with CEO Donald Finn until the end. Jonathan asks if it's not just a simple investment concept in order to catch Donald. Sunhoo thinks that he's right. It's not just a simple concept. The dot-com bubble burst, resulting in massive market capitalization, but that isn't really the main reason. The database language they created was already established as an industry standard in the 1980s. That's including the dungeon, monster, skill, characteristics, and so on. But among all, the most important data program was the one that was related to the main company, Lee Sun's Guild, a database of revolution. If he ever had the chance to take just a small peek into that database, the war against the 80s would have been different. He thinks that his intervention will surely change history, so it's important to keep the range of fluctuations as small as possible. He tells Jonathan that their priority is prediction, so he can give Donald the highest recognition for his salary and stop options. But he also just might decide to leave, so they wouldn't be able to do anything in that case. Sunhoo thinks about things, and he vows to take all of the powers the 8 virtues had. While getting ready to go somewhere, Sunhoo spots his mother watching the news, and it seems that they are talking about one of his ghost companies. But he shouldn't worry about it. He says that he's leaving, and his mother says that he should bring this Jong-oh character here sometime, as he has heard of him many times but never seen him. Sunhoo fiddles with his hair and says that he will. The mother also asks if he's going to keep boxing, and he says that if she's worried, he can stop. She caresses his cheek and says that's not what she meant, as she's proud he's doing something hard, but he can do whatever he wants. With that, he leaves, noting that he needs to get some pocket money now. He goes to the building where he rented the floor and stops because some people from the public bank are also waiting for the elevator. He rented the first floor of this building and built the latest online network, the #1 bank in Korea. It seems that this elevator is for customers and employees. Something catches Sunhoo's ear, as it seems that these guys are talking about their endeavors and how much money they made. While in the elevator, they wonder if they are gods to make that sort of prediction. And another notes that there is no activity in the Philippines, Malaysia, or Singapore, leaving only Hong Kong on the table. A man thinks and orders another to get the morning files, as they also need to aim for Hong Kong if they ever want to catch up to those 2 strangers. Sunhoo just smirks and, when leaving the elevator, thinks that they will never be able to, as they have already split into a lot of ghost companies. Later, Jonathan arrives in his office and notes that it looks more like a gym than anything else. He tries to punch a few things and work out, but manages to hurt himself in the process, much to Sunhoo's disappointment. He also spots that Sunhoo has several swords in his office and asks if he even knows how to use them. Sunhoo asks for the material he wants, and Jonathan gives him the list of paper companies. He notes that they are pretty complex, and there are more than 1,000 ghost companies here. Jonathan says that if they were to lose this book, they wouldn't know how much money would be in it, and Sunhoo notes that if they were to lose it, there wouldn't be a problem with messing up the flow of funds. Jonathan says that if anyone sees that list, they will surely be imprisoned for life. Sunhu says that he will just use money to deal with everything, and everything that is being done now is to create that money. He asks if he can keep the original list, and Jonathan agrees. Sunhu opens up a vault and tells him that from now on, he should never use a corporate card and instead use only cash, like a true billionaire. Sunhu tells him to rest, as they will see each other tomorrow morning. Jonathan asks why not this afternoon, and Sunhu says that he can take it as a small vacation. That's when he spots the drawings behind Sunhu and smiles, noting that these drawings prove that he's still a kid. At DP Crump, one of the big 4 banks in North America, Emily from Jonathan Investment meets with a representative from the bank to make a deal. He notes that this must be the new kind of swap transaction everyone must be talking about, and he will review it as well as the others, but he doesn't want to waste any time, as who would realistically accept this offer? Emily says that he should take a closer look, as Jonathan's investment is party B in it. The representative is shocked for a second before trying to hold in his laugh. He says that this deal is not for him to decide, and he will get the person in charge. Later, the guy in charge begins preparing the proposal, and notes that if they take this, Hong Kong's interest would skyrocket, while Jonathan Investment's revenue would start going downhill. He asks how much they want for it, and she says 500 million. The man also begins holding in his laugh, and she thinks that it is, in fact, really funny. It's crazy enough to raise the interest rate to 100%. How can one even make a profit that way? The man tidies up the papers and says that they will sign the contract, while thinking that he reviewed the contract multiple times. But there's no fraud, and 500 million is no small number. They shake hands, and both think that they should never meet again. Jonathan sits with Sunhu and says that the attack preparation is complete, and he bets $5 billion, all in. Sunhu says that when debenture is over, it will be his turn. 2 months ago, in October, Sunhu arrived at Jonathan's office, looking worse for wear and with a lot of trash next to him. He asks how much he lost, and Jonathan says that he must already know and that he can't figure it out. With the different dates and sizes, betting on the global stock market without getting notices is quite difficult, and the stock market, excluding Asia, has maintained a slight upward trend. Sunhu notes that even if he has to, it will be quite hard to watch the damage that will happen to the stock market. Jonathan looks at the screen with a depressive expression and thinks that he didn't expect to bet everything on Sunhu's words. He told him in the past that the interest rate was raised to 300% and that Hong Kong would collapse its own stock market. Jonathan doesn't even want to consider such a thing, but knowing Sunhu, he's probably right. He asks why Hong Kong would ever do such a crazy thing, and Sunhu notes that this is the only way to get rid of the traders. Jonathan asks if they will just give up like that and thinks that Hong Kong as well as Japan are Asia's financial fortresses. The place he wants to charm is Japan, but if he were ever to mess with them, the Japanese authorities wouldn't just sit idle. So the only target left is Korea. Sunhu confirms this and thinks that at that time, Korea implemented a financial policy that completely blocked off foreign investment and intervention. This is why the trade war hit Southeast Asia and spread fear, and they also attacked Hong Kong, which had no chance to win against Korea and peaked in fear. Korean investors, frightened by this, tried to withdraw, forcing the foreign banks to collect their money rather than giving out loans to companies. And this is why Korea collapsed from the inside. Fear increases the chance of a country going bankrupt, and that's when the traders pull out their investments that have been sitting there a long time. But this time, it'll be a whole lot different. Sunhu sits down, and Jonathan is quite surprised. Sunhu says that they should go into the Hong Kong stock market and put some gas on it. 100 million, 1 billion, console, network, heavy industry. It seems that Hong Kong's stock prices are decreasing across all sectors. Except for the bank, that is. So they need to reassure them somehow. Jonathan notes that there are a bunch of investors catching up to them, and Sunhu thinks that if they really get caught, this whole round will be over. He says that it's too early for a conclusion, but he has to defend the New York company now. Jonathan jumps out of his seat and rushes somewhere, and Sunhu thinks that there are 2 possibilities. They are either followed by traders attacking Hong Kong, or by people who also want in on what they are doing. Jonathan says that the trade is starting right now, and Sunhu congratulates him, noting that now they will see who's really following them. Individual traders will halt at any minute, but it is much different for trading firms. But now, which side will it be? Sunhu puts his hand over his mouth and hopes for the best. If they collapse Hong Kong with their own hands, history will be changed, and it will be impossible to predict the future then. A green light comes from the screen, and they both sit down, extremely tired from this whole ordeal. Jonathan curses and says that the Hong Kong stock market almost went into the gutter. Sunhu says that they should organize everything according to the market end time, as today's stock market trade made them sweat a whole river. Sunhu dresses up to leave and thanks God that nothing happened. With that, they just need to wait for the Hong Kong authorities. That's when Jonathan screams out for him and falls on his knees. He was wrong. Sunhu was wrong. The DP Crump people sit at a table and laugh their asses off at what Jonathan Investment just did. A 100% interest rate? Who would come up with that idea? The guy in the purple suit asks how much they asked for, and the bald guy says 500 million. They are both quite shocked at this and congratulate him for making such a deal. This guy is the general manager at DP Crump, Clive. He thinks that he anticipated that he would be fired because of the loss in Thailand. But right now, he's quite motivated, and also thanks Jonathan for his investment. The news about Hong Kong is coming out, and they all look at the screen with anticipation. Clive's expression worsens and worsens, until only despair can be read across his face, as Hong Kong's interest just went up by 400%. The whole office is now in complete chaos, and Clive looks at this while thinking of the deal they made. With the deal they made, Jonathan Investment should have clearly lost money. But if the interest rate goes up to 400%, like it did just now, it's $500 million times 4. In Seoul, Jonathan and Sunhu celebrate this achievement, as not just Hong Kong, but stock markets all over the world are collapsing. The spot chart and even the future chart are all going down. Sunhu notes that they are earning tons of cash right now and thinks that the spread of the Asian financial market crisis is like a domino effect. The second Black Monday, where stock markets all over the world are nosediving, including Europe. So, once again, they have hit the jackpot. They both celebrate instantly, and in this era, the sword of adversity and fortune was called fraudulent, but the power of money they hold is much greater than that. Jonathan becomes an extremely popular figure in the trading business, and people are even calling him the god of investment. While training, Sunhu gets called by Jonathan, who says that they got put on the billionaire list, where they can just write anything they want, but they almost guessed their real worth. Sunhu asks if they are a part of the IRS and notes that their identity needs to remain unknown. Jonathan says that it would be a travesty if they ever found out about him, but they only know that 51% of Jonathan Investment's stake is owned by an unknown person by the name of John Doe. Sunhu asks if that means everyone in the wall knows about this, and Jonathan assures him that he will try his utmost to protect his identity, and he's already hired experts. Sunhu asks how close the IRS is to them, and Jonathan says that they monopolize Thailand and won bets against the biggest world banks, so nothing is impossible. He calculated the New York company to be valued at around $22 billion, so currently John's wealth is $11.2 billion, while his is $10.7 billion. This puts them 18th and 20th in the billionaire rankings. Sunhu says that the goddess of luck is really on their side, and Jonathan also notes that if they counted the money he's drained off ghost companies after inflation, they would be in first and second place, respectively. While walking on a street, Sunhu spots the countless tired businessmen and thinks that a week after the Hong Kong situation, the Korean government asked the IMF for a bailout. This was also about 2 weeks earlier than the previous incident. He sighs and notes that the homeroom teacher was the only one to mention such a thing. But of course, none of the youngsters really listened. But he also used to be like that, so who's he to judge? While going into a building, a man wishes him a good morning and says that he looks a lot like his colleague. Sunhu thinks that this must be one of the foreign exchange members from the People's Bank. He hasn't recognized Jonathan even though they've been running into each other these last few months, which is understandable considering how hectic things were. Sunhu thinks that it's best not to get involved right now and outright ignores the guy, much to his distaste. In the building he walked into, a woman sits down to read a newspaper, with a few men taking glances at her while blushing. Sunhu goes up to her, asking if she's Miss Jamie, and she in turn asks if he's the interviewer, as she's been waiting for him. They sit down at a table, and Sunhu gives her a business card with the name Ethan written on it. She asks if it's her appearance, or is he perhaps in a position to care about his competitors. Sunhoo says that if this was just an interview, he wouldn't have given her his business card, as they have already decided to hire her. While she thinks on it, he says that her past doesn't matter in the slightest, as they've focused on her history and appearance in Wilshire Land, as they need a beautiful Asian woman that's also quite good in real estate to present them. And she will soon understand why her appearance is such an important factor. Wilshire Land had previously used Jamie as the chief investment officer in Asia, a strategist and a bullet catcher, a person who can change the negative views towards the company into positive ones. But what's important here is that she was willing to make illegal transactions for her own success. Her crime record is extremely repulsive in the office, as she was a CEO and a major shareholder. But after sitting on the sidelines and stealing from her previous employers, she got caught and imprisoned for a while. He's been looking for someone just like her since August. She says that she hasn't heard the company's name yet, and he says Jonil. Jonil Investment. That's the name of her company. Much later, at a news outlet, a story about how the regime change between the government and opposition parties took place for the first time in history. It's a monumental event, yet the presidential candidate has a huge responsibility to bring their economy to life. The news about the press conference held at the Blue House came out, and the presidential candidate told Jonil Investment that she had attracted a large investment of up to $15 billion. Sunhoo watches with a smile and thinks that the presidential candidate basically invited them to overcome the foreign exchange crisis together. Jamie comes into the room from the fire exit, dressed quite well to hide her identity. Sunhoo congratulates her and says that she has become the #1 person everyone wants to meet in this country's political and business worlds. Jamie pulls down her disguise and demands he not even talk about it or mention it. He gives her the company card and says that she should always keep cash in her linked account, as he won't be able to get a separate report on where she used it. She just smiles at this obvious embezzlement, making Sunhoo think that he really picked the right person. He asks how she will go about hiring new employees, and she asks if it's okay to do anything. Sunhoo notes that they said they would also put in free management within the capital limits, and the only part he's actively involved in is the special orders. Jamie says that her former colleagues will be arriving this evening, and she has also negotiated with real estate advisory companies in this country. And also, Samwoo Accounting and Kim and Park Law Firm will bring people into this country, and most problems are solved through those two. Cho Dae-won will be the accounting director, and Park Chung-sik will handle legal affairs. Sunhoo thinks that all of these are high-class individuals in the business world and says that they are both good choices. Jamie says that all she needs to do now is find an office and that this building is also on sale, and the price will keep falling. Sunhoo says that it's because more than half of the rent was withdrawn, and he thinks that not long ago, Jamie had a meeting with the Blue House to fulfill the special orders he gave, and as a result, the real estate market opened up a lot earlier than before. This could be considered a fire sale, and it refers to a case in which a house burns and sells leftover property at a bargain price. But in this situation, it was a little worse than that. Jamie says that her real specialty is real estate, but she can't get rid of the thought that investing in just real estate is foolish, as this kind of opportunity won't come again. She asks Sunhoo if his clients are interested in real estate, and he says that the only thing he needs to see from her is the rate of return. He doesn't care if it's from real estate or otherwise, but this also comes with a lot of responsibility. Jamie says that the return will be big, as in this country, even a child can become a chairman, if they have dollars, that is. She notes that they will also understand that they can expand their field towards other companies, and Sunhoo thinks that a large stake in the nation's biggest company will fall into the hands of foreign eagles in the first place, so it's not worth it. She looks at him and says that this country is amazing for business. She already knew this, but now she likes it even more. She thanks him for giving her this opportunity and says she will show him something that doesn't go against his wishes. Sunhoo silently stares at her, and that's when she remembers that she also went over the special orders when she had the time. It was the real estate that he wanted to buy first, but the earning rates from most of them were far from what he anticipated. She tries to talk more, but Sunhoo interrupts her and says that it's nice that she is trying to impress him and all, but she needs to stop right now. He will rarely be involved in Janil's investments and also believes she will live up to the customer's trust. But all she needs to do is follow the special orders, not examine them. Jamie begins shaking because of his stare and apologizes for getting too excited. Sunhoo understands, but if she wants to expand business with company investment, he recommends she take the people from the company loan team. The special order he gave her was simple to purchase. Money is good, but those things are much more. Korean dungeons. Sunhoo goes to a hill and thinks that it took quite a while to buy and find the dungeon because it looked way too different when he first came here. In his original timeline, it was like a military installation, as the government was quite powerful at the time. The hills and their respective dungeons were also under government control, and martial law, which seemed to be a thing of the past, had been put in place again. Like him, those who came back alive from the examination room were called reservists, and they were taken to a government research facility and thought they would just simply become lab rats. However, when he first looked at the entrance of the dungeon, he realized they were way worse for wear than lab rats. A car suddenly comes from behind him, and a man by the name of Choi Chulman comes out of it. Sunhoo says that he's from Jonil Investment and gives him a card with another fake name. They continue to drive up the mountain, and Choi asks where the construction site is. Sunhoo says that from the entrance of the hill, this whole area is their work site. The construction should start at the entrance, and he wants the restoration work to be as original as it can be. Choi thinks that it's been 20 minutes since they came up to this place, and they get stuck as the truck can't climb any further. They get out of the car, and Sunhoo asks if he can also build buildings, with Choi responding that he can do anything as he's not picky. Sunhoo asks if he can also build a road, and if he can really do all of this, as work needs to start right away. But he knows it's winter, and the scale is quite big. Choi thinks about this. Destroy a whole mountain, build a road, and even build a building. But in this current economy, he can't find any work, so he will not miss this opportunity. He says that he will do it, and while getting in the car, Sunhoo says that he should give him the completion time as well as the estimate of the cost as soon as possible. He will also get an estimate from other companies, but he really wants him to do all of this. Choi asks why he would want him specifically, and Sunhoo looks at the pictures of his daughter, saying that it's a difficult time for fathers all around. Choi begins tearing up and thanks Sunhoo for his kindness. At night, his father comes home drunk, and Sunhoo notes that this is the last day of the year. And even in the past, his dad came home drunk, as this was the day he was basically sentenced to death by honorary retirement at a young age. But this time, it's different, as his father says that he's going to move to a super popular company, Jonil Investment, and he also bears this name. Sunhoo scratches his cheek and thinks that he didn't expect this in the slightest. In the past, it was his father's influence that got him into the world of finance when he gave him a bank book containing $1,000,000, which was quite a lot for a high school student. Not long after the IMF ended, even animals could make money, and before he knew it, he became a successful high school trader. He had such luck that he asked his father for additional investments, and he lent him some money. But it didn't take long for it to go downward, and as soon as the US.com bubble burst, half of his money disappeared. Around that same time, his father also asked for the money, at least by the next week. This caused Sunhoo to cry after losing his father's money, and his father said that he could borrow from his mother and pay him back, as he really needed that money, which seemed quite cold at the time. Sunhoo asked how he can do that, and his father says that if he doesn't, he will have to take it from his allowances, as well as his CD player, phone, and computer. But all of that will still be extremely short of what he lent him. He says that he will still have to talk to his mother, even though he thinks he's grown up, and if he's obedient, she will surely lend him some money. He also wished that he knew why he was fired, and he hopes he's as interested in the economy as he was in stocks. But he must understand that his situation is not even a quarter of what he felt on the day he was fired. After one's career path has been decided, their goal is clear. So naturally, his father's first stock certificate became his lucky talisman. Construction starts, and it seems that President Choi got the construction job, making him very confident and patient, which was nice. But all is not well, as the locals are quite worried about this sudden change. While they leave in the car, Sunhoo says that he wants to make a meeting hall for the village to comfort them. Choi says that it's not necessary, as he already had quite a good talk with the village head. Sunhoo says that the villagers used to pick mushrooms and keep bees in the mountain, and Choi notes that they were doing that without permission anyway. Sunhoo says that they are going to stop access by putting wire mesh around the entire bottom of the mountain. Choi is surprised he would do that, and Sunhoo says that nobody but the villagers will be able to enter the mountain. This is just in case someone comes across the dungeon. He notes that the company is foreign, so there are some parts that aren't really flexible, so he asks Choi to handle the public sentiment of the village. Choi reluctantly agrees, and Sunhoo notes that when someone does something this big, it cannot be forced and needs to be greased up properly. At another place, Jonil Investments Accounting Director Jo Daewon and the Judicial Affairs Director Park Chung-sik share drinks while discussing the company's future and their place in it. Daewon says that they mustn't take breaks, and that he should have come directly to him if he were to go through with this. Park laughs, and Daewon says that they are in the same boat now, and Park also agrees. They cheer for their Jonil investment. Daewon notes that Kim Cheolmin is the chief, so it would be a waste to leave him as a card to throw away. Park says that the yellow hair brought by the late chick, the representative director, has been blocked, so can they not do it their way? So even if they drag Cheolmin into this, it's a high-risk, low-reward venture. If they were to wait just a little longer, they could give Cheolmin some results, and it's also going to be something that suits the tastes of the Westerners. Daewon looks at the key of the car and notes that if things go well, it could become something like that. Park asks if there were cases where that happened before, and Daewon says Daewoo. Did he not know that they are completely rotten on the inside? So there's nothing that they can really do in the first place. Even if the VIPs continue acting this way, they can curse as much as they wish, as he will give them one exemption. He will split the ball with the chief and stuff the Westerners' pockets with cash. They cheer once again and note that they should have all of this guaranteed by the next term. In the year 1998 in January, many companies went bankrupt, and the announcement of restructuring plans by large companies resulted in mass unemployment. Sunhoo thinks that stuff didn't change much, but the fine things did. For example, the DP Crump and German Bank didn't come in until the second quarter of this year. But it's obvious why, as these are all places where he lost the bets he made. They became desperate due to the amount lost, and they planned to come in the first quarter of the year and extract as much as they could because the entire country is on a bomb sale. He can predict this much, but he never thought he would succeed, and it seems that Daewoo's chairman has been arrested. The top three biggest conglomerates in Korea are Daehyun, Daewoo, and Ilsung. Daewoo was ranked number 2 in the financial world, which is better than Ilsung. They were also very recognized in the financial world overseas, compared to Daehyun, the number 1. They have about 400 local companies in different countries, and it's a large corporation, with 100,000 employees in Korea and double that overseas. Jamie asks Sunhoo if he knows about the Daewoo Group, and he confirms it. She notes that an arrest warrant will be issued for its chairman, and this takes him by surprise, and he asks what happened to cause this. Daewoo's dissolution of groups wasn't just because of the IMF, and the implosion of all the problems that they had from all over will only occur 2 years later. But why would they mess with the Daewoo that's just functioning normally? Why and how? Jamie explains that the first 2 directors that were hired after he became CEO, Cho Daewon and Park Chun-sik, are now in politics. They were placed there to work for him, and both of them can be considered popular politicians. It took her a while to get used to what was happening, but now she knows how things work in this country. But thanks to this, they could put the Daewoo Group on the list. Sunhoo notes that corruption exists in every country, and what North America did was legalize lobbying and bring it out in the open. But fundamentally, it's the same. So she shouldn't be biased. However, it is true that this country is a bit different because of the term conglomerate, which is used frequently in it. He apologizes for interrupting her and says that she should continue, as his clients will also be happy to see Daewoo on the list. Jamie says that it was the idea of the 2 directors to make Daewoo the scapegoat of the IMF, as there were 0 cases that took responsibility for the world's criticism against Daewoo directly. Sunhoo says that he didn't think the authorities would just sign this off so easily, and Jamie notes that's precisely why she's getting involved as well. Soon, they will be able to meet with the leader of the financial world. Sunhoo smirks and thinks that this must be the moment that caused Daewoo's dissolution. The rate of survival of the educated upper class used to be pretty high in the trial because, even in an era of peace, there were many people who thought about how they needed to attack for their own benefit and how to bring down those who were much stronger than them. Everything just makes sense when he looks at these people. He says that both she and the directors are quite amazing. Jamie says that the material on Daewoo that the government holds has been handed over to the court, and Sunhoo asks what their demands were. She notes that they want an investment of at least $500 million and the undertaking of the Daewoo Group as a whole, including their liabilities. However, if they were to put in a bit more effort, it would be possible to just take out the main subsidiary. Sunhoo thinks that Jamie still needs some time to fully understand the political and financial world of Korea, and that the next authority would be the Democratic Cabinet. If they are the only ones that benefit after things have gone this far, they will surely have problems with the authorities, and once the financial crisis has started to be resolved, they will surely perform a more thorough tax investigation. The two Korean directors aren't after assets or sales. Their true objective is to keep Daewoo in the top 3 of the biggest conglomerates, not to be recognized as one, but to the whole infrastructure. Sunhoo asks if she can really handle the Daewoo Group and if she was planning on hiring management specialists from overseas after she succeeds in taking them over. Jamie is a bit surprised by his words, as she was most likely going to do just that. He says that she should investigate the new group chairman, starting with the board members that are currently available, and also starting with the chairman's closest aides, excluding his family, of course. Jamie thinks that's precisely what the directors said too, and she asks if this means he permits the start of the takeover. Sunhoo notes that she shouldn't rush, as they are the clients here. She doesn't need to worry about the additional investment money or the business direction, so she should make sure she's very aggressive on this. Does she truly understand? He looks at her with a fearsome glare, and notes that whether it's land, buildings, or the very company itself, she shouldn't let any of them get taken away. Jeonil Investment will and must monopolize Korea's crisis. Jonathan gets off a plane, and countless reporters swarm him, and he's extremely tired from all of the lights and flashes. They all ask him many questions before one asks where he should invest his money, as he wants to get rich too. The other reporters bash him for a question like that, but Jonathan quite likes it, and says that if he were to invest in only one thing, it should be fear. Sunhoo holds a paper with this quote from him and starts mocking him because of it. Jonathan demands he stop being childish. Sunhoo notes that his welcome was quite amazing, and Jonathan says that he barely managed to get out of that place, but he didn't think that they would treat him as a state guest. Sunhoo hands him a beer and says that this just shows how desperate this country truly is, making Jonathan say that things are still hopeful, as the financial assistance from the IMF is in, and he's pumping thousands of dollars in. Sunhoo says that he's correct, and that Korea will most likely overcome the IMF crisis quickly. Jonathan asks if he's really going to go through with that, and Sunhoo thinks that he's talking about the Daewoo situation. He notes that it wasn't his plan, but it's something that they are slowly working on. Jonathan asks if the they is Jeonil's investment, and he confirms this, noting that he just put the blade in their hands and they started slashing. Jonathan asks if he's really planning on taking over the whole Daewoo Group, and Sunhoo notes that they might, but they will have to restructure and take care of the subsidiaries right away. Jonathan says that the sequence is quite reversed. But why is he doing it like this, where many risks appear? Sunhoo notes that the dollar won't hold the economy with its power forever, and when this country gets out of the IMF crisis and quickly normalizes, this is in preparation for when that happens. Jonathan notes how much he treasures this country, and in the end, money doesn't seem to be the only reason he plans to take over Daewoo. He says that he will find out what he's after eventually, and Jonathan says that he doesn't need to be embarrassed for being so patriotic, as he has already earned a lot, so naturally he can do as he pleases. That's when Sunhoo says, $1 billion. He demands an additional billion in addition to the original $1.5 billion that was to be moved. They are going to move a total of $2.5 billion into this country and align it with the dates that they will take over Daewoo. Jonathan begins sweating and asks that he think carefully about this, because at this rate, he might really be sentenced to 1,000 years of imprisonment. They mustn't allow any more trust in what they have already done, because if the tax wants to, they will find what they need to sentence him. Sunhoo interrupts him and notes that the Korean government is in a rush, not them. He gets up and notes that this is their chance to make those $2.3 billion totally clean. Jonathan asks how the Korean government will just do that to them, and Sunhoo notes that it's their problem to deal with, and they just need to show them the numbers. Jonathan smirks and drinks some beer. How did he think of using a damn country to do his laundering? The Daewoo Group went into a debt workout after the thorough investigation of their tax returns ended. There was also no grand CEO resignation that would usually take place in this situation. Except for the family of the chairman, the rest of the employees kept their positions. At school, Sunhoo asks Jamie how the takeover is going, and she notes that they have some competitors, but not to worry, as soon as they will be windscreens. He notes that she learned quite a big word, and she says that they should also talk about the allocation of liabilities. But he denies this offer, and says that they should talk at a later date. He thinks that they are almost done with this whole Daewoo business and demands that the guys he beat to a pulp get up. They do so instantly, and he says that he won't interfere with what they do, but only if they don't bother him at all. Is that understood? They all respond, and Sunhoo lets them go, thinking that he can't train on guys like this in the first place. He scratches his head and thinks that he needs to take care of school, but what excuse should he give this time? That's when the homeroom teacher comes out of a window and urges him to come in. Inside, she explains that the other kids aren't hateful toward him, but rather scared. He thinks that all of this is quite strange, as this teacher was definitely someone else during this time period, and he ignored it because it wasn't a big change, but he's starting to feel concerned about her attitude recently. She says that if he were to approach them first, he would realize that school is a fun place. This complete lie aside, she notes that he should promise her that he will at least graduate from middle school. This surprises Sunhoo quite a bit, and he thinks that now he definitely needs to look into this. While in class, Sunhoo notes that he hired a few professional detectives to look into his homeroom teacher for the last few days. Her name is Woo Yeon-hee, and she's 22 years old. Born in Seoul, she's the eldest daughter of a rather plain family. She is also not interested in dressing up and doesn't have many social activities, to the point that she doesn't have a friend that she would contact on a regular basis. Up until this point, she just seemed like a regular old teacher who was also not that social. But there were 2 points that were quite interesting. The first would be that she already knew of him beforehand, and was also suspiciously interested in seemingly random people. Although it's not that creepy, it's still quite eccentric. The real problem is that he's one of the people she has an interest in. She knew about him since she was a teacher, and after she passed the employment test, it seems she worked quite hard to become his homeroom teacher specifically. And secondly, she has a history of receiving psychiatric treatment. The prescription that she got was just general stuff, used to treat depression or anxiety, but she still complained of the same symptoms, and that's why she slowly lost contact with her family. The medicine she was prescribed wouldn't do anything, even if she were to keep consuming it, because her delusions and illusions, which are seemingly crazy talk, are actually real. Sunhoo didn't think he would meet an awakened person this way, and a rare mind healer at that. That night, he sits in his office and thinks that mind healers aren't rare just because of their abilities, but also because many don't survive after they awaken. They are able to influence another person's mind just with their abilities, which don't require talking. But after experiencing the trial, most were driven into a metaphorical corner, and they also experienced the tired minds of the awakened who survived. So naturally, they couldn't withstand any of this. In Yeonhee's case, it was much tougher due to her early awakening. He is also sure that there is a dark reason he didn't hear about her name in this era. That's when he gets a call from Jonathan, who notes that it's done and that he's a Texas man, so he must know how bullheaded he is. With that, they close the call, and Sunhoo thinks that he's glad Jonathan came through with this. A few days ago, Jonathan gave him some papers, which he wasn't too happy about, as it seemed to be more of a retirement plan than anything. Jonathan asks what's wrong with it, as they need to look at stable plans instead of charging aggressively right now. Sunhoo notes that investing in the Dow index isn't that bad of an idea, but it's not that great either. And this portfolio that they made is just $1 billion, and he already knows how much they have, so he earned at least $3 billion, right? He was wondering what plan he came up with, since he said he wanted to split the shares and operate on his own. Sunhoo thinks that if he calculated that he earned this much, he's way off. Jonathan says that the total should be about $6.5 billion, and even if they stopped now and started spending it with no remorse, this money would just keep growing. Sunhoo wants to say something to him but stops himself, as he doesn't need to mention that person right now. Jonathan starts wondering if his real objective is the god of finance, with estimated assets up to $50 quadrillion. He also founded a country and is all around a legendary person who changed the direction of the world war. Sunhoo thinks that the reason he chose to regress into this time period wasn't because of the stats. If it were all about that, he wouldn't have needed to go that far in the past. He tells Jonathan that he doesn't have any objectives and is just hungry for more. He notes that hungry for more is a pretty cool line, and Sunhoo notes that he should store this away and use it for a client when the time comes. Jonathan wonders what client he's talking about, and Sunhoo asks if there isn't a merger of smaller investment companies. Jonathan just sits in silence, and this makes Sunhoo scream at him, saying that he should reject all interviews or events, as if he overdoes it. He will be distracted. Jonathan says that he's not making an excuse, but he just doesn't like having people who are much better under him. And that's why he's also avoiding them, because he's afraid that they will come to realize this fact. He also demands Sunhoo be at the front, but he denies this, as he already knows why he can't do such a thing. He should just be confident in himself for once, as even if they hadn't met, he would have surely been successful. Jonathan notes that not on this level, and also apologizes as he's been stressed out recently, but he should know, right? Sunhoo notes that this is precisely why he told him to exercise, as his belly is much bigger, and that a healthy body brings a healthy mind. He shouldn't just cower any longer. He should use this opportunity to show others what he's really capable of. Sunhoo says that once the company expands, he will come to realize it. The beast that he holds within Jonathan still feels sorry for himself though, so it will take quite a bit longer. Sunhoo asks if he knows that the most important people at Bluestone are in Korea, and Jonathan thinks about that company, which is the biggest private placement investment company in the whole world. He asks if he also plans to take them over, but Sunhoo denies it, as if they were ever to take a hit from them when the Asian financial crisis occurred. Things would have been fine, but now there's an opening. Bluestone Capital Partners, BCP3 Fund. Jonathan says that he must be a genie to know everything and confirms that Bluestone is putting everything and anything into growing their product. Sunhoo notes that without the members that came into Korea, Bluestone's new fund product would be plain useless. So he should start shaking their foundations from the bottom, and he can surely do it. With that, they ended up joining Jonathan. While the Bluestone group in itself is quite attractive, what he wants the most is their subsidiary company, Blue Rock. 20 years from now, Kim Chung-soo, Gillen, and Jessica will work together and make this plain asset management company grow into something beautiful. In their prime days, they will also manage funds that surpass $4 trillion. Sunhoo smirks and notes that Blue Rock is now a nobody and will continue to be so because the owners of the shadow bank that influences the world's economy from the dark will be occupied by someone else entirely. While on a plane, he thinks that his parents are thinking he went to Bible school, but he's actually using this as an excuse to go over to America and take care of some affairs. Firstly, to recruit Gillen and Jessica before they join Blue Rock, and secondly, to search for the analyst genius, Kim Chung-soo, who is beginning to be suppressed and buried. At a private investigation firm named Zopi, Sunhoo meets with the investigator in charge, John Clark. They shake hands, and Sunhoo hides his real name with a fake one, Eden. They sit down, and John says that he heard that he's the manager of a trust fund and is looking for a beneficiary. Sunhoo confirms this and thinks that if he wants to look into missing people, he needs to prove that he's related to the person he's looking for by blood. And if he wants to pursue a wanted person, he needs to prove that he's somehow related to the case. But it's also not that hard to find a beneficiary for the trust fund. He thinks that it would be best to keep it legal for now, and notes that the person he's looking for is Bobby, born in Brooklyn and around 12 to 15 years old, who is also most likely living in New York now. John asks if he has any additional information he can give them, and Sunhoo says that he does have some information on how he looks, but all other information was lost. John notes that all of this is quite limited, and it would take a lot of time and money with only this little information. He also says that he's basically requesting the whole of North America. Sunhoo knows that he knows all too well, but money is no object in this. The money given to the beneficiary will also be more than enough to cover the costs, so he shouldn't worry too much about money and use as much manpower as needed. He clenches his fists and thinks that he needs to find that guy at all costs. The leader of the 8 evils, the man who will be called the first evil in New York. At Jonathan Investment, Sunhu presents Gillen to him and says that he will entrust some offshore funds to him, around $1.5 billion. Jonathan thinks that this is quite unexpected. Even if he's from a good group, he must be amazing, right? Sunhu notes that he will see for himself soon enough that he's qualified enough to lead the front lines. He also hands him a laptop and says that this is just a present. Jonathan looks at the screen and notes that this is an autobiography, but also has some investment study materials. He's shocked and thinks that the process that has helped analyze all of their investments so far is here. He asks Sunhu if he has a doctorate or something of the sort. He thinks that it's only natural for Jonathan to be shocked, as he's packaged some of the theories that aren't available in this world just yet. He says that he's not the author, and also left the introduction empty on purpose. If he gets a book published in his name, then nobody will be able to doubt his abilities ever again. Jonathan is surprised and doesn't know what to say, but gives in, noting that he will enjoy the fame that will be received from this. However, he also wants him to stop speaking so formally, as age doesn't matter and they are no longer just partners. So, they should be friends, both of them. Sunhu is a bit surprised, and thinks that there is no room for friendship between the awakened. Jonathan shared loot and points with him because they were colleagues. But this Jonathan is different from the one he once knew. And it's okay for him to have at least one friend, right? They fist bump each other, and so begins their friendship. Much later at school, a teacher informs everyone in Sunhu's class that Yeonhee will be taking a break due to personal reasons. Sunhu thinks that after the spring holiday ended, there was some disturbance with her. Her own mother came to the school to complain about them hiring a mentally ill person, and he had to postpone his plans to confirm whether she really is awakened or not. And today is a very important day, as it is the only place he can increase his stats before the trial opens, and he needs to prepare to enter it. He arrives at the building he constructed and thinks that in this gated place is the entrance of the dungeon. A perfect defense facility that's disguised as a mental hospital. While entering, he notes that Choi did a great job, and at the rate he's going, he could turn the company into Ilju Construction. If he makes it back alive, that is. He enters a room, and a portal appears in front of him. The system asks if he really wishes to enter, and he thinks that even though this is a low-tier dungeon, he's going in without a single stamp of escape, which is nothing short of suicidal. But this is the only real way to increase his stats, so he presses yes, and a staircase appears, which descends into the ground. He gets a flashlight and points it at the entrance, and sure enough, the light seemingly stops, as electronic or firearms have no functionality in there. All he can truly rely on is the sword he made in Namdaemun, a little dosage of painkillers and rations, and a backpack that can't compare to what he used to have. But right now, there's just no other choice. He steps in, and a ray of light appears. With that, he has officially entered the dungeon. Jonathan notices he got an email from Sunhu and wonders what kind of masterfully crafted plan he has this time. However, his face drops when he sees the contents of the email. A will. Inside the dungeon, Sunhu tries his best to survive, but these dog beasts are relentless and don't allow a moment of rest. One manages to bite his shoulder, but this allows him to stab it in the eye. Still, his problems haven't come to an end, as another lunges at him, ready to rip him into bits. He tries to pull his sword out, but due to his injury, he falters, and the beast pins him to the ground, ready for a meal. However, he manages to stab it in the last second, and it appears that he has only killed 3 of these scouts. Sunhu gets the scout out of him, and thinks that this is category number KF-07, a Declan soldier, because they were easy to deal with. They bore the nickname of the Hound. Although he has expected this much, it's much more difficult to defeat 1 or 2 hounds with mere F-rank stats. He notes that this dungeon is a labyrinth. The place where the 3 hounds appeared was in the path in front of the entrance room. However, the structure changes every time, so there's no way to know what comes next. And there are a total of 3 dungeon quests that need completion. The first is a boss quest, and the second is a hunting quest, and the third is a duel quest. The only way to get out of the dungeon is to either complete all of these or use a stamp of escape. The reason he chose this specific dungeon is simple. He knows how to kill the boss. And additionally, The stamp of escape is given as a reward for completing the hunting quest. But he's quite pathetic now, as he's struggling to do a simple hunting quest that's basically the easiest quest out there. That's when he stops, as a dungeon box stands in front of him. A lot of Awakened were deceived at first because it looked like a bronze box, and if one were lucky, they would be given the rewards from a bronze box. But if they had no such luck, the box would curse the user with either fear or confusion. He won't be able to make it back alive if it were to give him a curse, and frankly, he's not feeling lucky now. Sunhoo finally arrives at a door and drops his bag to the ground. He slowly reaches for the handle and prays to anyone who is listening that there be only one scout beyond this door. But it seems that fortune doesn't favor him, as countless hounds stare at the door, ready to attack. He laments having to use his skills this soon, and imbues his sword with Odin's fury. With that, he breaks down the door and valiantly charges in, while the countless hounds start making their way to him. He starts butchering through them, and the system notifies him of how many he has left to kill. However, one manages to grab his sword, and he notes that with F-rank strength, he can't do much of anything. The others also start to swarm him, and only blood can be seen coming from him. Sunhoo is laid down, accompanied by the hounds he killed. He's clearly passed out, but he wakes up shortly after, and can only scream and cough. He tries to get up but shakes while doing so, and wants to see his list of attributes. It seems that he had used Man of Adversity, and slept for 23 hours afterwards. He can't believe he had to use that attribute in the first room. But it's a relief that he at least healed from it, as his hand would have certainly come off if he hadn't. He activates the list of quests, and he has only 4 hounds left to kill while also holding a total of 204 points. He thinks it's 2 points for each soldier, and a box of bronze is 300. He notes how generous the tutorial awards were, and thinks that he only needs to kill 4 more for the escape tramp, and then finally escape. That's when 2 hounds come out of the doorway, and he gets ready to defend himself, presuming that these things came by because of how much blood was spilt. However, they do not attack outright, and instead wait for something else. A hound with 2 heads. Sunhoo notes that this is a great contest quest, but such a powerful enemy shouldn't be here in the first room. It immediately swings at Sunhoo twice, and he barely manages to dodge both times. He thinks that this thing is at least an A, and can't handle it now, even with the Man of Adversity activated. It throws one of the swords at him, but manages to hit another hound instead. It gets to follow him, and with no other feasible choice, he dashes towards the dungeon box, and while dodging another attack, he grabs it. The hound manages to grab his leg, and he demands that the box be opened already. Fortunately for him, the box rewards him with an escape stamp, and he uses it while being thrown. He falls down at the entrance of the dungeon, and he gets up instantly without even realizing what just transpired. He calms down and begins laughing, as the escape stamp was inside the dungeon box all of this time. This must be why the 8 virtues and 8 evils went crazy about the system. However, this is just a taste of how terrible it can really be, as it makes people struggle to really give up until the very end. He picks up his phone and notes that he was quite crazy to go inside the dungeon by himself. That's when he notices he has 30 missed calls from a very worried Jonathan. He thinks that he will call him later and calls Yeonhee, his teacher. He says that she probably didn't go to the hospital, and she's more than surprised to hear his voice. She eventually makes her way to the hospital and is extremely shocked to see Sunhoo in his sorry state. He says that there's nothing to be worried about and that she should come inside. But she's quite hesitant to do so, as this place is labeled as a mental hospital. Sunhoo says she shouldn't worry about that, as it's just a ruse, and they are also the only people here. She notes that this makes the situation even weirder, but she's not crazy. However, she cannot explain it outright. Sunhoo notes that he knows, and he called her here to explain her strange situation. He thinks that if she had the skills for it, she would have already read his mind, but she still needs training and time to do something like this. He asks her to decide here and now. Is she going to go back and live her life labeled as crazy, or will she follow him? They get inside, and he shows her a hound, which she's rightly horrified of. He calms her down, noting that this is just a part of his memories and nothing more. Yeonhee's abilities haven't developed fully yet, but he was still able to share some of his memories with her. She begins shaking, and he wonders if this is too much for her. Yeonhee asks if they were really chosen to fight those monsters, and if they will really attack the whole world. Sunhoo confirms it, and he notes that he's been preparing for the day it starts. Below this stairway, there are countless monsters of the same type she just saw. He hands her a folder and notes that it's a contract, as if she ever decides to raid dungeons with him, she will be rewarded accordingly, per the contract. If she decides otherwise, she should live a normal life like none of this happened until that day arrives, because not everyone will be able to fight. With that, Sunhoo escorts her out and says that he will wait until tomorrow for her answer. This is a life or death decision, so she should think about it very carefully. Ever since she was in middle school, Yeonhee started seeing illusions, the first being a blue window that only she could see. She naturally told her mother about it, but she was dragged to a prayer house because of it. And one day, out of nowhere, she started to experience other people's emotions and tried to find out how they were related, but nothing of importance really came up. And among those people, there was one about whom she felt the most strongly, Sunhoo. At first, she thought she would get some hints from him, but this is quite a lot. The contract reads as follows: 200 million won off the bat and an annual salary of 1 billion won. 500 million won is also given as an incentive for every entry into a dungeon, and a performance bonus of another 500 is given for making it back alive. The death bonus is also 3 billion won, making her wonder how he got such a large amount of cash. However, this situation makes her think she's cursed or something like that. She makes her way to Sunhoo, and he asks if she's made a decision about what they discussed. Yeonhee rolls her window down and looks very tired, making him understand what she's getting at. He welcomes her to this side of the world as a pre-incident awakening. They drive away, and Sunhoo urges her to drive a tad slower, as she's going quite fast. He also says that if she's doing all of this out of a weird sense of obligation towards him, they should drop it. But she says otherwise, and is actually quite thankful to him. Because before he told her about everything, all she would think about was how she should pass away. There's no real reason she should reject such a huge amount of cash. And there's also the fact that she's really not crazy, right? Sunhoo notes that she's only acting tough, as her hands are trembling quite a lot. She asks if he really has that much money on him, and he notes that she will get it once they get there. Yeonhee looks at him for a second and demands to know why he's been speaking so casually with her. Is he perhaps older? Sunhoo sighs and notes that she could say that. But age won't matter in the world they are going to live in, and she will soon realize this as a fact. They arrive at Jonathan's location, and Jonathan is shocked to see Sunhoo in this state. He asks if he wasn't followed, considering he's a famous person. Jonathan notes that this isn't the important thing now, but knows that arguing further is futile, so he stops. Yeonhee looks at him and asks if he's perhaps the hunter Jonathan. Sunhoo says that they should exchange greetings, as this is the man who will execute their contract. Forbes' choice, the top 20 billionaires in the world. The god of investment, Hunter Jonathan later. Yeonhee walks out of the office, mesmerized by the fact that she now has 200 million won, and also meets Jonathan. They both look at her from the window, and he asks why in the world he's giving this girl that much cash. And if she goes missing, her father will also receive 3 billion won. What's with all of this? Sunhoo apologizes, as he can't tell him now, but will soon, so he should hold it in for a while longer. They should also eat, as he ordered the menu he likes. While eating, Jonathan notes that this food is kind of mid-range, and Sunhoo says that's because the restaurant they usually ordered from, which he liked, closed. Jonathan is quite shocked, and notes that they must be in a really bad situation if such a tasty food shop would close. Sunhoo says that this is not just a case in this country. As for the foreign funds that came to Asia, where does he think they went? Jonathan notes that they are in Eastern Europe and Latin America, right? Sunhoo says that there's one other place he forgot about. Russia. Jonathan checks some information about them and is very surprised at the number of nuclear weapons they possess. It's basically a country that can't be touched. Sunhoo says that everyone else thinks so, but they will be going there. He also notes that Jonathan asked him about how great Jillian was, and he notes that he was asking if he took personal action to recruit her, as he's not going to doubt the abilities of a Morgan Group member. Sunhoo notes that they should compete with Russia, as whoever rises higher first will make a profit. But he also won't leave him empty-handed, and he'll give him a friend that's almost as good as Jillian, Brian, with his Korean name being Kim Chung-soo. He also doesn't look the part right now, but if he looks after him, he will find he's an unpolished gem. Jonathan says that if the only thing he has to do is watch him from behind, he can take a rest after a long time of just working. Sunhoo says that there's no time for that, as they need to raise the stakes because there will be a big event selling Russian government bonds very soon. They will set it on fire with around $1 billion, perhaps? While on a plane, Jonathan notes that Russia is basically screwed, as they are basically burning $1 billion. He smirks while sweating, and thinks that it has begun once again. Sunhoo notes that Jonathan, Jillian, Jessica, and Chung-soo, the knights of the financial empire, have begun to move. It seems that it's also time to get ready to go into the dungeon. He demands Yeonhee stab him, who can barely hold the knife and is shaking all over. She notes that all of this just doesn't seem right, and Sunhoo says that if she were in a dungeon, she would have died multiple times already. And she's also disobeying paragraph 1 of the contract. All orders about the dungeon are absolute. Training for the dungeon is also included in this. Did she really forget? He thinks that the ability Yeonhee taught him wasn't significant in the slightest. She has the sensitivity characteristic, which allows the emotions of the target to be transmitted irregularly. This is a thing that is hard to rank, even as a hunter, but there was a skill that caught his eye. Mary's touch, which dramatically cancels the target's inability to fight and has a cooldown of 24 hours. He has never heard of such a thing in this era, so he has to check the exact effect of it. This is a skill that most likely brings the target's injury to oneself, as right now Yeonhee is stabbing with her knife while also training to be stabbed herself. He says that this training is harsh, but there's no time left. If she were to hesitate like this inside a dungeon, they would both die. So what is she waiting for? Try and stab already. She does so, and after the adversary stops the excessive bleeding, Mary's touch activates. The adversary makes him forget about the pain, but the wound itself still remains. However, with Mary's touch, the wound dissipated, making the adversary trait even stronger. However, Yeonhee suffers greatly because of this. Sunhoo looks at her struggling with the pain and thinks that with a small body like hers, she will be experiencing near death. Will she really be able to use Mary's touch in the dungeon without hesitation? After a long while, she wakes up and asks how long she was passed out for. Sunhoo notes that she slept for 12 hours, and she says that at first she thought that she was going to die, but it was easier than anticipated. Sunhoo notes that she should be careful for the next few days, as she's not feeling anything now because of the painkillers administered. He puts on his clothes and notes that he will be going out but will come back, so she should make herself at home and most importantly, focus on recovery. Yeonhee looks at him and says that she will, because orders relating to the dungeon are absolute, right? Sunhoo arrives at Jeonil Investment and says that he's here to visit his father. The father talks with somebody while walking, and that's when he spots his son, so he naturally presents him. The man notes that he has quite a handsome son and also asks which university he goes to. The father notes that he looks mature but is still a middle school student. This surprised the man quite a bit, noting that he must be happy to have such a reliable son. He gives Sunhoo some pocket money. He is the literal boss of the company, but he graciously accepts it. The father and Sunhoo walk down a street, and he notes that he wanted to show him the company at least once, as well as have to talk about something with him. He was promoted twice, and he's keeping it secret because he's going to surprise his mother this very evening. He will also start working here tomorrow, the foreign exchange bank, leaving Sunhoo quite surprised. The father notes that he pushed hard but doesn't know if he did well. He taps Sunhoo on the shoulder and says that this company is a foreign one. But why did their country get to this point? It would be great if he knew, and he would also be happy if his son showed interest in the economy. Sunhoo notes that today is the day his talisman returns to his hands. He was correct, as his father gives him the bank account, noting that he should think about what stocks to buy with that money, and also talk with him beforehand. Sunhoo thinks that he entered the financial world because of this bank account and survived the Wall Street experience. This marks the beginning of a butterfly effect, and with it, preparations for entering the dungeon are complete. At the mental hospital, Yeonhee trains with a crossbow, and Sunhoo sees that she's quite efficient with it, but doesn't know if she could pierce the skin with that. However, close combat is not an option for her. He notes that they will be entering the dungeon tomorrow, and she asks if there's other stuff left to prepare. Sunhoo notes that if there's anything he would recommend, it would be to write a suicide note, as the reality of her returning alive is unlikely. They get inside the dungeon, and Sunhu starts butchering hounds while she can only watch. She was now realizing that what she imagined the dungeon to be at first was insignificant. They only live to kill other living beings, so there's almost no difference between humans and monsters. Sunhu screams at her to heal, and she does so, slightly recovering his wounds. Sunhu frees himself from the heaps of bodies he was stuck under, and congratulates her for not losing her mind so fast. The system rewards them with an escape seal for completing the hunting quest, and Sunhu notes that he will be taking the reward, if she has no objections, of course. Yeonhee shakes her head, and Sunhu is surprised by her bravery, as she knows this item is one of the only ways to get out of the dungeon. They go through the dungeon, and Sunhu thinks that having a healer is quite nice. As if he were alone, he would have to endure the pain. He didn't expect to have the spiritual world as a partner, as the only ones who escaped with abilities like that were two evil people. An ability user who can use surprising attacks whenever and in whatever shape they like is quite horrifying. That's when Yeonhee uses phobia treatment on him, and she begins shaking because of it. Sunhu notes that this is how they will do it, and as expected, the spiritual world makes him quite sensitive. But he was fine, as he was just thinking of the past. Nothing major. Yeonhee apologizes and asks if they should wait for him to calm down. He denies this, as she's doing just as he taught her. If she has the smallest suspicion, she shouldn't hesitate. They open the door to the second room, and Sunhu is surprised by what he finds inside. He urges Yeonhee not to forget about the instructions he gave her about two-headed monsters. Sunhu begins fighting it, but he's outclassed in every way and thrown around like a puppet. Yeonhee can only look, as she isn't allowed to use healing or Mary's touch, and she also can't provoke it in any way. He has a last resort, and the only thing she needs to do is run if any beast comes for her and not look back. She does so while hoping Sunhu is not dead yet, and with her awful stamina, she feels that her heart is ready to burst. But she still can't use Mary's touch. So what does she have to do to survive? That's when the system notes that she fulfilled the diary quest, and that she should decide upon the agreement of the first and runner-up players. She smiles, and with a beast ready to attack from behind, she says that Sunhu wins. Sunhu has defeated the two-headed dog using his skills and attributes, but countless hounds still swarm him. That's when the system says that he met the requirement for the 1v1 combat quest and also decides the first and second ranks by mutual consent. He smiles and thinks that she's still alive. In his last 10 seconds, he has to use Man of Adversity, and he wipes through all of the hounds. When he woke up from his slumber, he strangely thought about the first evil. He also must have experienced this chaos, and his old self envied that guy for his character. But he never anticipated this much pain. Yeonhee comes next to him and notes that she used all of her abilities, but nothing worked. Sunhu congratulates her on surviving that long, even if she's in a worse state now. At first, she thought she had survived because of the traps she had installed previously, but she was wrong. When a hound attacked her, she quickly dodged and shot him square in the eye with the crossbow. After that, the beast was enraged, but she was prepared and attacked at the perfect time. He thought of her as just baggage, but he was dead wrong. He didn't expect a beginner healer, who didn't even get to be honest, to survive those situations. In the last week, they swept the dungeon clean of boxes. The goal of the final quest is to attack everything, and the dungeon will be destroyed when they defeat every boss. To prepare for that, he got all the boxes and buffed his skills in preparation for a boss fight. Naturally, there were times when curses came out of the boxes, and not even he could handle them alone. But that's why Yeonhee is here. Still, every time she removes a curse, he can only think of the two evil people. To remove a curse, one must put it on somebody else, and having a being that can invade his mind at any time is quite uncomfortable. After a while, they arrive at the last room, where the dungeon boss is being held. He thinks that this dungeon took at least 5 E-class hunters to barely clear, and they are going in, an F rank, and someone who isn't even that. He says that if their plan works, this won't take long, and they've survived much until now, so she shouldn't die here. Yeonhee notes that she's ready, and they both drop their bags as they go inside. The door slowly opens, and an albino hound can be seen standing on a throne with countless regular hounds next to him. Sunhu notices that there are no double-headed hounds, and remembers that, when he first came to this place, there were some who laughed in this room. But then they realized their mistake, as based on the number of hounds they killed, the Anubis became stronger. However, it was too late, and he had turned into a demon of battle. Sunhoo activates every skill he has, including speed and some armor. He charges and demands they get out of his way. He jumps straight for the Anubis, who only looks at him. Sunhoo tries his best to one-shot Anubis, but he lands near him, and he laughs. A hound tries to bite him, but he protects himself with the iron gauntlet and punches the hound away. The item is quite torn after that. However, even if it's an iron arm, it is still F rank. He continues to punch through the hounds and thinks that now he has no other choice. Yeonhee activates her healing skill while also hiding her presence with an item. It is an F rank item, but it can erase her presence a bit, and that's plenty for these monsters driven by bloodlust. She watches in horror as countless hounds swarm Sunhoo, who still tries to push through, as a man of adversity doesn't have a long activation, and they only have one seal of escape. That's when a hound punches him over the head, and due to being a man of adversity, all of his stats increase, but only for 5 minutes. He thinks that now it's only a battle of time, and with his now D-rank strength, no amount of hounds can stop him. The time continues to tick down, and with only a few seconds to spare, Sunhoo gets to Anubis, who tries to defend himself with a beam. But Sunhoo dodges and throws his knife directly into its chest. He then jumps up to it and crashes directly on its face. But he injured himself gravely, and Yeonhee is forced to use Mary's hands, causing her to take all of that pain. The concealing item deactivates, and the hounds notice her presence, but Kim charges in and sees that she's in an extremely poor state. He picks her up and demands she wake up. The system congratulates them for meeting a requirement and asks her to name the first and second priorities. She can barely talk at this point, and Sunhoo notes that he will be her first priority. He thinks that Anubis's attack grazed his artery, so she's bleeding a ton. However, he won't give up, and will try to save her from this hellhole. Later, he makes his way out of the dungeon but can't remember how or why, only that he barely got out. Yeonhee was able to survive that bleeding due to an attribute she obtained as a second priority reward. Resurrection. It's a pretty good attribute to sustain minimal life force in the event of a fatal wound. What he got from being first priority was Devi's sword, a skill that the first virtue of this generation had. But it's not really only one skill, as even the worst of all used to fear it. To think he would have the attribute and skill of the first virtue, he's nothing short of mesmerized. Additionally, their financial empire has also been growing well. In the news, a major announcement from Moscow appears, which is about the moratorium declaration. In New York, people praise Brian and show his name, and the same is happening in the British Isles, but this time to Jillian. It seems that accounts with a loss rate of 40% skyrocketed, making for a miracle-like return. Jonathan calls Sunhoo and says that they got a profit of 450%, a total of $90 billion. Brian really did it. Things are going crazy in the office and everyone is celebrating. Sunhoo notes that it's nice and all, but they lost. The Isle of Men part of the business reached a profit of 615%. Sunhoo will give this to Yeonhee when she wakes up, the full shares of the new medical corporation. He does so and notes that the dungeon inside this place was destroyed and it can now be used as a full hospital. He also gives her the promised rewards. And with them all rounded up, there's a total of $2 billion in there. Yeonhee finds this amount of cash shocking, and Sunhoo thinks that it must have been hard for her, as she was doing sponsorship activities for a very low income. But now that they have this medical facility, they can help many more people. He asks if she changed her mind in any way about going into dungeons. She looks at the papers and says that she will need a lot of money, so she will also count on him as a leader in the future. A few men steal some glances at Jessica, who meets with Sunhoo, noting that it's been quite a while since they last met. She gives him a new investment proposal from the director who wrote the Russian investment proposal, so now it's up to him. Also, her boss, Jillian, thinks very highly of her, so she needs his opinion on this one. Sunhoo notes that there's no real reason to rush, but why not try and do it like he suggested? To sell the major IT stocks in the NASDAQ market in New York. Jessica is rightly worried but will come around, as $30 billion worth of investment is an unconventional treatment without responsibility or loss. He's just pretending to be modest, but has been watching Gillen's performance closely from the sidelines, so something interesting must have come up. And Jonathan, who was watching Lee Chung-hoo's performance, is also doing his part. He talks with a man who presents him with a new search technology, but Jonathan had already heard about this and notes that it's $1 million idea. The man thinks that the thought of selling his technology for $1 million is quite surprising, as with that much, he can get a PhD instantly or attain it slowly. However, the technology had no buyer yet, and the creators were forced to run the company. But they did it quite well. This is the cheapest time to secure shares after the IPO. But if he were to sell the entire technology now, they would have to return to their PhD programs. Jonathan pulls out a note and says that his first offer was $1 million, but he has a different idea now. He hands him a $10 million check, making the man rethink his whole plan. He notes that he has a partner, so he would also like to discuss it with them. Jonathan looks at his clock and says that in an hour he will be going to Washington, so he has 10 minutes. After a few short minutes, the man comes back, thanking Jonathan for his consideration and also wanting to refuse. But Jonathan doesn't let him, and instead hands him another $10 million. The man thinks that if the god of investment himself is that interested in them, they will surely make it big. He notes that they are already sure, but Jonathan asks if he knows how he created his fortune. The man notes that he read his book, which was quite impressive. Jonathan notes that then he must know that he bet his entire fortune twice. It wasn't luck or a gambling addiction. He simply seized an unmatched opportunity, and his calculations were correct every time. And he saw his third big change today. So how much does he think he's willing to bet on it now? They currently have over $500 billion in liquid funds ready for use. In the US, Canada, and also Japan. However, they should start from the beginning. When one desires something desperately, they will never reveal their real intentions. But he hasn't done that. Did he perhaps not consider changing his mind? The man asks what he means, and Jonathan notes that at the beginning, he was focused on selling until he met him. So what changed? Is he truly that confident that he can create more value than he proposed? If he really is, he won't stop him, even if he decides to leave now. He picks up his phone and cancels his meeting in Washington, as something with much more urgency has come up. The man thinks that this is a real through-and-through threat. Jonathan says that he will do his best for his sake, so he will be crystal clear from now on. This check isn't the end, and he will have no choice but to come back crawling towards him. The man shakes and sweats, wondering why he would go this far in the first place. He picks up the checks and clenches them while saying that he will consider the situation as seriously as a man could. But he wants 50 of the shares, and those 50 should be guaranteed management rights. If he's truly that passionate about them and their technology, he should at least guarantee that. Jonathan looks at him for a second, smiles, and apologizes for the apparent threats from before. They shake hands, and Jonathan says that fate follows his name and hopes that their new search engine, Google, lives up to its name. The man notes that he's excited to tell his partner about their deal, so he will be taking his leave. Jonathan wishes him farewell, but when he leaves, his face drops, and Sunhu comes out of a room, congratulating him for doing so well. Jonathan is clearly mad, as that guy just wanted to turn down $20 million. Sunhu is sure Jonathan thinks that $20 million is a bit much for a starting company, but shares shouldn't be bought at a low price in the first place, and that certain company will grow a ton in the next few years. That's when he gets a call, and someone says that they have found the cat. The call was from John Clark, a former mercenary who has now turned private detective for Wall Street. He changes jobs because he would rather make much more cash without the risk of dying on the battlefield, but he finds the work quite dull. But recently, they got a case that they couldn't solve within the rules, and he proposed a service that is beyond any legal boundaries. Their client just smiled, and John succeeded in getting what he wanted: a connection with an influential person. While in a van, the men get ready with guns and such, while Sunhu thinks that they couldn't find the first evil right away because he was in a detention center. He was there because of a suspected first-degree murder, but was released due to the lack of evidence. However, it must have truly been him. John gives Sunhu a look, so he gets ready. He tells his other men to wait around the building, and if the target were to escape, he must be shot on sight. Sunhu thinks that to commit blatant murder at the ripe age of 13 is insane, so he was probably a psycho long before this. Sunhu says that he, John, and their new guy T-Boy will be going as a group of 3, but they should not in any way underestimate their target because of how young he is, as that will surely lead to their doom. The payment for success is $1 billion, so they don't care why he wants to hunt down a 13-year-old, but they still find it quite weird. The operation begins, and everyone makes their way into positions. They arrive at the door, and Sunhu hears water coming from the bathroom, so he must have not noticed them quite yet. But that's when the door opens, and he immediately knocks out T-Bone and John with skill. Sunhu spots the opportunity to shoot at him, but manages to dodge every bullet that's coming for him. Sunhu urges the knocked out people to come to their senses, as they should all be shooting. They do so, but Bobby blocks every attack with a magic barrier around him. Sunhu notices this as a damage-absorbing seal, so this guy must be at least a C grade by now. The other men continue to shoot, and they are extremely shocked that the bullets aren't going in. That's when Sunhu strikes with Devi's sword, and his attack goes through, sending him crashing into a wall. He rushes in using Odin's Fury and uses a shackle metal on Bobby, hoping that he can end this once and for all. But his attack gets blocked, and the shackle fails, giving him the opportunity to strike back at Sunhu, but he dodges and punches him as hard as he possibly can. Bobby falls down and Sunhu notices that his punches go through. He continues to absolutely wail on Bobby while John and T-Boy watch. But that's when he grabs his arm and holds it back, as Bobby also has the man of adversity trait. He headbutts Sunhu, and the others try to shoot at him, but he instantly disappears using teleportation. Sunhu screams that the range is about 24 meters, so he is still nearby. He orders one to go on the roof and one to go to the basement while he checks the streets. They do so, and that's when Sunhu notices the knife that was inside of him all of this time. Because of this, the man of adversity activates, and Sunhu can only scream in rage, as they have been outplayed. Even with their now heightened senses, they weren't able to find Bobby, and as the man of adversity slowly wore off, so his consciousness faded. The next day, Sunhu walks somewhere and notices that even the battle-hardened soldiers, who went through much, couldn't hold back just how nervous they were. But it's to be expected, as what they saw yesterday was a whole new world of violence. He gets inside, and a deceased man is placed on top of a few boxes, with T-Boy and John watching him. Sunhu notes that he died because of a poison-related skill, so if it was directed at him to make him faint, a mere man like that would probably have his intestines melted from the inside out. He asks what his name was, and John notes that it was Brown. Sunhu notes that after all of this is put to bed, he will make an insurance fund for the employees, but now they need to focus on catching that rat bastard. John asks how they're going to catch a guy like him, and if they will be able to in the first place. Sunhu notes that the longer they take with this, the stronger he becomes. So if they just let this moment slip by, not even a large military force will be able to stand up to that guy in the future. John thinks that if what he says is true, this is no longer just a simple job, and he says that he understands. Later, John made a report on what Bobby had done. His victim was a 28-year-old male that he met on an online messaging board. As the murder weapon couldn't be found, he was released, as the evidence was too lacking. Even the letter that he wrote last night in order to plead his innocence was sent to the prosecutor in charge of his case. Quite a clever act. Sunhu looks at all of this information and comes to the conclusion that this bastard is hunting for potential awakeners. He calls Jonathan and asks how many gold online shares they have. The message board used was called Goal, which was serviced by Gold Online. For the sake of carrying out an investigation of a major crime related to them, and also being Jonathan's majority shareholder, Goal gave them access to their server logs. Through them, Sunhu found that Bobby used different aliases to lure potential awakeners in and eliminate them. He gives John the files of a couple of people Bobby talked with and says that they should put surveillance on these people. John asks if these people are related to that bastard, and Sunhu confirms this, but they should only observe them from a distance, as there's a chance their target will make contact with any of them. He should also take charge of at least one of those squads, as they need to be more organized if they are to catch this guy. He asks John if he needs any advice for this task, but he denies this, but they should talk about the cost. Sunhu puts his hand on a container door and says that the cost shouldn't be an issue. He opens it, and a gigantic sum of cash is inside. He has already prepared this with the trust company, so everything is fine now, right? With that, his business in America has ended. While on the plane, he reads about the latest gross earnings rankings, with Jonathan at first and Jillian at 7th. Sunhu thinks that first place doesn't feel so bad. A pension fund was created, which has influence over politics in America. The assets of billionaires all over the world go into the groups in New York, the shadow bank, which controls the world's economy behind the curtain, such a title wouldn't be far off. His thinking gets interrupted by a drunk man who demands more booze from a waitress. She apologizes profusely, and Sunhu can only watch this mess. The man notices and laughs, noting that even though they are both in first class, they are on whole different levels. He grabs Sunhu's shirt and notes that he's great. But he doesn't get to finish, as Sunhu zaps him with Odin's rage, which he learned to control when he saved Yeonhee from the dungeon. It was supposed to be used as a SA defibrillator, but it seems that it also has another use. At the airport, Yeonhee waits for him, who decided to trade the 11 points she gained from the dungeon for 11 bronze boxes. She waited for him, however, so that they could open them together. This was because she didn't want to cause any misunderstandings since she was contracted to hand over any items she gained to him. Inside the car, she wonders what kind of items she will get, and Sunhu can't help but smirk a bit. Inside his office, she opens one and gains a basic health boost, which she's quite happy with, much to Sunhu's surprise. She opens another one, but this time she gains an item, the dagger of the clown. She asks if this is any good, and Sunhu can only stare in shock, as he knows this item very well, and its ability to inflict a random negative effect on whoever it damages. Sunhu notes that it's the same as the 3 one-of-a-kind weapons, but was it perhaps strengthened? Is this really a bronze box item? This was the secret curse that he applied in the spirit world. Random negative effects. But if the strengthening were to fail, the item would be destroyed, and the 3 one-of-a-kind weapons are the only ones who were successfully strengthened to S tier. The original owner was someone who never stopped digging whenever he was into something, but he didn't imagine he would have gone that far. At another place, Director Park meets with the chairman, who calls him president, as he's become quite an influential man recently. That's when Park's face drops, and the chairman notices, saying that they should have a drink as punishment. While they do so, Park notes that he's the CEO, but it doesn't really suit him. However, all of his assets are under his fingers, right? The chairman smirks and notes that his eyes can't lie, as at today's meeting nobody could stand in front of him, like a bunch of scared children. So he came here today to ask for a favor. Could he release the shares that went to the Geonil Group? Of course he will be rewarded with 100 big ones, or rather, 1,000. How does that sound to him? This is the equity in the Hanshil Group that's in charge of controlling shares in the Hanshil Group. The Daehyun Group made a proposal of 200 billion won just recently. Park chugs his drink and notes that with his assets, he can also do that. He gets dressed and notes that he has to go to work, while the chairman urges him to sit down and accept the offer, as he needs money in his pockets to feel full, right? Park says that he already listened very carefully, so he should be wise, like the old man he is, and rethink the offer. The chairman tries to get his attention, but it's too late, and Park gets into the car while sighing heavily. He can't believe he just refused 100 or even 200 billion in his own pockets. But if he's honest, it felt damn good, and he's glad he's a part of Janil. That's when someone calls him and says that the meeting will be postponed until tomorrow. Park says that he will be there, is surprised that the meeting got cancelled, and also wonders what happened to that woman who refused the Blue House invitation. At Sunhu's office, Jamie looks at all the battle equipment he has, making her wonder if he's going to war or something. Sunhu notes that all of this is just a collection of sorts, so she shouldn't worry about it. He also notes that the media in this country is very censored when it comes to Jeonil, so he called her here in order to ask how the group's investment is doing. She says that she brings news that will surely make him a happy man, as they have secured the leasing shares in the top 10 business groups. Amid the nation's turmoil, conglomerates formed slush funds and reorganized their governance structures as well. For example, the equity structure that leads from Ilsung Groups, Dreamland and Life, to Ilsung Electronics, and then cycles from Ilsung Cards back to Dreamland again. This way, the Ilsung Group controls all of the shares in Ilsung Dreamland. The same could be said for Daehyun's Group and Elevator, as well as Hanshil Groups and Confectionery. They all play a key role in the management succession process, so they're called leashing shares. Jamie notes that it will be good for investors to see this country as a Jeonil republic, both in name and in reality. They have now entered the middle of summer. History has changed a bit, but natural disasters have hit on the exact same dates without exception. On the day the Olga typhoon hit the Korean peninsula, the heat of the stock market didn't cool down at all, despite the heavy rain. It seemed to follow New York's dot-com boom, And the current trend began with $10 billion invested in Jonil from Russia after the financial war. Daehyun's security quickly released Korea Fund products, and the Cyber Korea 21 policy was implemented after. However, on the day Korea repaid their last debt to the IMF, he had to make a decision. He wanted to show his parents that he finished school normally, but he can't put this off any longer. He's going to have to talk with his parents so that they don't worry. At home, he explains to his father what kinds of companies he's watching and calculates how and when to enter. He also shows his father that he got accepted as an analyst for Jonathan Investment, which surprised him quite a lot. Sunhoo notes that he's been studying since he gave him that account last year, and his father thinks that this is nothing short of being a genius. Sunhoo notes that this should be enough to please his parents, a sort of declaration to lay down arms, but he can't help it and wonders what his father is thinking right now. The father asks what that grim expression on his face is, and he apologizes. The father notes that he has nothing to apologize for, as he's quite special and didn't do anything wrong. He's just upset that he won't be able to be with him during this important moment in his life, as it would be great if he could check up on him and see how he's doing. That's when he hugs Sunhoo tightly and says that he's all grown up, so there's no need to look around for him anymore. He should enter the big leagues and do whatever he wants to do. He also apologizes, as he would have wanted to give him more support had he known. Sunhoo sheds a tear and notes that this is plenty already, as he's extremely grateful. He also talks with his mother about things, and he notes that taekwondo was his only hobby back then. His mother says that they were quite enthusiastic about representing the country, while also noticing how forced his smile was in this picture. She also presumed his working out was for this, but he didn't even last 3 months in there. He apologizes, and she smiles, noting that she's just glad her son found his thing. She truly means it. He, in turn, says that he will work hard enough for her to not need to worry about him ever. It seems that his parents were more prepared for the news than he originally thought. Sunhoo goes back to the office and spots Yeonhee, who looks quite happy. He immediately thinks she's using one of her skills to be so, but she notices his glare and swears she didn't use any type of skill to boost her mood. Sunhoo notes that her words make him feel at ease and asks how their research is going. She says that the explorer wasn't hard to find. Later they trek up a mountain until eventually they come up to a dungeon portal. Yeonhee immediately takes her hood off and notes that this wasn't open yesterday. Somebody must be in there. Sunhoo thinks that this is why he couldn't wait another 3 years to finish high school, as there are traces of awakening everywhere, not just here. Yeonhee pulls out her knife and asks how many there are. Or is it just one person, who must be vigilant if they are alone, right? Sunhoo thinks that he's quite surprised by her attitude, as he didn't teach her to be weary of pre-awakened people. He signals her to come closer, and says that it's difficult to find any real traces because of this heavy rain, so they should just wait and see. They do so, and Sunhoo thinks that hypothermia might start to set in pretty soon, but it's smart for her to forgo the hood, as she can hear better without it. That's when her eyes widen as the dungeon door slowly fades away from view. Sunhoo goes first and urges her to stay behind. He gets a message from the system that says he can enter the dungeon. It seems that it returned to its sealed state, so this means that the person inside is most likely dead. Yeonhoo asks if the person inside is dead, and he confirms this while also congratulating her for being vigilant, which is a good trait to have in their line of duty. While she feels proud because of the praise, he thinks that it's better that they both have escaper seals, but one can never really know what monsters await in the dungeon. They take their coats off and enter the dungeon, and 3 quests are activated: End Zone, Eradication of Graph, and Hibernation. Sunhoo seems to know something about Graph, and says that an arthropod would be quite ugly, right? She smiles and says that she's not scared of insects at all. But what about him? He continues to walk, and notices that she hasn't moved an inch from where he told her. Before he can ask her what she's doing, a large tail appears from the ceiling, and the whole beast descends upon them. Sunhoo grabs Yeonhee as fast as he can, and blocks the beast's relentless attacks. This is a fully grown fluid graph, and Sunhoo urges her to be careful as its tentacles are venomous. She wonders how something so huge and ugly can be called fluid, and Sunhoo demands she get a hold of herself, as they have been, and will go through worse than this. She asks what he means by this, and he notes that among the monsters, there are also ones that look exactly like humans. While attacking it, Sunhu thinks of all the strategies to kill a graph, which include cutting its antennas or tentacles, and he executes them perfectly. The system congratulates him and counts 1 graph out of the 30 he needs to complete the quest. He's quite surprised he managed to take this thing down so easily, as they were supposed to be a lot stronger than Anubis. They both look at the body, and Sunhu says that even though they look like mere plain insects, they have brains, so underestimating one can be a fatal mistake. She should also be careful of its venomous glands, as if she were to get stabbed or bitten by these things. The pain she would experience wouldn't be like anything else she'd felt before. Yeonhee asks if skills are the only way to get rid of the venom, and he confirms this, also noting that if one were to overdose on this stuff, they would wish for death instead. But even if that happens, the venom naturally dissipates from the body after a few days. He begins kicking the body and notes that the stiffness from dying is almost gone, while she asks what he's doing that for. He says that up until now, the situation hasn't been that great or fruitful, but now they have access to some quality stuff. He rips open the carapace of the beast and plunges his hand inside its still warm flesh. She's quite shocked at his actions, and shortly afterwards, Sunhu finds a glowing blue gem. She asks what it is, and he notes that it's a magic stone, which might be useless now, but in the future, it will be worth much more than gold ever was. But it seems that it wasn't just a coincidence that the first enemy was killed so easily. Gaia's will activates, and countless enemies are now watching closely as they hear the calling. Sunhu activates a seismic wave and uses the momentum created by it to slice through a few with Devi's sword. The extermination quota rises and he kills the ones who lost their antennas and are now rushing at him with his knife. He thinks that he's fought a lot of graphs before, but he's only received any injuries from all the high-frequency attacks. He feels that as he gets closer to the E grade, his old senses are slowly coming back. He underwent the countless combat experiences of an A-rank hunter, and he fought with the maximum power ever. It seems that his current state is much more powerful than the system can assess. He notes that they should finish things here quickly, as they don't have to wait long for them to attack. But something nobody would expect happened, as more than 100 graphs attacked them. He slowly wakes up and thinks that it's been 5 days since he was poisoned by their venom. He tries to remember what really happened, but everything is blurry, and the only thing he can really remember is how Yeonhee activated her bravery skill on him. He thinks that this must be the reason he can't remember much, as it's not like him to battle to the death with such a huge swarm. He didn't exactly use his skills expecting this to happen, but what's done is done. He pours some water into Yeonhee's mouth, which wakes her up, and he asks if she's okay. She in turn asks what happened, and Sunhu explains that they got cornered by a ton of them, and thanks to that, they cleared everything except the boss quest. After they got back on their feet and were ready to go, they distributed their rewards. Yeonhee has 2 dealing skills, hatred and confusion. Those skills will make her indistinguishable from the enemy. He's quite scared that she keeps getting such evil-sounding skills, but she does need at least a few secret moves, right? Among the ones he got, one attribute stands out from the rest. Natural-born person, which activates when another attribute activates and gives the activated attribute a low chance of being raised by a single grade. With this, he wonders if he can make a man of adversity go from S to SS. They grabbed the rest of the dungeon boxes and headed straight for the boss, while also sorting out his worries with Yeonhee. Sunhu thinks that first they must get better, as healers are a must if they are to venture into higher-tier dungeons. They finally arrive at some strange-looking pillars, and Suhu notes that they are sealed, medium-sized graphs. And the boss depends on these things. The main body is not a threat, so if they can break this shell, it won't be hard to deal with these things one by one. He tries to punch it open, but it's much sturdier than it looks, and Yeonhee uses a healing ability on him. It seems that he's going to have to try Man of Adversity to check the abilities he's got this time. He turns to Yeonhee, who laments what's about to transpire. The secret of Diva's knife has been unveiled, as its skill grade has risen to manhood in the face of adversity. Its description of a fraudulent skill that's one of many seems to be true. This ability can also be converted into Shiva's knife, and Sunhu thinks that this skill was used by one of the 7 evils and was quite powerful at that. It seems that this is why even Bobby was scared of the person carrying this skill, as it's possible to convert it to another skill that holds the name of a deity. He can't help but think of this as an absolute cheat. He tells Yeonhee to step back and activates Shiva's knife, which comes in the form of a fireball. He aims it at the ceiling, and it evenly spreads out to cover all of the sealed graphs. He thinks that Shiva's knife has good range and also does a fire attack. With this, he can boil those bugs inside their own shells. They begin to shake, and all of the graphs come out of their shells, ready to attack the one who disturbed their sleep. This time, Sunhoo uses only Odin's rage to eliminate them. And that's when a humanoid bug shrieks, causing both of them to cover their ears at the sound. He notes that it's too late for it to do anything, and he clashes his sword with its arm blades. This causes the random corrupting effect from the blade to activate, which gives Sunhoo the perfect opportunity to punch it dead. Yeonhee is slow to recover, and her body drops next to her. Sunhoo notes that it's over, and she can't help but cover her mouth at the sight of this thing. Sunhoo thinks that her sensory levels must be rising, so she probably noticed that a certain something is mixed with the graphs. She begins shaking, and Sunhoo notes that only the dungeon boss remains, so she should get ready. He told her previously that she would see ugly things, right? So she should get used to it already. They successfully take down the boss, and the system asks them to decide the first and second candidates. Naturally, the first candidate is Sunhoo, but Yeonhee was also given a good reward for being the second highest awakener to kill the dungeon boss. What came out of the given challenger box was Yi-Jise's gaze, a skill used by this era's first evil. This skill was something that everyone, including himself, had to avoid, as it could control minds and manipulate them. Now that Yeonhee has this extremely dangerous skill, he can only do one thing: maintain an undefeatable state of mind that can't be taken over or manipulated, ever. Later, Yeonhee's senses skills rose to E, and unlike physical and muscle strength, improving the senses is not easy to adapt to in the slightest. Light pokes constantly at the eyes, breathing starts to sound like screaming, and even the slightest smell is like that from a gutter. He says that there's some food in the fridge and to not open the curtains or turn on the lights. She asks if he's leaving, and he notes that his being here will be of no help, so she should call him when she's fine. She urges him to stay beside her, but he tells her to get used to it, as soon she will become an incredible existence. In the United States, in Arizona, at a hotel that goes through Route 66, a few mercenaries meet up, and the man who hired them, a blonde guy with black glasses, says that from now on, they have to return the items that have an assumed identity. A man there thinks that he acts like a cyborg, and has a much different air around him than the special forces. Another man notes that people who work at Langley are like this guy, the type of people who run the second they face danger. The man wonders if by Langley he meant the CIA, and the blonde man says that new agents are expected to follow grade 2 agents. They should keep their ears peeled, as he only wants 2 things from them: reports and secrecy. If they cannot follow these basic instructions, they should return now, as they will take care of the transportation fees. A man asks what they have to do in the first place, and the blonde man says that they simply have to catch a cat. Later they get into positions, and the guy with the glasses thinks that it's been hours since those guys went inside, so should he just run away? The man with the mustache notices his expression and says that he shouldn't even think of that nonsense, as if anything were to happen to the first team, they would be the ones who had to deal with it. Glasses says that this doesn't seem to be connected to any criminal organization or such, and Mustache notes that this operation is more like that of an intelligence agency because of how secretive all of this is. He tries to say something else, but that's when a blue beam appears in front of them. Glasses seems to notice something and urges the others not to move. Bobby appears in the blue light and reveals his butterfly knife. They become unable to move, and he's free to butcher anyone he wishes. Mustache tries to beg for his life in desperation, but Bobby doesn't bat an eye as he slashes his throat open. Glasses can only watch as his comrades are butchered by a smiling maniac who's clearly having way too much fun. He moves on to him, but instead of cutting him open like the others, he looks him straight in the eyes and notes that it's a pity. That's when countless shots come at him, but he teleports away, letting Glasses move. The people outside continue to follow him while he tries to catch his breath, as today he looks death square in the eyes. Later, he waits for someone at an airport, and thinks that a monster such as that will bring calamity upon everyone he meets. But he can't believe that there's someone even worse. The man who issued the hunting order was a cat hunting other cats. He introduces himself as Mick, and Sunhoo urges him not to be so nervous, as there was no way for them to catch the target in the first place. They drive through arid land accompanied by a convoy, and Sunhu notes that he heard what he went through and that he lost his colleagues in quite a gruesome way. Mick says that everyone in this field is prepared for things like that to happen, but Sunhu notes that death is a little different. He also asks if he has any doubts regarding the job, as they aren't working for the government, but are doing something that holds much meaning. Mick thanks him for his concerns, and they arrive at their location. They get out, and Sunhu, while on the phone with someone, confirms that the plan will proceed. The other mercs wonder who that Asian is, and if he's really buying the entire area so easily. Sunhu turns to them as he closes the call and notes that this has now become their private property, and they should close the roads while also preparing to camp for the next 2 weeks. That day, they hike through the mountain and make a campfire at night, where the mercs discuss what all of this is about. Is it just the hobby of a rich guy or something? Mick urges them to play some card games since they are so comfortable, but he assures them that this job won't be so relaxing and that they aren't just going camping. On the third day, at exactly 1923, they find a dungeon gate, which surprises everyone there, except Sunhu, naturally. Mick spots the same blue hue that premeditated Bobby's coming, so he gets ready to attack. But Sunhu stops him and says that all they need to do is guard this place. Mick seems the most serious about this, so he will be the leader until he returns. He asks how long he will be there, and Sunhu notes that he will be back within a week, by any means necessary. For days they do so until the gate starts making weird sounds, and the merc tells Mick instantly. They all point their guns at the gate and expect the worst to happen. But Sunhu slowly makes his way out of it, and Mick tells everyone to hold fire. Sunhu's upper body is covered in blood and cuts, and he looks extremely tired, but the dungeon has been destroyed. While in a tent, he thinks about how he sent Mick and the agents to Point 2, and that he also overcame the pain after he activated Man of Adversity. It was quite hard to recover without Yonhee, but he couldn't hold back his laughter as he managed to clear out a dungeon by himself. Vajrapani's guarding glove turned out to be of great help, as he wasn't affected by the boss monster's magic, and it absorbed quite a lot of damage. However, the brass ring broke in the process. Instead, he received the shadow ring, which he used because it has a secret skill. It's also quite great that his senses became stronger and will reach D rank soon enough. Later, he calls for Mick and urges him to sit down. He notes that he will be the executive from now on, which Mick finds surprising. Sunhu notes that John probably hasn't told him yet, but he has the authority to do such things. Mick asks what needs to be done, and Sunhu notes that he wants him to report John's and the other executives' every move. He's not asking him to suspect them, but it's needed as the organization grows. In the future, this whole thing will grow into an Awakeners Association for the management of Awakeners. So it's naturally something that needs to be maintained constantly in order to develop into a large and stable institution. John's camouflage facility was set up in an abandoned residential building near Manhattan. When he introduced Mick, he was uncomfortable, but he accepted it shortly after. John shows them to the surveillance room, where countless screens from a ton of cameras can be seen. John notes that they have agents on every street, and also spoke with the sheriffs in the area, so they will surely find something soon enough. Sunhu notes that this is great, as with this, Bobby won't be able to jump all over the place ever again, and also thinks that he must have run out of items, being that he was constantly chased, so he didn't have the opportunity to restock. He also asks about the Joshua case, and John says that they have a resident bodyguard who infiltrated his mansion, but through videos and information, it seems that this guy is just focused on business and nothing else. This is the real second virtue, Joshua von Carrion. He ordered people to keep an eye on his movements, but there's nothing out of place just yet. After having great success with his current business, Carrion will be on a roll with his family at his back. With that, the strongest armed group a revolution will be made. Mick drives Sunhu to a building, and while getting out, he says that this organization will continue to grow and grow. That's why his role is very important. Mick looks at him while he walks away and notices that he just walked into Jonathan's apartment. He thinks that he should stop inquiring further, as it's already hard enough to focus on the things ahead of him. Inside Jonathan's office, he asks Sunhu to let him know when he's going into hiding, as he's been writing mail for him. He also asks when he's going to New York, and Sunhu notes that he's going after he finishes some business here. He finds his question quite unprecedented, and he holds quite a dark expression on his face. Jonathan says that their entire net worth increased by 200%, so it's worth around $300 billion now. Sunhu thinks that this is impossible, as only crazy stocks are included in a crazy market. So it must be because he's a part of a New York group. If they combine Jillian's group with Jessica's funds, it should be around $500 billion. For a financer with knowledge of the future, it's not a bad thing to achieve in 2 years. Jonathan hands him a letter, noting that he provoked them, and it will be held on September 15th. Sunhu's eyes widen, as this is a hearing notice, which is basically a warning from the White House that if they don't follow instructions, they will stir up the group with various tax investigations. He asks from when this is, and Jonathan notes that they got it for a while. He asks what it is that they truly want, and Jonathan looks down before saying that the thing they want is him. There's no chance they would just let an Asian child mess around in their own world, so they will naturally craft a ploy to expose his information to the media and capture him in the palm of their hands, where he can't hope to escape. Their reaction is quite slower than he expected, but still, he tells Jonathan that his identity mustn't be revealed, no matter what. He says that he knows all too well, but how much money have these bastards put in by now? Sunhu thinks that revealing his identity to important people can't be helped, but he must prevent it from being shown to the whole world. The first person would be his parents. If it were to happen, they would live life like a prison, constantly surrounded by bodyguards. The second reason would be that the public attention that would tangle his parents' every action would also be put on him, so he would have an extremely hard time increasing his stats. Jonathan suggests they take out the pension reserve coming from the authorities, as spreading this feud with the White House to the Pension Reserve Committee will certainly be enough pressure. When they take into account the amount of cash they made from the pension reserve, they would go ballistic. Sunhu notes that something like that would be too weak, so they should arrange a meeting with Russia's current president and the Japanese prime minister, as he will be talking to them in person. Jonathan asks if he's going to talk about the public pension reserve with them, but this is not what Sunhu meant. He's going to scrape up the US Treasury hold from both countries, so they are basically going to mess with the US's detonator that they have spread all around the world. Jonathan is shocked that he wants to take such drastic action and says that getting involved in this situation wouldn't be that good for them. Sunhu notes that to fix that, they will issue Japanese government bonds in Russia and the reverse in Japan. That way, if they justify exchanging them for US government bonds, they will be basically left with no other choice but to accept. Jonathan can only sweat and wonder if this guy is really trying to start a third world war or something similar. But he can't help but feel that he's also to blame, and he apologizes, as he was part of the reason all of this happened. Sunhu notes that this was predictable, as it was bound to happen one way or another. Jonathan inquires about his target amount, and Sunhu says that, at least for now, all of the net worth of the New York group. However, if they don't back down, he will have to get some funds from the Isle of Man in London. Jonathan calculates all of this, and notes that they have $300 billion to play with now. This is the current US defense budget in 1 year, so even if London and the Isle of Man join, much worse things will arise. Much, much worse than starting a war. Sunhu urges him to try and lure the White House for the last time, against their will. He should tell them how big the situation has become. Jonathan gets up and dresses up, ready to meet them in person. This is their last chance anyway, and this can be used to stop a sizable war. Sunhu says that he's coming as well, and so they are ready to show the so-called officials what they can do. Later, they arrive at the White House, and while walking towards their destination, Sunhu urges Jonathan to stay still and not say anything until he gives him the signal. Jonathan says that he's pretty angry too, but when he gives him an angry look, he notes that he will stay out of it for now. They arrive at the office of the US Treasury Secretary, Ed. Sunhu thinks that he originally wanted to meet the president, but the secretary works as well, as they work together most, if not all, of the time. He takes no time in threatening him by saying he will bankrupt the LCTM, so he should take their conversation very seriously. Ed looks at him but smiles and says that this isn't his office, so he should just relax and talk calmly, as they have plenty of time anyway. Sunhu wonders if he's holding back because of how young he is, and he notes that he won't stop him from doing something so foolish, but the LCTM is an important asset for them as well, right? LCTM, where hedge funds that lost badly to us in the Russian financial war go. Although it was on the verge of bankruptcy, they almost dealt a very hard blow to the US and their economy. He took it over, however, and it now belongs to the New York group. Sunhu says that they are all indebted to them, so isn't it about time they started repaying? Ed asks what he might be talking about, as he doesn't know of any debt. Sunhu notes that if they had not taken over LCTM, they would have faced a much greater risk. But LCTM wasn't the only one they took over, as they picked up masses of corpses that would only spread poison, and with that, prevented the second Great Depression they mentioned themselves once or twice. Ed says that those things also filled up their pockets, but Sunhu doesn't even want to hear it. Ed asks Jonathan why he's standing so still, and Jonathan says that he just understands Sunhu's anger and is letting him speak. Ed wonders if he's being like this because of his public hearing, and Jonathan notes that it's true that Sunhu is young, but he's still his boss. So naturally, this isn't a matter that he can just intervene in. Sunhu begins talking about their donors and how they must be the reason some large conglomerates and banks in South Korea weren't able to do anything. He turns his back away and says that if he wants to play him, he can do as he pleases. But in return, everything that will happen from now on will be because of him and only him. He would have lived in a world where death penalty notifications were issued while laughing. Speaking in economic terms, though, it would be a world that hides a blade of astronomical size and amount. He's never really encountered such a direct and aggressive attitude. He smashes the table with his fist and asks how a mere child is daring enough to tell him off like this. Sunhu turns to see him and notes that the same could be said for himself. What's the deal with him letting the situation extend to this? And if he were in his shoes, he wouldn't raise his voice. Ed sweats profusely while he shakes and asks what he's even talking about. Sunhu notes that he's of course talking about Japan's block, as some young kid would have to stop before playing a joke, right? But no. If he blocks the bonds, he may even risk the target of the yen. Ed knows what this means, and Sunhu says that he doesn't know if Japan will ever be as cooperative with him ever again because of the dukes they did in the early 90s. He's still struggling with the recession. There are also many people who think that Russia is still in the Cold War, so he wouldn't know anything about that, right? Ed begins sweating even more and says that never in his life had he thought he would receive a declaration of war from inside the White House, as not even the Chinese ambassador would dare do something like this. Does he understand that he may lose everything just because of what he did just now? Sunhu says that he and Jonathan have way too much money, so they are confident about their victory, and even if they were to lose, he would still be able to earn money again. Ed gets up from his seat and bolts directly for Sunhu, and they exchange glares only those who know the financial world can give. Ed asks if this guy really is only 15, and Jonathan says that's correct, and that at first, he also underestimated him because of his age. Ed opens the door and notes that their little jokes went too far, but he will make a separate statement to the media. But they shouldn't forget, as this was just a small mistake that happened at the bot, and they should also take care of the misunderstanding regarding the pension reverse committee themselves. With that, he smashes the doors closed, and it seems that they have won, at least for now. Jonathan is surprised by his reaction and can't help but smirk at Sunhu. Later, while they are in the car, he bursts out in laughter, as they have done something that is just plain crazy. Sunhu notes that it's no laughing matter, and thinks that he heard that the finance department in the White House has raised the white flag, and that the S-ranked financial boss resigned on his own. Because it's something like that, it won't scare him, as he needs to make sure he doesn't upset them too much and start an unnecessary fight. In the past, when the day of beginning came, civilization declined through 3 stages. The first would be that governments and capitalists all around the world panicked a ton. The second would be their self-destruction with nuclear bombs. And the third, the civil war of the 8 evils and virtues. If the first stage was actually well responded to, many issues wouldn't have occurred afterwards because the first monsters that stepped out of the gates were able to be put down with human firearms. As the economy collapsed all over, so did order. In a moment of panic and uncertainty, a nuclear weapon was used, and then many more, causing the world to crumble. In the future, he hopes that when that day occurs, the foundation of human life won't collapse. That is the future he wishes to build. But in order to do it, he needs to save a ton of money. Jonathan talks with someone over the phone, and when he finishes, he tells Sunhu that gold online just flopped. Originally, The highest point of the dot-com bubble was in March of the year 2000, when the Nasdaq index exceeded the 5,000-point mark. And until October of 2002, it went below 1,000, and 80% of it just vanished. Sunhu asks him how high the index was yesterday, and Jonathan notes that it was 5,339. So how far is it going to drop? Sunhu thinks that this is a higher figure than he remembered, but a little change is to be expected. He says that it will most likely drop below 1,000. The subprime situation in 2008 was the middle bridge of the Great Recession in the world economy. He says that it started with the Asian financial crisis, more specifically with the attack on Korea. Jonathan notes that it was during the dot-com bubble. So what happened then? Sunhu says that because of the financial crisis that was affecting everyone globally, Mexico and Russia's interest rates went down, and a lot of money was lost as a result. The millennium's rosy fantasy also needs to be taken into account, and with all of this combined, the dot-com bubble burst. But he didn't mean to talk about this, and instead, they will continue to lower the benchmark interest rate at the Fed to ease the subsequent stock market fallout. Jonathan notes that they will do as he says, but when should they stop? Sunhu says that the metaphorical ingredients will be available from today until 2001. They will see the benchmark interest rate hit below the 1% mark and keep watching until they cook it after 2008. Jonathan smiles and notes that if they were to do so, it would be real estate. Sunhu finds it natural that the real estate would go up. But the real problem is the poison that will build up, as between 2007 and 2009, the biggest bomb ever will explode, an explosion beyond anyone's wildest imagination. Jonathan finds his words quite worrying and asks if it's just a rough assumption. Sunhu looks out of the window and notes that the world's economy, and the financial system with it, will be paralyzed. South Korea's IMF, the dot-com myth and its eventual collapse, the terror of war, and the great oil era accompanied by real estate myths. And the final piece is the subprime mortgage crisis at its sad end. This is simple cause and effect, and in an economy that unites the world, there are no results that would go without a win-win situation. He alone has to calculate the shock from Hong Kong, which will certainly increase the game, and the Russian financial war, which they must be alert to at all times. He tells Jonathan that this is a long-term revision, so he will send him a draft as soon as he gets back to Seoul. Later, he gets there but doesn't know what to write, as it's quite hard. The reason is that there's nothing that can be proved with data. 9.11 and the Iraq War will soon commence, and if he has to deal with something like that in January of the year 2000, it's not a matter of a tax audit or something similar. The unfortunate event that will happen this year will become a rebellion against the world. And it's like the day of the beginning, but much more severe, as a devastating attack that destroyed the symbol of the world economy at once will occur. But come to think of it, he wonders why just low-level monsters came out of the gates at first. As if the 7 demon emperors came at once. They would have taken humanity out in a second. Anyway, he mustn't let history unfold itself like it has previously. So he has to write a draft that would convince the geniuses. He will start with the US presidential election in September, as the second president was born into a rich family and does oil business. The link between the situation and the Gulf War that his father caused, he will use this as a strand. All of his subordinates received the draft, and Jessica calls Jillian, asking if he got the draft. He notes that he did, but it's not something that they should talk about over the phone, so they should meet as group representatives, of course. She notes that she will get going right now, so he should wait patiently. She swiftly makes her way down and notices that her hair is all over the place because of how much work she's done, so she takes a bit of time to fix it. She drives extremely fast to Jillian's location in a red car and comes inside his office screaming that this is like a novel-like story. Who would have expected Russia to collapse this much? He notes that this case can't be compared to Russia's bankruptcy, and that's not the reason he called her here. She notices how cranky he is, probably because he hasn't slept for a long while, and he says that as long as it's based on this draft, investments equivalent to the group's whole assets aren't their responsibility, but he doesn't like this one bit. Jessica asks what he means, and Jillian notes that it's plenty enough to rely on a genius draft once, so it's just scary. She asks where it is, perhaps Silverman or Lotshilt. She begins caressing his hair and notes that maybe he's mistaken. They are only provided ingredients, so it's up to them what they cook, right? They are the cooks in this situation, not farmers or fishermen, as those are entirely different things. There's no real reason for them to fall before this genius draft. They are great, sure, but those groups are full of experts, and they fight alone. So in that field, they are the best. Jillian urges her to keep it professional, but he can't deny they are a man and a woman, and so they spend the night together. Guillaume thinks of what the draft was about, the Republican convention and the future of the U.S. presidential election, a behavioral analysis of the current governor of Texas, expert observations of the U.S. real estate market, as well as many more things, including the direction of the world's 4 oil markets. This is all a very sharp analysis of macroeconomic trends, which is something that a single person wouldn't be able to put together, as it would take at least 100 people. It's stupid to feel inferior to such an elite group, and he bets a pretty penny that their directing department is active even at this very moment. But where could it really be? On that rainy night, Sunhoo waits outside, almost as if he's expecting someone. That's when a man with an umbrella comes and shields him from the rain, saying that the president asked for his presence, and also thanking him for his understanding and consideration. They drive quite a lot and end up in a very secretive parking lot. The man gets out of the car and bows down to the woman he was waiting for. The woman, Jamie, gets in the car, and Sunhoo asks if the government's surveillance has become that strong. She notes that wiretapping and tailing of executives has become normal, so sooner or later, they are going to hash out the problem. She hands him a folder and urges him to take a look at the contents. He does so, and it's Gianil Investments' asset management report. Out of the 902 stocks listed on CoSP, more than 230 belong to the largest and major shareholders. Because of this, the constant surveillance of the government is only natural. While Korea was shaken by the IMF and their unreasonable demands, the Jeonil Group eroded 25% of Korea's economy. If Jeonil Group, a foreign company, only makes profit and turns tail, it would be like the IMF struck once again. But it won't happen, and he tells Jamie that he heard about Director Park Chung-sik and that now he's called the Chief Financial Officer. Jamie thinks he's mad and tries to explain it, but instead, he wants her to support him further, as he's not the Chief Financial Officer, but rather the Finance King. She is the CEO, so there's no need to change that, but he would like it if she took better care of maintaining the corporation's whole image. Does she forget why they hired her in the first place? Regardless of documentaries, current affairs, or even entertainment, she should just leave it. They need to make sure that the public doesn't see them as foreigners. Jamie did a good job all in all, but he needed to make sure she did her job well, as he's planning to enter dungeons all over the world for more than 6 months, where he will basically vanish. He spends time with his family and tells them that he's going to the US. His father asks where exactly, and he notes that he has a room reserved near the company, so Manhattan. His father says that he will look great there and is quite happy that he made it there before him. That's when he notices the drink he was about to consume and suggests they drink together, much to the mother's dismay. Sunhoo smiles and thinks that this reminds him of the time he was a Wall Street loser drinking with his father, and even then, he always worried about him. His father notes that his favorite quote is, "Life is like climbing a mountain. If the mountain is tall, rest, then climb, fall, rest, and try again." There's not just one mountain, so he can climb any one he wishes. The Wall Street presence will surely be incredible, so if things get really difficult, he shouldn't torture himself with it and just come back home. He and his mother will always be there for him, no matter what. While at an airport, Sunhoo reads this year's billionaire ranking, with him in first place and Jonathan in second place. He thinks that neither his name nor nationality were revealed, so Ed was smart about it in the end. That's when Yeonhee grabs his attention, and he's ready to leave. They get inside a car, where the mercenaries are checking that their weapons are functioning well, which leaves her quite surprised. Sunhoo notes that he already told her, but she just can't shake the feeling that all of these people are very afraid of him, not even counting the driver, but it's not exactly fear, but more like awe. Sunho says that they worked together once and thinks that her skills have become stronger, so she's definitely changed. Later, they arrive at a gate that is high in some snowy mountains. Mick hands him a white blade, and he in turn gives it to Yeonhee, as it is now hers. She slowly unsheathes it and starts swinging it around, much to the mercenaries' surprise. She finally stops and notes that it's worse than what they received from the dungeon, but it will have to do for now. Sunhoo finds this quite surprising, as even though she's not using a single skill, none of these guys could hope to beat her currently. He tells Mick that he will trust him with the rest, and he asks how long they will be gone for. Sunhoo just smiles, and while going through the gate, notes that they will be back in 5 days, at most. Yeonhee waves them goodbye, and so begins their dungeon crawl. When they enter, they get the quest to eliminate Xiphos and another named Common Whipping. Sunhoo seems to know his name, and Yeonhee looks up, almost as if anticipating something. Sunhoo notices and says that this time there will be no bugs, so she can rest assured. Her face radiates happiness at this information, and Sunhoo notes that their goal right now is to complete the dungeon in 5 days and not use adversity. Yeonhee asks how that's possible, and he notes that she can heal him, right? She also wonders why they aren't just opening more boxes with the points they have gathered, and he says that they need to get used to the skills they upgraded, and more skills will just get in the way. That's when he spots the beasts they will be fighting, and Yeonhee finds them quite cute, as they are fluffy and don't seem to be that dangerous. That's when they begin shaking and reveal their true forms, which are quite ugly, and Yeonhee changes her opinion. Sunhoo urges her to test that ability out, and she begins using the eyes of Aegis. The beast's eyes turn purple, and almost as if possessed, they start ripping each other to shreds. Sunhoo looks at this and thinks that she just defeated a third of the enemy forces in one breath. This is truly an amazing and quite frightening skill. Some manage to go through her skill and go straight for her, but she's ready, as she swiftly takes out her attackers quite effortlessly. Sunhoo demands she stop, as she's exceeding her limits too much. He's quite surprised when they look at each other, as her eyes are filled with murderous intent. He thinks that it must be because she desires to control Xiphos, which seems to have consumed her. It's clear she needs some training, as this is the first time she's experimented with the eyes of Aegis. On the border between dream and reality, the mentality of a person breaks easily, and a feeling of helplessness can be felt. That's when, at the moment his consciousness was gradually consumed by Yeonhee, and this skill, she broke out of it with a scream, and said that what she saw was straight hell. She delved into a part of his memory, and was thrown out. She saw the 7 devil emperors, and even though she's already a member of this strange world, and is also earning some cash from it, she experienced fear that would simply break unsuspecting minds. This skill needs to be trained thoroughly in order for her to not merge with her targets, and if she had been in that state during the test site, she would have certainly died with no chance to develop the skill. The second evil was able to gain notoriety and reputation with the eyes of Aegis, but Yeonhee is pre-awakened, so it's naturally harder for her to get used to these things. That's when he notices something, and he swings his knife directly behind him. Before the beast could do much, he managed to slay it, and the quest Common Whipping has been completed as a result, giving him 1,500 points and a golden box. Sunhoo catches his breath and thinks that 5 days of not using Man of Adversity might not be possible, as it's only been 3 days and he's already pretty tired and overworked. If it weren't for the dungeon box and skill-charging time, he would have been forced to use it much earlier. While Yeonhee heals him, he notes that her healing ability has improved, and thinks that even after finding out about the 7 devil emperors, she seems to have steeled herself once again. This rookie and her mentality keep growing stronger by the day. Him as well, as he's trying to overcome her overwhelming growth and the dangers that come with it. In the process of monopolizing the dungeons, he memorized the locations of the F-class dungeons, which didn't garner that much interest for him. However, if they take all of this, they will be at a completely different starting point than the others at the test site. He says that next time, they should aim to do a dungeon in just 1 day. Yeonhee is hesitant to answer, but finds the courage to agree, and so the monopolization of the dungeons began. They complete quest after quest and confirm that the F-graded dungeons were not a threat, so it wasn't that dangerous to farm in them. But just from an F-graded dungeon, Yeonhee's stats increased to the next level, including her abilities. While she was adjusting to her newly raised abilities, Sunhoo went into the dungeon by himself, as he didn't want to dwarf his growth. While they drive to their next location, Sunhoo notes that he has 53200 points and asks her how much she has. 47310 is the number, and Sunhoo thinks that if they collect just a bit more, they could open a diamond box with just those. He's also quite shocked that they managed to clear 15 dungeons within 2 months, meaning 1 dungeon every 4 days, including the time for maintenance and travel. While sleeping, Yeonhee says the names of her skills, which he finds quite impressive. Most of the people in the van are sleeping, and Sunhoo finds it nice to see everyone's faces. He tells Mick to take Highway 115, as they will be going to a hotel. Yeonhee, who is still groggy from sleeping, asks why they are going to one. Are there perhaps dungeons inside of hotels too? Sunhoo tells everyone to stow their weapons away, as they will be taking a short rest in Las Vegas. Everyone's expression widens, and they cheer for him while also hoping he doesn't change his mind suddenly. In the city of Vegas, where everyone gambles and is having fun, the party arrives, ready to have some fun after such a long time. They drink, eat, and gamble like no other, with the people looking at them, wondering if they were kept prisoner or something to act this way. Sunhoo finds the way they act a bit embarrassing, but after so much work, it's deserved. He puts his hand on Yeonhee's shoulder and says that they should go to a quiet place for just a second. She blushes and agrees, clearly expecting something. He takes her to a VIP room that's quieter, so they can focus on the games more. She's clearly disappointed by this, and that's when the manager of Hanshil Group, Jo Chang-ho, spots her and immediately welcomes her in, as he was having a meeting with someone else here as well. He asks who the man next to her is, wondering if he ever saw him somewhere else. Yeonhee greets him as well and notes that the person next to him is her lover. Chang-ho tries his best to contain his anger, and Yeonhee tells Sunhoo that he's one of the sponsors of their hospital and that he's quite annoying, so she asks him to play along for now. He invites them to play a game or two, as they are in Vegas, and that's only natural, right? Sunhoo wonders if this guy is from the Hansel Group, and Yeonhee asks if he knows about him. He thinks that the New Hope Medical Corporation he gave to Yeonhee was gaining some fame due to its various stories, and a certain story drew even more attention to the IMF's gloomy image. Thanks to that, many unpleasant individuals got involved in the group, and the Hanshul Group was criticized for being the second generation of troublemakers. Chang-ho thinks that this hillbilly and unclassy-looking woman could never hope to afford such expensive games, so he will play around with that plain guy sitting next to her, and with his poker face that was recognized by even pro players, he's sure to win. In the first game he gets destroyed, the second even more so, and by the third, he's just plain confused. They have to be cheating. Sunhoo asks Yeonhee if she used her skill, but she confirms that she didn't, as what he had was easily read on his face. Sunhoo notes that they should stop, as the bets have also ended. Chang-ho is having none of this, as he's not that guy just because he won a bit of money. The casino guards calm him, as there are people watching. But it's proving difficult to do so, as Chang-ho is extremely angry and quite ashamed that he lost in such a manner. That's when a mysterious force pushes him to leave, as he has an urgent matter to attend to. The guards leave with him, and Yeonhee, who used her skill on him, notes that she wanted to rest, but this guy was ruining the mood. Sunhoo says that she did a good job, but they do have a couple of days left of this vacation. Yeonhee is happy to receive this piece of information, but they need to take care of just one thing before they can relax. Sunhoo calls Mick and notes that he will come through the back door, so they should get ready. It seems that the cat they are hunting is very near. It seems that when they were playing the game of poker with Chang-ho, who was extremely easy to read, Sunhoo felt a strange gaze that kept watching them. That's when he called Mick and said out loud that he was going through the back door. The stalker, hearing this, follows him. But shortly after, Mick comes from behind him silently and knocks him out with a headlock. Mick finds it surprising that he managed to do so, as he expected more of a challenge. This stalker has a special attribute named Chaser, which is an ability that can detect monsters or awakeners, so it's quite useful to have. Sunhoo gets some information about him, that he runs a big fast food chain in the east and has no companion on the hotel guest list. Sunhoo thinks that there were no security cameras and nothing really happened, so he won't be investigated. But what should they do with him now? The stalker slowly opens his eyes and demands to know what he's doing here. Sunhoo notes that he's acting prematurely, as he's been following him secretly, so he thought he was a robber or something worse. He tells Yeonhee to do her thing, and the stalker is extremely worried as he can't control his body. He rises up and walks toward the balcony without his consent. He starts climbing the window as if to jump off, and Sunhoo hopes he understands the situation he's in right now, as they can just make it seem like he committed suicide, almost as if it's nothing. The stalker screeches that he will explain why he chose to follow him, and Sunhoo gives Yeonhee a knowing nod. She removes her ability from him And Sunhu says that it's either because of the chaser attribute or a quest he had to do. He's never met another awakened before, so he should consider himself lucky to be alive, even now. Because there are some quests that require awakening to kill someone. This information shocks the stalker and Yeonhee, but he denies having undertaken such a quest. Sunhu asks why he should just believe him, and the stalker notes that because of his chaser attribute, if he lets him live, he could be of help to their group. Sunhu urges him not to even think of making a fuss, as his friend over here can enter people's minds, so he knows what that means, right? With that threat, he spilled everything, including his status window. His name is Leon, and his stats aren't anything special. He awakened during his graduation ceremony and acquired the chaser attribute through a life quest. He met an awakened before who seemed to be quite evil from his words, so he's extremely lucky he's still alive. Leon notes that he would like to join their group, as he will do his utmost to maintain and assist it in any way possible. Sunhu accepted, as the chaser attribute this man holds is an ability that is very needed should they challenge one of the top dungeons. They get on the rooftop, where a helicopter arrives, and Sunhu urges him to get in, as this is what he requested. He also tells Mick that this guy is no threat, so they should be harsh to him. However, if he acts badly, they are free to fix his behavior. Mick asks where they can take that, and Sunhu notes that as long as they don't kill him, they can do anything. If he joins them, he will become a formidable force in their party. But if it's the opposite, he will have to be the first awakened they eliminate. So now it's up to him. Which side will he choose? He goes back to their room and spots that Yeonhee is quite moody. He assures her that he just sent Leon to the training center, but that's not what she was worried about. She just can't believe that quests involving murder would be given. Is the system actually just evil? Sunhu thinks that she spoke just like one of the 8 evils, and says that the system simply wants them to become stronger, so they shouldn't think about its meaning and use it to become stronger. However, they can have that conversation later, as they need to start the main event. Sunhu summons countless boxes, and thinks that this is more thrilling than any gambling game out there. 30 silver boxes and 30 gold boxes. That night, under the colored sky of Las Vegas, Sunhu made all of his abilities, other than his strength, D ranks. One day, Jonathan calls him, and is quite mad that Sunhu is ignoring him so much. It's been more than a year since they started going through F-ranked dungeons, and what Jonathan wants now is to enter the real estate mortgage business, which will certainly benefit them, but now is just not the time. Jonathan agrees, but this is an opportune time, too great to miss. Sunhu urges him to just be patient until they don't need to be worried about anyone breathing on their necks, at least. Jonathan wonders what he's talking about, and Sunhu says that he should just focus on the short-term draft for now. Jonathan notes that he's been focusing on that and went to every house that was for sale. IT, media, and communications had the biggest drop in price. Sunhu congratulates him and says that if he works hard enough, his group will become an empire. They close the call, and Jonathan smiles at that notion. What Sunhu is trying to get is mightier than a dragon. To become the god of financiers and perhaps hold more power than the Rothschilds. While driving somewhere, Sunhu thinks that he can't really specify the date, but that a certain event will surely be repeated. The Kosovo War and the governor's election in Texas, so there don't seem to be any major changes in the time flow. After that day, they will be above them and do anything they want, right in their living room. 4 months later, in the year 2001, in England, Sunhu and Yeonhee arrive at a salon. She notes that this place looks great, and he says that it is, as you can't enter here just because you have large amounts of cash. Yeonhee overhears a conversation about something regarding the Rothschilds and says that these people must be from the Rothschild Bank. Sunhu thinks that they are, since this very salon is run by the Rothschild family in the first place. He asks if she knows what a Rothschild does, and while sitting down, she notes that she heard some downright silly stories about them, but now that they have become similar, those stories seem like common sense. She starts listening for useful information, as she's raised her senses to see, so now the soundproofing around here is a joke to get past. Sunhu thinks that they came here to just show her this part of the world, but it seems that the Rothschild workers are having quite a serious conversation right now. She overhears them colluding to do something evil with the Berlin Bank and US Treasury, and tells Sunhu while asking if she's really hearing these things right. Sunhu notes that if they are doing that, they must be trying to boost the gold market, so she should invest in some gold once they return to Seoul. She asks how two people can decide stuff like this that could destroy lives, and Sunhoo notes that reality is much more evil than the dungeons, so she shouldn't think that they are the only ones living in a different world. The clock chimes, and in that second, Yeonhee hears countless voices and sounds. Among them is the news that a plane crashed into the World Trade Center. It seems that it has begun. Shortly after, the news confirmed that at exactly 8:46 a.m. local time, a passenger plane crashed into the World Trade Center, and the building soon became a pillar of flame and tragedy. Wall Street is in shambles, as stocks and trades are falling and rising left and right, creating pure and utter chaos everywhere. Sunhoo calls Jonathan and tells him to get rid of their gift positions, no matter if they lose money or not. While texting, he thinks that this situation that caused a tragedy felt throughout the world was not a simple accident, but the market has yet to realize that. He texts 3 people that they need to clear all positions right now and will not accept any sort of objection. Those 3 texts were sent to Jillian, who's in the same kind of hell now, Jessica, who is near the Isle of Man, and Daniel, who recently gained independence from the Isle of Man group. Sunhoo looks at his clock and thinks that 9.11 became 8.11, but the time did not change. What nobody has realized is that in about 5 minutes, there will be a second crash. Jonathan says that the whole market has turned into a strong sell-off, as everyone is selling. It's supposedly funded by the Isle of Man. The problem is that market participants are starting to copy them hard. That's when he hears a sudden crash, and when he looks out the window, he spots that the second tower has been hit. He tells Sunhoo what happened and notes that they need to get all of their staff out now. The 2 largest mountains of global finance, Wall Street in New York and the City of London, got the brunt of it. Sure, New York was the one directly attacked, but the shock of the CT was no different. It was like a war just started, and the people who could stay calm now can't even be calculated. Among them, those who move quickly are fewer, but fortunately, he's among them. He urges Yeonhee to go back to the house, and he leaves. Now the true master of the world is about to change. An amateur group of 4 university students decided to proceed with their well-thought-out investment plan, and on September 11th, they hit the jackpot. But their luck would slowly become something they wouldn't want as the American authorities initiated an investigation into them. This case, which raised human rights violations, was the beginning of a newly enacted Patriot Act. There was a clear reason why a student of Arab ethnicity was among the 4 unidentified students. The Arab terror forces were behind the attack, and the outflow of oil money from the US market was valued at a gigantic $200 billion USD. Attracting that money and engulfing the oil market and even real estate is when the long-term draft begins to make moves. He meets with Jillian, who apologizes for keeping him waiting, as this whole situation was plain disastrous. Sunhoo notes that it is, as not even the directing department could hope to predict something like this. But did he receive his message? Jillian says that he did, and they managed to handle a portion of it before the terror attacks were officially confirmed. They didn't have time to close all of the positions, but it could have definitely resulted in an even bigger loss. Sunhoo reads the papers and notes that it was beyond their control in the first place, so nobody is responsible. But what's really important begins now. The long-term draft did predict the interest rate cut and the Iraq War. Jillian thinks about this and says that all of this will serve as a trigger. Sunhoo asks if there isn't any oil money in the funds he invested in, and if there is, he should meet them as soon as possible. While watching the president's statement on all of this, Jillian thinks that all of this time, he's been cultivating relationships with billionaires, hoping to one day bring them into the Jonathan Group. Among them are Prince Walalman, the first in line of succession of the Saudi royal family, and Prince Eleceed, his henchman and warehouse manager. These 2 men alone have the power to influence the Arab investment funds dramatically. All of the preparations he has made up until now have not fit perfectly, almost as if put in place deliberately. So is that guy thinking about taking America's oil money out of the country while the terror attacks are under investigation? He's been mysterious even since he met him. When they lost to the Jonathan Group in Thailand and Hong Kong, when he was just about to get kicked out of Morgan, he got a call that someone had come to meet him. A young Asian, who was difficult to read, came with quite the unconventional proposal. As long as he moves on the basis of the directing department's draft, he will not be responsible for any damages caused. But now that he thinks about it, what can the directing department be? He picks up his phone and tells someone to track down a certain person. Asian man in his early 20s, who goes by the alias Ethan. The guy he called notes that he will start searching right now, and Jillian looks for any security camera footage to send to the investigator. That's when Sunhoo says that he mustn't like his position if he does things like this. He's allowed him to be independent up until now, but he's also ensured his control over management rights. Jillian is at a loss for words, and Sunhoo says that they should solve their matters here, as it's much better than trying to spy on him. Jillian wonders if he will drop him now, as the opportunity to surpass even Jonathan is right in his hands. But besides that, how did this man hide so well? Is he a devil or something? Sunhoo gives him a message on the computer, which says that even though he's childish with his money, he certainly has the talent, so his contract will be extended a bit more. Sunhoo notes that he wrote that in his stead, but this is just the beginning, so he should pay close attention to future events. Jonathan sits in his office and thinks of Sunhoo's words about not worrying about people. Did he really know that the president would issue a hunt for the terrorists and everyone who chooses to shelter them? He just can't sit still, so he calls Jeffrey K. and demands he give him a list of the banks potentially targeted with net exhaust. Inside the training facility, Leon is blindfolded and gets permission to start the exercise. He moves swiftly, and even though he can't see much, he attacks the dummies in all the right places. He manages to finish in 2 minutes and 23 seconds. Mick shows Sunhoo and Yeonhee this, and notes that he's quite skilled, but what does he think? Sunhoo notes that his movements aren't that great, but he's usable enough. Leon, or he should rather be named their casino chip. Leon walks towards Sunhoo and wants to ask one simple question. Is this organization involved in the recent terrorist attacks? Mick punches him in the chest instantly as to shut him up, and Sunhoo notes that they shouldn't talk about that, as they are facing a much bigger threat than that, so they should get going. They lead him to a dungeon, and he asks if this is really a gate for one. Yeonhee confirms this while also calling him Casino Chip. She is called Mari, and the leader, Sunhoo, is Odin. These codenames were put in place to hide their identities, but also for Yeonhee's sake. After all, relationships between awakeners should be very different from relationships in the outside world. They slowly make their way into the dungeon, and the Declan extermination appears. Yeonhee whispers to Sunhoo that it's been quite some time since they've been here, and Leon spots that behind that door, there is a beast. Sunhoo urges him to enter and watch carefully. He blasts the door open, and seconds later, a single scout comes out, thirsty for blood. Yeonhee gets on top of it, while it focuses on Leon, and impales it with the random effects dagger, giving it the bind effect. The beast is now paralyzed, and Sunhoo urges Leon to go and finish the job. He's still quite shocked, and Sunhoo says that it poses no danger to him, so he should just kill it. Leon notes that it's still alive, but Sunhoo has none of it. If he continues acting like this, he will meet a tragic fate, so he should wake up to reality already. There are only two choices in this world: killed or be killed. While breathing heavily, he slowly makes his way towards the beast, and Yeonhee thinks of what Sunhoo said. They need to adjust their level to his F-grade stats, and should not use any skills in the next dungeon, because this is like Leon's final exam. She asks what will happen if he does not pass, and Sunhoo notes that then he would have no use for him. After he did it, they went to the next room, and Sunhoo wonders how many are inside. Leon notes that he feels there are more than 10, and Sunhoo explains that he's the tanker, Yeonhee the healer, and he's the damage dealer. He will draw their attention when he attacks, and Yeonhee will heal him, so he shouldn't worry about anything, even if the injury is fatal. If he manages to stick to his role, he won't die. They survive together and die together. Leon begins shaking uncontrollably, and Sunhoo notices this. He undresses and says that he has already explained to him what will happen on the day of the beginning, so whether he likes it or not, he will be dragged back here anyway. This place is the weakest dungeon to exist, so with their help, it won't be that hard for him. However, should he feel otherwise, he will give him this one chance to escape with this engraving on his chest, which is called a seal. It's an escape seal, to be precise, and if one were to rip off the engraved skin and swallow it, the seal would be transferred to them. Now, he must make a choice. Will he run away and wait for the day of the beginning, or will he stay with this group, which has the highest chance of survival? Leon thinks long and hard and finally comes to the conclusion that he will go with them, while also apologizing for showing such a weak display. They continue to fight the scouts, with Leon at the forefront of every battle. At first, he thought he was meant to be strong and naturally was so. But after battling so many beasts at once, he's considering otherwise. He drags his body while walking, and Yeonhee notices. She whispers to Sunhoo that Leon's condition is too bad, so she would like to use Valder's silence at least once on him. This skill is the highest of the mental healing skills, and its effectiveness amplifies by a large margin once it is upgraded to rank C. He says that he indeed looks pretty pitiful, and she notes that it would be great to have one additional team member, and right now, he just looks like a lonely child crying out for his mother. Family is like a sort of disruptive trigger for Yeonhee's mental realm, as even after she became extremely rich, her family relationship didn't progress in the slightest. If this were the real examination, friendship and such things would be considered a luxury. But perhaps now, he should be more considerate. He allows her to use his silence. She hopes that now his mind is a bit clearer, as this is the power of a real healer. Leon finds this ability quite amazing, and thanks her profusely for what she just did. She looks at him for a second and urges him to prepare for what comes next, as she also didn't have any training when she started, so it will be hard. She continues to take care of him. But Sunhoo is on the other side of this, as he wonders if this guy will turn tail at the expense of the exam, or if he will fight for the team and its survival. However, it is time to think about these things, as his real examination is about to begin. In the boss room, countless scouts lay dead, and Leon tries to wake Sunhoo up with all of his might. The boss, Anubis, is extremely hurt, but still standing. Sunhoo demands he go finish it off. End that devil of a beast. Leon wonders what he can do to fight it, and that's when it screams out, causing him to retreat. But this proves to be useful, as he has landed next to Yeonhee's dagger. With this, he will surely slay the beast. The boss lashes out once again, and Sunhoo, who was faking his state all of this time, thinks that Leon can easily take this guy out if he's not scared, as it's barely holding on. But instead of doing that, Leon moves the dagger close to one of Sunhoo's seals, as, in his sorry state, the only thing he can think of is escaping. That's when Sunhoo grabs the knife, and with a murderous look, announces that his test is over. After they left the dungeon, Yeonhee wept for quite a while. They held a funeral without a corpse, and while she mourned for Leon, he met with Jonathan. He gives him some papers and notes that there's nothing here, even if they were to combine all the lines. Sunhoo thinks that all of this is bringing the heart of the Financial Service Commission to banking, and says that this also includes the Fed Reserve System. That simple henchman from the White House must be boiling with rage by now. Jonathan finds it quite funny that he called him a mere henchman. In the past, he would have looked around to see if anyone was listening to this conversation. But now he has become much bolder, which is good. The US government doesn't actually print dollars. Instead, they borrow from the Fed. The US government is the debtor in this relationship, and financial conglomerates like Rothschild, who basically control the Fed, are the creditors. This is not a conspiracy theory, but rather a fact. The day of the beginning will hold the world by its neck, much like Rothschild. While having dinner at a fancy restaurant, Yeonhee says that if he doesn't do it for her sake, she's fine with anything. Sunhoo asks what she might be talking about, and she's talking about recruiting new members, as they need them. She's clearly just pretending to be calm, but they won't nurture awakeners by themselves. He's pretty surprised to see her trying to match him, but she shouldn't worry about anything, as he has everything planned out already. She inquires as to what that might be, and Sunhoo notes that there is a person who can read people better than anyone, so he would be the best at nurturing and growing someone. Reports have started coming in since last year, when he started operating under the nickname Cat. They've been gathering people who were suspected to be cats, but their number has exceeded 30 by now. They are also searching mental hospitals and eavesdropping on civilian lines. Perhaps by now, he can use the same attribute as a chaser. He tells Yeonhee to stop worrying so much and return to Seoul, as he has some business to take care of in Germany. He arrives in Berlin, where he instantly gets a phone call from Berlin Telecom, as they would like to see him because his travel line has an issue on the corporate level. Leonard Lee, a second-generation Korean-American, is currently backpacking around Germany. That is his current identity. With this, he has added a lot of bait to attract Joshua, so it's about time he takes a bite or two. He asks if it will take a long time, as he's traveling, and will be leaving soon. The person asks which hotel he's currently staying in, and when Sunhoo tells him, he notes that a staff member will meet him there right away. Two people arrive at the hotel lounge, where Sunhoo is patiently waiting for them. He's surprised to see this man, as he was his fourth virtue. This man ascended to his rank solely based on his innate and immaculate fighting abilities. He overcame the lack of kills and inferior items he had, and eventually rose to the very top, so he admired him in the past. But the first and fourth good ones were enemies, if he remembers correctly. He gets up and asks if they are from Berlin Telecom. He confirms it, and the man next to him seems to have confirmed his existence as an awakened. He's clearly signaling something using his head, a characteristic often found in chasers. He thinks that their organization seems to be quite well put together, so they should be worth waiting for. The man introduces himself as Michael and says that he would like to talk for a long while, so they should change locations. A week later, Sunhoo trains with a firearm inside a facility, and it seems to be a crack shot. Michael saw this and noted that he's very skilled, but Sunhoo regards it as simply trying his best. This is a training camp built by renovating the interior of a mansion, and the fact that this organization is focusing on gun training shows that they have never encountered a dungeon before. He's basically arrived at the perfect time, and he asks when he can meet the chairman, as he's been following him for a week now. Michael urges him not to rush things, but they have received a call that he will be returning later tonight. Sure enough, that night, he arrives, and Michael whispers something to him the moment he gets out of his vehicle. Sunhoo looks at him and thinks that he's finally meeting him. The head of revolution, the first virtue. Joshua was thinking of going through the first dungeon, as over the past week, they have been investigating the area. He notes that a dungeon isn't just a world filled with treasure free for the taking. Rather, hell itself might be there. The first group of 2 awakeners and 4 mercs never returned from the dungeon, but he gave them information honestly and respected their choices. Michael says that this time, the president would also join them, so now it's time for him to make a decision. So, will he be a scared cat or face his challenges valiantly? Sunhoo finds this situation quite awkward, and the next day, they all set out. There wasn't a single awakener that left the team, but Sunhoo thinks that it was probably because of those rewards, as they would get a bright future should they receive them. Michael tells him that he's been training hard for the past year, and while he has a lot of talent, there will certainly be a difference due to his lack of experience. He should just not leave his side, and he will be safe. Sunhoo wonders if he's acting like his caretaker because they are both Asian, and if this happened in his past life, it would be quite an honor. The dungeon plan revolved mostly around the mercenaries. Each team consisted of 2 awakeners and 6 mercenaries, with the team leader being a mercenary. Michael tells him that their leader's name is Oliver and sees him, someone who doesn't speak German and joined recently, as basically a nobody. So naturally he has to show him he's not a pushover, right? Sunhoo sighs and thinks that he would much rather hang them all upside down. They all get off at the dugout entrance, but before they enter, Joshua gives them an inspiring and worthy speech. So it seems that even at this time, his speeches were quite famous. He certainly knows how to get people's attention anyway. He shakes hands with Sunhoo and thanks him for following and believing in his cause, so he promises to split the rewards with him. Sunhoo says that he became inspired because of him, so he will try his best. This attitude of his doesn't seem to be fake, so that's good. They all enter the dungeon, and the awakened get notified that the Kill Barkland quest has started. That's when Oliver notices his flashlight isn't working, and others also find out that their gear and guns don't seem to work. Sunhoo notices that the hysteria has started, and this dungeon is Barkland's lair, which seems similar to Declan, but their strength is much more superior. The chaser of the group tells everyone to shut up, as there's a beast just behind the door in front. With the merc rendered entirely useless without their gear, the plan now switched on, revolving around the awakened. Long-range skills were in the back, and melee skill users were in the front, with the tankers in front, of course. Newcomers like himself, though, were sent straight to the back. But this is a good opportunity to see how well they perform as a team. One tanker slowly opens the door, but it seems to be empty. That's when the beast grabs him by the neck and head, and with a twist and pull, removes his head from his body. He throws the head towards the groups, and they are all rightly horrified. The beast stands tall and seems to be similar to a minotaur. Joshua urges everyone to attack, but they don't have a single effect on the beast, as they are too weak. Sunhu looks at them and thinks that with those low-level skills, they won't be able to go through the barrier, much less his hide. Since they were awakened with skills weaker than most guns, this op was doomed from the start. The beast starts killing people left and right, so with nothing that can be done, everyone starts pushing back to get away. Since over 100 people are acting like this, rationality was thrown out the window, even though they would have been able to take it on somewhat. Michael, clearly scared too, notes that if he somehow attracts his attention, he will hit it from behind. They will die anyway if they don't try, so they must at least. Sunhu points at the fight and says that there's no need for that anymore. Joshua blocks the beast using the hand seal, so he has clearly chosen not to die in this dungeon. It seems that his plan to come here had some worth, as he's showing some real talent right now. The first virtue moved in first, with the fourth joining him shortly after. They slashes with their weapons like madmen, but out of the two, the first virtue went absolutely berserk. The beast lies defeated, with Michael and Joshua trying to catch their breaths, as the fight they just went through was grueling. People watched them in awe and were very surprised that the chairman himself managed to take down the beast. They started calming down after the Minotaur was defeated, but 12 people died, and out of those, there were 5 awakened. So, the happy atmosphere that made them think they could defeat any monsters that came their way soon froze. Sunhu notices Michael is a bit distressed and asks what's wrong. Michael notes that beyond the next door, there are 8 Minotaurs. Still, they go inside, but this party did not have enough training to deal with 8 Minotaurs at once. Michael begins fighting, but not with weapons, but rather with his own fists. It seems that he just discovered his physical attacks would go through, so his instinct for battle overwhelmed the fear of dying. However, it seems that he was in over his head this time. Joshua calls for the healer and they start taking care of him. Sunhu thinks that if this had gone like it did in the past, it would have taken them quite a bit of time to get out. Half a year, or perhaps even a few years. He's curious to see how the first and fourth virtues became what they were, but he just can't watch them silently. He attacks the Minotaur that was about to assault Joshua, and moves on to the next, leaving everyone shocked at this display of skill. He even sends one of the Minotaurs flying, and it almost lands on Joshua. Sunhu now talks directly with him and asks, if it is like this from the very beginning, what will he be doing going forward? Does he really want everyone here to die? Joshua reads his file, but it all seems normal. He tricked all of them, right? Sunhu notes that he wants to ask a question first. What will he do in the future? Joshua is hesitant to answer and asks him to not cross that line and reveal his identity already. Sunhu finds his proposal quite funny, as if he were to stay in his line like he demands, he would certainly not like what would happen next. Michael calms him down and asks why he's doing this. What does he truly want? Sunhu says that everyone's survival is his goal, but he should first look at the facts. Everyone fell into an absolute panic, but the leaders couldn't keep their backlines in check. Joshua sighs and thanks him for saving them. But is the leader position really what he wants? Sunhu pats him on the shoulder and says that this is his group, so no, but he should listen carefully. He clenches his shoulder tightly, causing him to recoil from the pain. This may be his group, yes, but he is his possession. He lets him go, and Joshua notes that this must be his true goal. Not getting close to this, but getting himself close to them. Sunhu says that he can believe what he wants, but what's important right now is that he caught his eye. Joshua smiles, as he's curious to see if he can hold that attitude outside as well. Sure, he managed to look into him, but he can't do anything with that information. Leonard must also not be his name, right? He asks Michael to be left alone with this guy for a moment and proposes to Sunhu that they should become partners. He will give him half of Berlin Telecom's shares and an additional $100 million. Sunhu notes that Dungeon barely even began, yet he's talking about outside business already. Joshua says that these conditions are for their survival, as he believes it is possible to do so with his abilities. Sunhu says that even if that's true, their survival costs that little. Joshua notes that this would not be the end of his rewards, as he's connected with a group that he probably hasn't heard about, the Bilderbug Club. Sunhu thinks that a name that he didn't think would appear just did. So is Joshua's family connected this far into the financial world? Joshua says that this club secretly leads the whole world and is made up of finance, economics, and politicians. So they are the first to anything they wish. Can he imagine it? With his strength and his mind combined together, they would be able to take control of the entire world. Sunhu says that is precisely why he can't let him escape his grasp, because of those world domination ideas. Joshua asks what he's thinking about, and Sunhu urges him to think about things slowly, as he will only be teaching him the basics. He's still a child in this world, so he naturally needs someone to help him. Joshua gets extremely mad at this comment and notes that this time, he's really pushing his luck. When 5 parties of 5 people join together, one can create an attack unit, and when the 5 party leaders elect a unity leader through agreement, the group will be given the attack unity buff. Fortunately for them, they had exactly 25 awakeners remaining, so creating one was very easy, with the system also rewarding them with a golden box. Sunhu was anticipating a platinum box, or perhaps something even better, but this reward is just plain underwhelming for him right now. The system is usually generous with people doing something first, so now it's basically telling him to stop expecting much from it. They all receive the blessing of tenacity, which gives minor resistance to crowd control effects. Sunhu explains to Joshua how the basics of creating an attack unit so that he will be able to do it from now on. After electing him as the new unit leader, they remade the attack unity, and even though Michael was given the position of party leader for his respective party, everyone still looked at him. There is an outsider who got control of their group in seconds, and the mercenaries, who are now basically useless. How will the leader of revolution solve these? With the party leaders as the command group, they have decided to go with their original plan. Michael tells Sunhu that the vote of the president, who is the unit leader, will naturally be worth 4 points, and the party leaders will be 2 points. With party members only being able to give 1 point, that's how things are decided. Sunhu thinks that this system they put together is the same as London's The City. It might be because they took note that one person holding all the authority would be quite difficult, but this system would become the main one within the revolution. The first thing the revolution voted on was what to do with their mercenaries, who are now just being dragged behind. 1 would be to use them as porters, 2, prioritize awakeners when distributing food and weapons, and 3, restrain them to stop a potential riot. The third one was decided upon, and in a sense, they will basically be used as human shields, even though nobody had the guts to say it out loud. Michael watches how the mercs are being captured while scratching his head, as this whole situation is plain uncomfortable, if nothing else. Resistance from the mercenaries was controlled forcibly, and if this was the original timeline, none of them would have been able to leave from here with their lives. Sunhu thinks that this is the reason the first and fourth virtue became enemies, as the fourth virtue would have formed friendship with the mercenaries he trained. He tells Joshua that he doesn't know how this will change anything, but he will surely increase confusion among the group. Joshua asks if he's voting against it, and he notes that he plainly abstained from voting, while laughing in his face. But at the rate he's going, his group will end up coming to him, and that's something neither of them really want, right? Joshua looks at him with an envious expression, and says that he should step down if he wants to make sure that doesn't happen. Sunhu says that if he wants to, he can leave right now. But does he really want that to happen? His eyes turn red, and he urges Joshua to calm down his glare towards him and towards the team. He should just smile like the leader he is, and if he ever sees him making that expression towards him again, the next topic of discussion will be about his life. They go into the next part of the dungeon, and when the fighting began, everyone there hoped that Sunhu would clean everything up. But he kept his interference at a minimum. The mercs, who could now only run helplessly with their hands tied, exploded in rage and asked to be killed already. Fights between awakeners had also started to appear, but Sunhu still doesn't interact in any important way. Michael comes up to him and notes that he has to say something, as everyone is waiting for him to. At this rate, the president himself won't be able to keep the group together, so he must something at least. Sunhu says that he will only give out his votes, as he has given plenty of advice as it is. The vote to use the mercs as a resource comes at a crossroad, and everyone looks at Sunhu. He tells Joshua to go with what he voted for and urges Michael to translate this for him. He completely trusts the unit leader's choice. They proceed to make a written vote without any abstention, so that they can get somewhere with this. There could be errors, but right now, this seems to be the best method. Sunhu finds his actions quite pleasant, as he's removing his influence from the group, as he knew that it will impact everyone's choices. This is how you lead, so he's quite proud, in a sense. With the written votes everyone had to do, they proved that they had at least a shred of humanity left in them, as they have decided to release the mercenaries and leave the miscellaneous work to them. And should the Awakeners break formation, the mercs will also be joining the fight using hand-to-hand combat. Joshua has reached this agreement by offering them much larger pay than previously established. They go to the next part of the dungeon, where it seems that they are being pushed back quite quickly. Joshua asks Sunhu for help, but he doesn't move an inch, and instead screams at them. Is he dumb? How long will he rely on him? Huh? He needs to make everyone see what a good leader can really do, and make them rely on him. Joshua looks at him and begs, at least, let there be no casualties, as he will deal with the rest later. Sunhu noticed that look in his eyes, as it's cold-hearted, but sometimes merciful, even to the worst of enemies. He is slowly becoming a man who could embrace anything, if it means victory. They all turn to him for directions, and he tells them to not back down and kill every single one that blocks their path. Sunhu activates Odin's wrath on his dagger as to improve his image. Now, he has become the embodiment of revolution and freedom itself. The guards waiting outside are tired of waiting, as it has been days since they entered the dungeon. Fortunately for them, the dungeon starts glistening, as everyone is coming out. But one of them is quite shocked, as the mercenaries are shells of what they used to be. They are clearly shell-shocked, to think these guys who were called the Skull Gang of the Balkans during the Bosnian War became like this. What could have happened in there? Joshua notes that he will escort Sunhu to the mansion, but he only wants a car, as he will go to the Wilson Hotel. They do so, and Joshua thinks that when they got to the boss room, as he took Michael and him to defeat the boss, he thought something entirely different would happen during that fight, but the way he fought was nothing short of amazing. He remembers his words. For now, he's only a child who requires his guidance, or rather, this is a competition. One where the loser is assimilated into the winner's group. While driving away, he tells one of his subordinates to move Lee, Sunhu's undercover name, to the penthouse suite, and thinks that if this fight uses the world's rules, he can't possibly lose. The subordinate tells him that there's already someone with the same name staying in there, for an entire month in fact. That room costs $70,000 per night, and it's usually used by the German government to keep quests. So where does he have all this money from? He tells the subordinate that he needs a full report on that guy tomorrow morning. The next day, Joshua slams the investigation papers around. As these are filled with false information, there's nothing true about this guy. After erasing his whole existence, he's just chilling in the best suite room possible. He's most definitely trying to win their fight. But he won't give up, as he will dismantle him piece by piece if need be. After receiving help from the main family, he was able to obtain files from the US Department of Commerce and the Department of Treasury. Money always leaves traces, no matter how secretive one is. So there must be some cash flow for Lee to fake his whole identity and past. He finds some leads and comes to the conclusion that the money came from the Cayman Islands. Over 100 million was used through layers and layers of front organizations to create Lee and his fake family. With all of this combined, he's certain he will be able to find out his real identity. His greatest dream was to enter the main family's board of directors and become a member of the Bilderbergs Club himself, but not anymore. If he's somehow able to obtain this man, then the next step would be revolution, the breaking of the existing order. The money trail is followed until they find out that Lee's safe name was the corporation Hello Joshua. He doesn't know what to think about this, and that's when a subordinate rushes in, as his main family has just been attacked. This shocks Joshua. But what the subordinate meant by attack was that someone is attacking their stocks, not their lives. Joshua is relieved it is so, but was this somehow started by Lee? However, it must be a coincidence, as this is impossible. At the Carrion family main residence, the family head, Aaron von Carrion, meets with John Doe, Sunhu's trading name, and would like to talk with him about someone who attacked the Bank of England. After doing so, That man was able to obtain fame and wealth. However, most do not know about the 14 grueling years of lawsuit he had to go through, as most people who know also think that it happened because of what took place with France in '88. Is he not curious to find out the truth? Sunhu notes that he told him before, and Aaron urges him to stop the attack, as he will give him the money he lost and more out of his own pocket. Sunhu says that he's misunderstanding something, as even though LTCM is a part of Jonathan Investment Group, the investment this time. But he doesn't get to finish, as Aaron screams that this is no investment, but rather a plane attack. Silence falls in the room for a second, and Sunhu still insists. The investment was done solely by LTCM, and not just that, but all the hedge funds under their group. Aaron tries to say something, but he's at a loss for breath, so his butler says it for him. If the hedge funds under his group are moving individually, as he hinted at, then why did he come to them? Sunhu notes that this is just a misunderstanding, as he came to meet a friend. Joshua arrives, and gets the news that John Doe himself is waiting for him, as he told them they are quite good friends. The butler escorts him to the location, and says that it doesn't matter if they are really friends or not, as this is a golden opportunity. If they wait any longer, the front line will extend, and neither side will be able to turn back down. If he stops the attacks, the main family will pay for the losses. Joshua asks why they would do that before fighting in the first place, and the butler notes that if Jonathan himself moves, and the countless forces he has moved with him, they will cause a ton of damage. The entirety of Europe will be forced into a currency war, and this is something that can never, ever happen. Joshua says that if the situation is so dire, they should get that person on their side, as he's the only one who could stand up to Jonathan's group. The butler says that the elders are meeting with him as they speak in London, but they must do anything they can, so he should convince this friend of his. Joshua's eyes widen when he sees who he's talking with, and Sunhu welcomes him in German. Joshua just sits in silence for a few good seconds, and wonders if this man is really Lee. Perhaps they just look similar, as it's hard to differentiate between Asians anyways. But if it's true, this man was above him in their game from the start, so he will have to face him until the end. At least, what he needs to do has become crystal clear. Aaron asks how they know each other, and Joshua notes that they met last year in Vancouver. Sunhu confirms that they in fact did, but can he take this as him having won their bet now? Joshua says that he is making a mistake in judgment, as he will concede that he is one of the richest men in this world, and the owner of the biggest investment group in the entire world. But they are the Carrion family, so if he fights them head-on, the only thing will happen is that this war will have no winner. Sunhu notes that financial wars don't work like that. Unfortunately for him, the winner takes all. The butler announces that Telestar Investment and Gold and Silver have joined the attack against them. Joshua recognizes that Jessica Perry works for Telestar Investment, and the butler also announces that the Zillion Group will also join if things keep going like this. Joshua is shocked, but Sunhu notes that he shouldn't be, as these are all for-profit groups, who are only out to make themselves richer. But now, shouldn't he concede already? Joshua, with extreme hesitation, announces that he has lost, and will become one of his people. So he begs for him to stop all of this. Sunhu asks if it's for his family that he's doing this, but Joshua notes that the reason isn't important. He will become one of his people, and he swears that on anything he wishes. Sunhu finds his words quite moving, and asks Aaron if they can proceed with what they've discussed earlier. He is hesitant to answer, and Sunhu notes that if he doesn't trust him yet, he will show him. The windows break, and everything in the room starts flying around while Sunhu uses his abilities. Joshua begs him to stop and let his father live, as he will give him his life if it means that he will let the family go. That's when Aaron grabs his attention and says that through him, the family has spread its wings. He should serve this man well and fulfill the long-cherished dream of the family. The main family will remove the obstacles in his way and step back. The butler, who is also quite shocked, announces that the attacks on their stocks have stopped. Aaron tells Sunhu to guide his son well, as he will certainly not disappoint. Sunhu notes that's why he chose him in the first place, and with that, the butler grabs Aaron and they walk away. Joshua asks what he should call him from now on, and Sunhu reaches his hand forwards. Odin, and he will now enter his order. Joshua looks at him and grabs his hand. Now, He has fully accepted Sunhu as his master. Eventually, Bobby is captured, the menace that would become the first evil. John presents him to Sunhu, who immediately takes off his head, so as not to have any surprises. This takes John by surprise, but Sunhu assures him. They lost him in the winter of 98, 3.5 years from now. Since he was followed constantly by a dangerous organization, the difference between their growth is as distant as the sky and the earth. Maybe that is why he doesn't feel a thing now. He asks if the other agents are okay, and John wonders why he would ask that, but he thinks that he would have resisted pretty hard when he knew his end was coming. John notes that indeed he did, but he wasn't able to do anything about being sniped, and this time, they tried their best to not let him go. Sunhu notes that he will give him $1 billion as promised, and John asks if his safety will be guaranteed if he were to accept it. Sunhu hears their plans, as someone close yet far away talks about how they are going to take him out, as to ensure their safety. But they are hesitating somewhat. Sunhu says that he will be safe and with $1 billion in his bank account, so he shouldn't worry, even if this was a secretive operation. There are countless things that need doing in the future, so they won't change. The funds they invested and the private military company that they made, which is worth over $1 billion already, that's what they are after, as John probably thought that if he just took care of him and Yeonhee, he could take all of it for himself. John offers him a smoke, but Sunhu refuses. John lights up his cigarette and shakes constantly, as he knows what's about to happen. Sunhu's eyes glisten, and he instantly kills John with a single thunderstrike. The snipers panic and think of what to do, but Sunhu just points at each of them, signaling them to keep their mouths shut. With that, he's free to leave, as they can't hope to do anything against him. Somewhere in Iraq, Oliver welcomes a man by the name of Cheney, who seems to have a good track record. He thinks that he will have to fight in another battlefield, but if it's for his kids' medical bills, he will do anything. Oliver's gives him the contract, which only tells him that he needs to handle some dangerous goods, but he will know more detail once he signs the contract. Oliver opens a warehouse with eye recognition, and Cheney says that with how secure this place is, he thought it would be a drug warehouse. Oliver notes that he thought the same, but the things inside are much more dangerous. He warns him now that he should only look, and if he touches anything, they can cover him up pretty quickly. In the warehouse, there are countless dungeon items, who in Cheney's eyes seem quite valuable. He asks where they got all of these from, and Oliver notes that he will know once his security level rises, but he's actually better off not knowing. In a D-rank dungeon named Barbacore Research Center, Yeonhee uses the child who abhors pestilence, and a strange wisp appears. Sunhu thinks that after the 7th day of entering this dungeon, they used the quest item, but just looks at the appearance of this thing. It's like a fairy straight from fantasy, but he knows what it truly is. It immediately flies away, and Sunhu notes that it did that because of the item she has equipped, so she shouldn't feel that sad about it. Suddenly he grabs something that was about to attack her, an invisible rat. He rips out its neck, and notes that these invisible bastards are becoming quite annoying. The fairy congratulates them, seeming to Sunhu that it was testing them. He tells Yeonhee that they will follow it, but she shouldn't let her guard down, because this quest is S rank, and connected to the Doom Enterguasto. It was a huge shock to everyone when they found out there were things above the S rank monsters, as the day one of the 7 demon kings, Doom Kaso, came through the gate. The 8 virtues and evils joined hands for the first time, but they could only push him back, and not defeat him. They didn't bear the word Doom in their names for nothing. One of the items they stumbled upon the dungeon they are in held the power of one of the 7 demon kings, Doom Enterguasto. They receive the quest to disrupt Barba's corpse, with a lot of things that they need to kill and destroy it in order to complete it. This quest is S rank, and related to Doom Enterguasto, with its difficulty being very absurd. This plague research that will turn everything into the land of death is probably troublesome for the system too. Yeonhee is horrified by the appearances of the enemies, but Sunhu tells her to stay focused, as they are like bombs. Being used as meat for experimentation, such is the fate of those who lost against them. He tells her to find the plague crafter among the, and uses the gifted one trait. With it, he slashes through them with ease, and shows them the real meaning of solo hunting. That's when a giant fist appears, which he manages to dodge. This came from a giant abomination, but it starts acting strange, as Yeonhee is successfully controlling it, even thought it has the strength of a low-ranked dungeon boss monster. With it, she starts clearing the condition for the quest, and eventually, it is completed, rewarding them with a challenger box. Sunhoo didn't think he would see something like this before the examination, and when he opens it, he gets the Solar Cape of Ra. It boosts all of his resistance to 20%, among other useful things. Sunhoo is very glad he finally got an S-ranked item, and he can also change it into a sword when he wishes to. An item that was never in the hands of the evils and virtues is burning fiercely in his hand. Not long after the 2002 World Cup celebration ended, the guns of war started to be heard in Baghdad. Sunhoo and Yeonhee watch the news about this, and she asks if he still has some prophetic dreams about it. Sunhoo played his knowing of the dungeons and things similar as simply having prophetic dreams. He says that he doesn't, as they weren't fated to grow this strong either. Sunhoo makes his way to Korea and arrives at his parents' door. His mother is quite surprised to see him, and he notes that this is how Americans do it, pop out unannounced. He brought them many gifts, and he asks where his father is. His mother doesn't even want to get started in him, as he's out drinking, and probably won't come home tonight. Later, he indeed comes home, but is passed out drunk. Sunhoo picks him up, much to his mother's surprise, as he should have been quite heavy. Sunhoo puts in on the couch, and that's when his father starts to talk about something regarding a certain friend in his sleep. The next morning, Sunhoo tells him about it, and that he can help. His father asks what he can do, and Sunhoo notes that it's probably difficult for him, so he might try to work something out with a company he knows, Goldwish. His father is quite surprised, and notes that he shouldn't have been able to meet them, as they are so secretive their existence is sometimes questioned. Sunhoo notes that he will be able to arrange something, as the owner of Goldwish owes him, and will be happy to repay him. He should trust him, as he is his son after all. They arrive somewhere with a nice view of the ocean, as his father's friend request was about the Simongium reclamation project. Due to political goes and such, a national project was opened and closed constantly, so considering the business value, there's no real reason for them to step in. Earlier, he went to Jamie with his idea, who said that even if they adjust the plan to use the place for faming as the industrial complex, things do not seem appealing. Sunhoo urges her to continue supporting it, as this is the only place that can be cleaned up without causing problems. She asks what his plan is, and he notes that he wants to create a world-class resort in this country, with a strong defensive wall around it, and a bunker which is able to withstand a nuclear explosion. Jamie asks if it's because of North Korea, and he notes that it's mostly for their employees to feel safe, and to not withdraw their group from this country. She only needs to make the government understand this, and push them completely. He thinks that this will elevate his father's image, so there's no reason for him to not do this. Even thought there's little over 10 years until the day of beginnings starts. The obstructor trait suddenly activates, and the system warns him that a quest where 100 awakeners will aim for him will be created in a minute, but he can stop it with 250 contribution points. Contribution points are extremely hard to come by, and he could pay for this, but this scenario is too unfair. This is just too much, even for the system. He asks what the quest contents are, and it's a simple assassination quest, where a position locator will be provided for the awakeners to chase him. Sunhoo thinks about what to do, but decided to let it play out, and Yeonhee also gets the notification for the quest. The system is rough, as even though he helped it with the plague, it's now targeting him restlessly. Are there perhaps two systems at play here? Yeonhee is quite shocked by this quest, and Sunhoo notes that for everyone getting the quest to kill him, he also gets quests to kill them. Yeonhee is the number one threat the system is warning him about, and number 2 and 3 are Suzuki Rurika and Chiharu. He needs to decide a place to lure them in, and also he needs to protect his family, so he has no choice but to call Jamie. She has a meeting, and that's when she gets the call, so she excuses herself. The atmosphere is quite grim once she leaves, and Sunhoo tells her that she needs to make a man by the name of Janil and his wife to stay at the group hotel. She should handle this matter instantly, and also supply guns to the security personnel. He tells her to do so without delay, as those two people need protection. She feels that getting closer to Ethan's real identity will prove detrimental for her, so she tries to play it off, and instead, ask what kind of danger that man is in. Sunhoo tells her that a lot of things could happen to him, and she will get to know many things soon enough. With that, he closes the call, as he needs to make a pit for all the awakeners who will hunt him. Jamie prepares all of the things Sunhoo requested and finds out that Janil is his father. So she unfortunately found out something she didn't want to. But still, she must do what she was commanded. In Osaka, Japan, Sunhoo and Yeonhee arrive at an F-rank dungeon, which is graph territory. He thinks that this is perfect, as nobody will be able to get out of it alive. A gang of men walk towards them, and a woman notes that they are pretty confident to wait for them like this. These two women are the 7th and 8th virtues. The 7th and 8th virtues, known as the Suzuki sisters, adapted quite quickly to everything after they woke up. The system provided them with a lot of compensation, but that was a given, since the things that they needed to do were quite difficult. For the quest to take over the gang named Sankagumi, they received 2 items as a reward. The Hermes all-rounded anklet, which increases the agility of the wearer by 1 grade, and also has physical and magic damage absorption. And the Emblem of Guanyin, which increases the recovery skills and attributes of the user by 1 grade, while also reducing the cooldown time of recovery-based skills by a pretty nice 30%. Sunhoo plays with the anklet, while pondering the situation. He thought that he had good abilities, despite not having a lot of experience with dungeons. But did he really grow over in a grade quest to take over a Yakuza organization? Well, it is their fault that they looked down on this quest to take him down, which was S grade, so that's that. One of the sisters is still conscious, Ririka, and demands that he not touch Chiharu, or there will be hell to pay. Sunhoo incapacitates her, and together with Yeonhee, throws the sisters and their goons into the big portal behind them. More and more people come to the quest, one named Wang Chen, who is the Glory Group chairman, who, like the others, threatens him rather uselessly. Sunhoo incapacitates him and throws him into the portal with the others. Eventually, a random man comes to the area, who is just curious about the quest, and isn't that high in ranking regarding the quest. Even so, Sunhoo throws him into the portal just like the others. He starts calculating how many people he got rid of, and comes to the conclusion that 35 people were sent to Ant Hell, while 25 were sent in the Revolution. So he took care of around 60 quests, give or take. His remaining hunters haven't moved an inch, so they probably don't have much interest in the assassination request. So it's safe, for now at least. Because of the Suzuki sisters, and other people with a large skill difference, items were spread based on levels, so if all goes well, some, if not most people, should come out alive. He tells Yeonhee to overlook the situation from now on, and to be ruthless, if she has to. With that, he descends the stairs while leaving, and calls Jamie, asking how his parents' relocation is going. She explains that there were some suspicious people around, but she blocked them in advance. As for his parents, his father is still working in a hotel room, while his wife is getting a massage somewhere nearby. However, there are some rather unexpected attackers at the moment, but not on his parents, so he should watch the news, if he has something to watch it on. Sunhoo opens the laptop, and is shocked to see that the National Tax Service launched a tax investigation, and the targets are the chairwoman of Janil Group, Miss Yang. Sunhoo analyzes this, and notes that this is no mere audit, and something much worse. Jamie says that it's for the entire Janil Bank, and they are probably doing it to summon the executive director, but the director Park and her appeared before the prosecution and defended him thoroughly. That will end with that, because that is what the government of this country wants. But it seems that the real target wasn't his father and his wife. She stops before speaking more, as she didn't want to know any of this, and tells him that this country's Sunhoo went missing, so there is nobody in this country that could touch his parents anymore. He is the one who should be careful about all of this. While doing some research, Sunhoo thinks that they are attacking him, even though they know he is in Japan. Are they perhaps testing the system or the waters? The only reason they targeted his father was because he is the father of the Sunhoo. But for precisely that reason, he has become powerful enough to move the Korean government and the entire country with it. He asks Jamie how many people have the same name, and she explains that it's only 9, with 5 of them missing, and 3 are from their side. Sunhoo thinks that she did her work well. However, since Janil intervened, it has been revealed that he was the target of the quest for assassination. He asks her to pick out those who doubt everything, as he's coming back to Seoul right now. She is shocked, but can't do much about it, and accepts her fate. Sunhoo continues to analyze the situation, while thinking that Washington didn't have such a quest, so where could it realistically be? He gets on the call with Mick and tells him to confirm if the email he sent went through, and also keep track on the 40 people on the list, not leaving out the smallest detail if something happens. In France, at the Trianon Palace Hotel, some big-name players of the Bilderberg Club are arguing about the US and about how it was attacked. The verdict is split between two groups who bicker relentlessly between each other. Jillian is also there, because 1 year ago, after the attacks on the Mark, when victory of that war was in their grasp, they received a strange and confusing cease and desist order, which clearly meant that they couldn't exceed the power of the real players, the Karajan family. However, strangely enough, right after this debacle, he was invited to the Bilderberg Club, and even the new head of the Karajan family, who should have at least shown some hostility towards them, was friendly, strangely enough. This, all of this, is a world beyond worlds, a constant game of chess. He just can't get used to all of the moves going on. That's when a woman comes next to him and says that he probably knew already, from last year's meeting in fact, that the US will break their promise. This is the Goldstein family head, Cassandra. Jillian notes that he doesn't want to speak about the topic again, as their group has been focusing entirely on the oil market after the dot-com bubble situation. It's a story before he joined this club, so it's not worth mentioning in the slightest. He also notices how she is looking at him, as it must have been truly heartbreaking for someone like her to sell oil interests to him and the Jonathan Group, which is understandable, seeing as how the oil market rose so much. He asks if Jonathan was not invited once again, and Cassandra notes that it's quite the headache, as they would rather invite John Doe, the real moneymaker. This takes Jillian by surprise, and he asks if his identity has been revealed yet. Cassandra explains that the only thing that has been revealed is the fact that he is Korean, and naturally it might be a pseudonym, but it's only a matter of time until it's revealed who he really is. Jillian is surprised, as he expects him to be Chinese, or something more oriental, and Cassandra says that if the atmosphere around this place wasn't like this, that would have been on tomorrow's agenda surely. Jillian asks what is on the agenda, and that she should have invited him, if it's something important. Cassandra notes that she hopes he means well, for his sake, which makes him think that she means that they are still mainstream. These powerful families, Goldstein, Karajan, and Rothschild, they all still have control. Cassandra asks him, for how long will Asia's capital use its power? When the time comes, and that will be soon, the flow of cash will return back to them. With a final warning to Jillian about being careful around these types of things, she leaves, but her phone suddenly rings, and the man who was hired to keep track of the capital of the Gianil Group apologizes. He explains that Jamie stepped up in front of them, and if they press further, there could be a serious diplomatic issue, so she should reconsider her choices. She is quite surprised that it could really go that far, as an entire country in Asia is being manipulated by a single speculative force, someone who knows his stuff. She uses the location finder to keep track of Sunhu, and finds out that he was in Osaka, but not returned to Korea, probably because he heard about his father. He is shackled now, as he can't do anything on the matter. She tells the man that the target went to Seoul, so they should keep an eye on him for now at least. She tells them his location, but before the man can say that they are also in the same place, a hand comes from behind him, and grisly sounds can be heard from over the phone. Sunhu picks it up and notes that this is cheating. Doesn't she think so, his dear Cassandra? Or rather, he should talk more friendly, right? He calls her by her full real name, Melissa White Goldstein, which surprises her. The next day, someone from the Goldstein family, Colton Spencer Goldstein, gets off of a plane and is immediately bombarded by paparazzi, who ask him tons of questions, mostly about the FTA and the European Council. One of his men signals him to take a different path, and while he does so, he asks what is going on, as this is far different than what was originally planned. The man explains that the government was overwhelmed and couldn't stop the journalist's enthusiasm, so he pleads with him to excuse this. Spencer asks if the VIP also knows about this, and the man explains that the VIP is attending a meeting about some troops, so he should understand that there is a change in the schedule again, due to so many changes. Spencer thinks that this means they are simply ignoring him as the chairman of the European Council, which he finds utterly ridiculous. He remembers the talk he had with Melissa, who told him that there is somebody who knows her true name, which shocks him, as even in their family, there are only 4 people who know. Melissa noted that this alone is plenty enough reason to get rid of him, But there are many rights and opinions involved in this matter, so she can't tell him everything right now. But he will find out one day. Spencer asked why she was telling him all of this, as they have cleaners in the family who could easily take care of her problem. Melissa told him that their most trusted cleaner, Samuel, failed, as he had to go through the protection of the Gianil group. This made Spencer say that the Gianil group are like the Korean Carlos Halim, or even more than that, as they have much more power. Spencer asked how he could hope to take care of this guy if Samuel, who was the best, failed. Melissa said to him that he is just like back then, still a child. All he needs to do is hold him so that he can't run away, while she pushes him down, like they did before. This made Spencer immediately recoil and shake in fear and sadness. She is clearly manipulating him like she has always done, using him only to get what she wants. While in the car, Spencer asks if it's not essential for South Korea to become a powerhouse of economic stature, and the man next to him notes it is so. But the VIP also pulled out a knife with his actions. So this is quite the difficult situation, as Janil is like a symbol of the Korea economy, something which can't be shaken so easily, just by one or two groups. Spencer notes that they will talk about this later, but he should understand that no matter what, the Goldenstein family will cooperate fully. The man wonders why he is going so far. Maybe he wants the dark side of the world and its economy to move, but now, it likely won't matter. He thanks him for this, but also sorry for what he's about to do. The car stops, and both him and the driver get out of the vehicle. Sunhoo is the one who enters, and looks at him sternly, noting that they have a lot of things to talk about. After giving him a stern beating, as he wouldn't listen to him, Sunhoo gets to analyzing his files, which are about the separation of the banking and commerce. This is the principle of separating financial capital from industrial capital. When the financial capital represented by the banking and industrial capital centered on manufacturing are united as one, it's because there's a high possibility of various irregularities and monopolistic tyranny. If the capital that got Keb is classified as industrial capital, it becomes illegal. So in order to question it, it's needed to reveal the identity of the initial capital that was pushed into the Gianil group at the time of the IMF. Their true strategy was to start there and shake up the entire group as they go. He tells Spencer to make a call, who immediately does so, out of fear. Melissa's phone rings, and she sees that it's her brother, so she asks if he arrived safely. Sunhoo answers, and notes that now, he is pretty safe, but that might change in a few hours. To show that he is serious, he breaks one of Spencer's fingers, which makes him wail in pain. Melissa screams at Sunhoo. That man who he just injured is the chairman of the European Council, so he is a direct guest of the entire country. How does he dare to put his hand on such an important person? Sunhoo tells her that she was the one who messed up. The real reason why she is still breathing is for her to realize this and suffer the consequences. Melissa throws her phone at the wall and huffs and puffs in desperation, combined with a ton of anger. Sunhoo heals Spencer and his broken arm while suggesting something. He will give him the entire Goldstein family, and even though it's broken right now, he should be able to stop it, at a point where it can still be repaired. Spencer looks at him sternly and asks him to stop thinking about what is wrong with his family, as he can't know how long they have been moving in this world. In response to this, Sunhoo calls Joshua and tells him to collect all of the funds lent to the Goldstein family. While Melissa walks through the halls of the French locale, she thinks that the man who attacked her brother will start a war, one where she will be happy to strike first. And if this goes well, they will end up winning more than they lost. She knocks at the door of Aaron, who is enjoying his morning coffee, and notes that she wants to tell him something which comes as an official report from the Goldstein family. That's when one of her subordinates pleads with her to come outside, and he tells her that the loan extensions are being cut off for all business of their family groups, and they only got a one-sided notice. It started with the Carrion group, and is spreading like wildfire. This makes Melissa immediately start screaming at Aaron, who is still enjoying his coffee. Melissa starts running through the halls once again. She thinks that if they fight head-on in this, it will be a mutual destruction, so it will only be good for the Rothschilds. There is no way that an old and wise man like Aaron doesn't know this, but it's clear as day that he formed a mutual agreement with the Rothschilds, like the sly fool he is. She goes into Jillian's room and asks him to stay by her side on this matter, which makes him ask, why? She explains that he has been invited to the club, but he is treated as an outsider around these parts, So if he wants to become a true member, he needs the help of her family, or rather, their status. If they fight together, they just might defeat the alliance between the Rothschilds and Carrion, while also reorganizing the entire club while they are at it. Jillian suddenly gets a message on his phone, one that tells him to shake the stocks of all the groups that are under Goldstein. He shows this to Melissa, who immediately thinks that he is also working under the Rothschilds, which makes her scream and curse at their very existence, while dashing out of the room. Somewhere else entirely, a man thanks Jonathan profusely for letting this unplanned meeting to take place. Jonathan asks how much they want to borrow, and the man explains that they need 10 billion right away, so they will also take any clauses he wishes for. Jonathan notes that he heard that the Silverman and AP Morgan groups refused them, so there are probably good reasons for it. He hands the man a paper and tells him that they will do it like this. If he accepts this condition, he is willing to lend it to him, and he should hand over these shares of his. The trend has already dropped considerably, so won't he need to hold on to at least a few to leave behind something for the descendants? The man looks at this offer with a scared expression, and Jonathan tells him that he probably won't receive a better offer than this one, so he should consider it thoroughly. The man says that this is something that he can't decide by himself, so he calls Melissa and tells her all of the details. She asks to be connected to Jonathan's phone, and when she does, she apologizes for not being there in person and notes that she will give him the shares she wants. But when can he lend them the 10 billion? Jonathan apologizes, as she didn't hear the amount properly. He is willing to get all of those shares for only 1 billion, as that is what they deserve. Melissa has reached her breaking point, and her screams can be heard throughout the building as she curses at everyone involved. On the news, word about Goldstein and their financial ranks spreads around, as they have dropped a lot, which comes as a shock for most, especially Spencer, who can't believe what he is seeing. He asks Sunhu if his offer still stands, the one from before, and Sunhu confirms that it does. He only needs to rebuild the family from the ground. With that, Spencer asks how he can prove his loyalty, as he wants this done now. The transition protocol was created with the time Spencer becomes the family head in mind, as the core businesses of the Goldstein family will be transferred over to the French branch of the Gionil Group. Spencer was surprisingly calm throughout the process, compared to Jamie, and her fearful look. After signing everything, Spencer asks one thing of his new master, to let him end Melissa's life. He begs him to. Jamie is shocked that this man just called Sunhu his master, but he accepts, and with that, he tells him to leave, as their talk here is done. With a final deep bow, Spencer leaves, but Jamie can't seem to stop shaking. Sunhu notices this, and tells her to stop shaking, as she has nothing to be afraid of. She asks who he is, to be able to bring people of power to their knees like this. She is afraid of him, that is a fact. Sunhu notes that if she wants to stop here, she can create an European branch under the Gionil Group, which will be called the Jamie Corporation. He hopes that truly, the last 6 years, and what she achieved, was adequate compensation. He won't blame her for leaving, as preparation to become an entity that will shake the world economy is about to take place. And soon, he will become a member of the Shadow Bank, the real power holders. In France, Melissa walks through the halls like a zombie, as her situation is dire, and she can't do anything about it. She begins laughing maniacally, as a devious plan pops up in her mind. She goes to Isaac, the family head of the Rothschild family, and notes that she is surprised he got a hold of so many families and groups, but she admits surrender. So how about he stops all of this, as the European economy will fall if they continue to fight. Isaac tells her that she is the one who misunderstood everything and attacked first, which makes her expression fall into a sinister one. Isaac explains that this is good for them. She just needs to accept that the era of the Goldsteins has fallen, and they also have no intention of stopping the attacks. And even if they do, the Carrion family and the Gillian group won't stop theirs. Melissa asks if this really means that he is not the one in charge of everything, and Isaac tells her that he's not. Doesn't she remember when Gillian attacked the Karina family? When they stopped the attack even when victory was assured, it meant that they came to an agreement. Gillian and Jonathan move as one, and Carrion is also a part of that group. In the end, the one who is the mastermind behind all of this is the Korean Na Sunhu. Melissa didn't know this, and her world crashed down of her, while Isaac notes that he is the real owner of the Jonathan group. He also tries to say that this information was hard to get, but Melissa punches him so hard he is sent flying. She tells him to shut up and listen, as she could kill him now, without even breaking a sweat. People go crazy, at least once in their lives, and she is in that state right now. He just tried to assault her, as he was aiming for the broken heart of the female head of a crashing family. She starts beating him further because of her manic state, but that's when the young master of the Carrion family pops up in the room and sees what she is doing. Joshua asks what she's trying to do to that poor man, but that's when she changes her expression and tries to tell the both of them that it was this man who tried to do something to her. She notices, however, that the man she is trying to deceive is Joshua, who notes that this meeting is probably the worst meeting in history. Melissa, thinking that this guy probably saw more than necessary, charges in and tries to take Joshua's head clean off with a mighty punch. However, he simply dodges, and his assistant gut punches her so hard she is sent flying. Joshua explains that it's not yet time for people like them to start revealing their powers. She just almost ruined everything. Such a waste. He starts laughing, as he is quite speechless at how much nonsense this situation has. However, she should be grateful that the master is not here with them to see what she has done. Somewhere else in this mansion, the chairman of the Bilderberg Club, Derek Schumacher, notes that from the ferocious decision of the North American club members regarding the Desert War, to the sudden and rather unexpected attack of the Carrion family, one of the most prestigious families in this club, it seems that the harmony of this entire club has been shattered. Before they can even start to worry about if the annual meeting will take place, he is more worried about this meeting. Will it have to stop here or not? Joshua explains that he feels insulted about being interrogated like this over it. The club existence is solely to draw out agreements between members, not to coerce them into things. Derek apologizes if he truly feels this way about the situation, but he is trying to mediate the issue, nothing else. The financial system of the French has become stuck in just 2 days. Is there no way they could withdraw their attacks even now? Jillian notes that the financial danger this incident would cause for the Eurozone was not in their calculations. So, unfortunately for him, if he really wants this to stop, there is realistically one way to do it. He will have to give them their losses, or better put, to give their predicted gains. This surprises Derek, although he doesn't show it. These two members are just snorting like little children, while the rest of the group is desperately trying to mediate the scandal between the Goldsteins and Rothschilds. He tells them with a ragged tone, if this is the stance they will take, it seems that they will have to dismiss this year's meeting. With that, he tells them to leave, and Jillian asks Joshua, why did he do things like this? The Carrions attacking the Goldsteins seems to be only a self-destructive act that could potentially destroy both families. Joshua notes that sometimes one cannot afford to calculate the gains and losses when doing something like this, and he thinks to himself that this command is absolute, and it cannot be avoided, even if his entire family is to fall into dust. Jillian says that he is extremely certain that they are both following the exact same commands, and Jonathan too, now that he thinks about it. But who is giving the orders? The Korean John Doe? Or is it another shadow figure behind him? He should know already. How long will he need to feel like this? Like a disposable chess piece? Joshua remains calm and tells him to relax. Does he truly think that he knows anything about the person who gave orders? They are basically in the same position, and to let him into a little secret, a new order is being formed. He should not doubt it, but instead accept it, as he is also trying his utmost to do just that. In another place, Sunhoo gets the news that the Bilderberg meeting of this year has been ended abruptly, and that Melissa is moving towards her residence with a lot of guards. Sunhoo notes that he will be going personally to her residence. Later that night in France at the front of the Goldstein mansion, the hired guards look at the mansion and talk about how beautiful it is, and that they also heard some maniac is trying to mess with the Goldstein family, which is not good for them. One of them notes that it's likely just the paranoia of a rich family, as the more money one has, the more stressed they become about losing it, so these guys must be extremely tired by now. That's when he feels something strange, and looks behind, where Sunhoo is carrying Melissa out of the residence, but they cannot see him, as he is using the shadow ring, so what the guard felt was only a light breeze. Sunhoo puts her somewhere deep into the woods, and when she wakes up, she sees Sunhoo standing over her as the moonlight glistens on his back. She asks what he is waiting for. Does he not have enough metal to kill a defenseless woman? She demands that he say something, but he keeps silent, until her brother arrives with a large bag and demands that she take it, as this is all that he can do for her. Suddenly, a dungeon door appears below her, and Sunhu explains that this is a lower-ranked dungeon, which will be an opportunity for her, an opportunity to save her own life. She should take the bag while she still can. Without much to do, she reluctantly takes it, and Sunhu thinks that her strength must be at least E rank. But in this place, it doesn't matter. Melissa smiles and tells him to wait here, as even if this place is going to send her to the darkest pit of hell, she will be back. The brother asks if he really is not going to mess with her if she comes back, and Sunhu notes that it will be so. He will keep his word. He thinks that it will never happen, as this dungeon is D rank. Sunhu gets the news that the gang members coming to find the Suzuki sisters are increasing in number, and at this rate, the dungeon will certainly be exposed. Well, he had nothing to do anyways, so it's about time he sorts out this quest made for beggars. In a traditional Japanese home, a businessman tells someone that, as of now, the Goldstein Group has come up with some swift countermeasures. European stock prices have begun to stabilize, and German banks have also lifted their restrictions, so there is nothing more to worry about. The man he is talking with is Sankai Gumi, Ryusei's group leader, Takeuchi Ryusei. He notes that he heard the group chairman went missing from his own home, but the businessman changes the subject as that is an entirely different matter. Has he even considered what he said? Takeuchi says that he will be waiting for Congressman Takeda for some advice, but the businessman tells him that this is not an issue he can solve, as the US government is on the move to impose sanctions and such on violent groups. Takeuchi thinks that groups like Camorra, from Italy, or Los Jetas, from Mexico, have already started to fall out as they are being sanctioned. So soon, it will also be Sankagumi's turn. He asks what a good action would be for them in this situation, and the businessman explains that it would be wise to start investing in the Jonathan Group, or even the Jillian Group. But it is difficult to get into them, because they are unlisted groups. However, there is a chance, as an IT company named Google will be going public very soon, and it's not only Jonathan's semi-joint company, Wall Street and Citi have also started to sink their claws in. Takeuchi thinks that if he's funding from organizations worth more than 3 trillion yen, he is set. These elite groups are also in need to launder and roll cash that has been earned in unfair ways, so this will be perfect for someone like him. While drinking, he thinks that ghost people are only sitting in the chairman's seat, so it's not easy to find out where they will send contracts. But this is perfect for him, and he's actually quite nervous that it's working so well. Suddenly, a paralysis seal is used on him, and his whole body contracts as Sunhu appears. Takeuchi spots him, and says that if he's here to meet the chairman, he got the wrong address, as this isn't it. Sunhu explains that he is here for him, the financial manager of Sankagumi, Takeuchi Ryusei. He asks if his guards are dead, but Sunhu tells him to not worry about them, as if he does what he commands, he will give him the entire organization. He promises that it will not be any different than how it was, so this is quite easy for him. Without much thinking, Takeuchi accepts the deal, but Sunhu wasn't looking for this answer, as this isn't a deal, but an order. With that, he crushes his shoulder, and his screams can be heard throughout the home. Sunhu and Yonhee get back to the dungeon they threw people in, as it is time for them to come out. From the 30 he threw in, only 7 survived, and the Suzuki sisters were not among them. Aoki Yuria was recognized as the leader of this group, and he heard that she succeeded in attacking viciously, while also commanding everyone like chess pieces. He wanted somebody like her to come out of the dungeon, someone reliable, and who knows how to multitask. While in his office, he tells her everything about the day of beginning, and that they are preparing for that day. She should come under him, as she is now a valuable asset. Yuria asks if she has a choice in the matter, but Sunhu notes that of course she has, but she should look at the conditions herself. When she does, her eyes widen. Somewhere else, a man by the name of Mr. Camille goes to a psychiatrist, who asks if he still knows the location of Sunhu. Camille sighs and begs him to stop. Now he is tired of hearing about his delusions. After all of these years, all he can talk about are delusions? Then how can he explain this location tracker, huh? The doctor tells him that this might be because he has dissociative identity disorder, which is often under the name of multiple personality disorder. The current him may not actually remember the personality who brought this item, whether it was purchased in a convenience store or somewhere else entirely. Camille gives up and notes that he can see things, the blue window, and the constant black cars that are following him. Are those delusions too? He pleads with the doctor to help him as he is on his last legs and feels like he's going insane. The doctor says that there are treatment programs directly supported by the government and he will put him on some. While leaving and lamenting having to live his current life, Yuria comes from behind and gives him a card of her corporation, Tomorrow. She came all the way from Japan to meet him and only him. Eventually, Sunhoo gets the news that the last location tracker has been received. While meeting with Jonathan, who seems to be getting some skincare, Sunhoo notes that he is quite diligent to pamper himself like this in his early 30s. Jonathan congratulates him for a job well done, while also noting that he is still young, so he doesn't look like he's aging at all. Sunhoo says that he is getting old too fast for his age, and Jonathan tells him that he should step out of the shadows soon, as it's hard to do all of this alone. Sunhoo asks how the situation is, while thinking that Jonathan is not wrong, as he has managed the takeover of the small banks last year, and is now also working with Google, which will definitely be hard on him. Jonathan explains that this is a complete battlefield, and might he say, the investment in Google was just genius. Who could have guessed that Ape would collapse, and Google would take the charge when it comes to the internet market? Well, except him, that is. Sunhoo says that he's also surprised about the IPO, most of all. When a company usually goes public, the managers will investigate about potential investors to decide on the stock's price and quantity. However, Google did not use this method, but instead used an auction method to target ordinary investors. Because of this, there is a lot of word about Silicon Valley versus the mighty Wall Street. As the main stockbrokers, they did not increase the commission fee that could have potentially racked up tons of cash, nor did they give any privileges to their main customers. Jonathan Investment, the group that represented the entirety of Wall Street, had done something that directly went against its philosophies. Sunhoo notes that the Desert War is coming to a close, and after the situation will settle, the White House will not just sit still. Just like how the Gianil Group was kept in check after being created while the IMF was in utter chaos, after finishing this war, the government will not leave Jonathan be at all. He tells Sunhoo that he knows, but that's why even he entered this banking business. So they will be sending all of this as a warning, that if they dare touch a hair of theirs, they will completely and destroy Wall Street as they know it. Sunhoo looks at his fiery eyes and smiles, as he had the same type when he was a hunter. This man would survive the testing site, even without any training. He agrees with him, and notes that this is why they must never fail and keep their power. In the original timeline, Google failed, as the founder said some shocking things at the time, about having a $1 salary, among others. But they only acquired half their initial goal in capital, so their stocks fell from $100 to $80. This was a direct consequence to opposing Wall Street's traditional rules. But what about now? This is an auction that will last for 10 rounds, across 10 days. Jonathan used all of his status to make Google seem a favorable investment, and he also used some ghost companies to push up the stock prices where he could. This war cannot be lost, as it is commanded by the cunning Jonathan, and is supported by himself. An elderly man watches a gigantic screen and sees that Google's price is over $500. This is Wall Street's loss, and they have to take it as such. While in a dungeon, with the monsters, Minotaurs defeated, Sunhoo slowly gets up from his daze and staggers slowly to Yeonhee, who is under one of the Minotaurs. He pulls her out and thinks that finally, they achieved their goal of clearing a B-rank dungeon with just 2 people. Yeonhee is also glad that they had the tenacity to do something like this. Sunhoo picks up the quest item, a blue gem, and the system tells him about it. The disruptor of Baklin Corps. The commanders of the Baklin Corps contain the authority of the great Doom Arkuda, who is waiting for the authority planted within the souls of these commanders to finish growing. If this comes true, however, the Baklin Corps will become much stronger. So his quest is to not let that happen, with one of the commanders already dead. Yeonhee thinks that this quest is pretty hard if they have to kill 4 more of these beasts, and Sunhoo thinks that this is a contribution quest connected to the Doom Arkuda, so naturally it's hard, but the rewards are also much better compared to a normal quest. It is quite unthinkable that two people are actually able to clear B-rank dungeons, so she doesn't need to be impatient about it. After 5 years of constant training, they finally cleared a B-rank dungeon, and these are the results. Sunhoo has pretty good stats all around, and his total points round up to 255,000. He also has 8 traits, all of which will certainly prove useful in battle. Additionally, he has 4 skills, with 3 of them being B tier, and Odin's Wrath is A tier. They get out of the dungeon, and Marco, the Team 1 captain, congratulates him on a job well done while handing him a towel. Inside of this dome, created just in case someone would try to mess with them, Team 1 was stationed, and outside, Mixed Team is stationed. They got pretty used to organizing the loot they get from dungeons. Everyone looks at Yeonhee, including Sunhoo, who notes that she was 24 when they first met. But now she is in her 30s. Yet, her appearance has not changed. Sunhoo tells her that for the moment at least, they have no raids, so she should go date or something. She asks if he's interested in her dating life, but Sunhoo notes that he's just worried, which prompts her to say that he's just like her mother. Her family relationship got better over the last 10 years, and now, she can speak with her mother clearly. She bumps Sunhoo, and notes that she feels alive after he said that, but he should just take care of himself first and foremost. This makes Sunhoo think that it's been quite a while since he visited home, so he hopes that they are doing well. Somewhere else, the South Korean Supreme Prosecutor Investigation Department head, Park Woo-chul, starts looking for Kim Ji-ye, Sunhoo's cousin, but she doesn't seem to be at the scheduled meeting. One of the workers wonders why he's so interested in a newbie that he just started last year, as this whole situation is quite strange. Eventually she arrives, and Woo-chul tells her that she should have come by herself, and not be called like this. She is also quite scared about all of this. Why is she being called to the prosecutor's office all of a sudden? Will she be bribing him or something? Woo-chul invites her to some coffee, and while there, he asks how Department 3 is treating her. She explains that she's trying her best to adapt, but her seniors are teaching her a lot of stuff too. He notes that this is good, as when she gets used to this type of work, she will be moved to this department. Ji-ye thinks that this is a direct invitation and says who she is, as he thinks that this man just mistook her for somebody else. Woo-chul says that her uncle is the president of Jonil Bank, right? She confirms, and he tells her to work hard so that he can live up to his name, and the next time they meet, they should do it with smiles. This prompts her to call Sunhoo's father and tell him all about it, but he notes that he didn't put any request to promote her. He only talked about how much of a diligent worker she is. She thinks that this must be why she is being treated so well, but thanks him for this, as it's an unexpected yet welcome gift. Sunhoo's father says that he is also thankful she grew up so healthy, and asks how she has been. She notes that she has been fine, and asks about Sunhoo, as he must have grown quite a lot since they last saw each other. The father says that he stopped growing in high school, and still, he is very tall for his age. Since he asked about him, he will tell him that she is curious about him next time they meet, so that they can talk a lot about whatever they want. With that, she closes the call while wishing him well. The overseas subsidiaries of the Jeonil Group, Jamie Corporation to be exact, replace the failing Goldstein family. If a person is quick-witted and smart, they will notice that the names of the numerous casinos and hotels in Las Vegas have not changed, but they will see that the group controlling them has. That is how this place became one of Sunhoo's numerous little empires. One of his servants notes that another customer has arrived and is quite surprised to see him talking with the owner of Facebook, Edward Zuckerberg. Sunhoo wishes him farewell as they close the deal, and Edward thanks him for letting him change the world quicker with this generous investment. With that out of the way, Sunhoo thinks that this year he has 2 big missions. The first one would be the world's great economic depression, which should happen soon. The subprime mortgage crisis, which even Jonathan profited from and basically printed money from, will break really soon, and the decline of the bond index will be pointed out by the economic experts. The warning sirens everywhere will just be ignored as a one-time thing for profit margins, despite them blaring right in front of their races. However, on this day, when a giant nuclear bomb is set on the economic world, that will be the day his financial power will enter its final stage. The second goal would be the Destiny Group, a group of scientists who appear this year and succeed in the conversion of the energy of the magic stones into energy. Thanks to them, electricity will be able to exist even in the soon-to-be-ruined world, and with the addition of a seal of strengthening, Equipment can be easily upgraded, and civilians can also defend themselves now. That certain Destiny Group leader, who goes by the name Steven, has arrived just now. He explains that there is a reason they all remain anonymous, so him exposing them was very rude. Indeed, he answered his invitation, but that was only because he did this. In the future, the Destiny Group succeeded in converting the magic stones into energy, but they didn't have any other interest. They were nicknamed the heretical children of the academics, who studied pseudoscience as assistants to a professor at a university. Until the magic stone research was a success, their thesis was nothing more than a laughingstock for the others. So naturally, they were not a group who had ambitions, like Google or FaceNote. However, if they join him, their story will be very different. He tells Steven that he understands this being quite harsh, but right now, there is no other way. Steven notes that he knows them very well, but the opposite can't be said. But at least they know that he has tons of cash and influence all over, including the academic world. Sunhoo explains that his name is Ethan, and that this is the only thing he can divulge. Anything past this point would cause a risk. Steven again notes that this is very rude, as this doesn't tell him anything about why he summoned him to just boast about his status and money. Sunhoo puts a bag on the table and tells him that this is why he called him. He has the suspicion that this is a new material that hasn't been presented to the academic world up until now. So if it really is a completely new, unheard of material, this will be a huge problem. Steven is extremely surprised by what he sees and asks where he got this from. Sunhoo allows him to touch it if he wants to, and explains that if he follows the rules he puts in place, he will support his research and give him ample time to study this material. Steven asks what kind of rules, and Sunhoo says that he will tell him once they put everything in place, but he should think about it and talk with his colleagues if need be. Steven thinks for a second and asks if he can get some of his colleagues here, with only some simple equipment, of course. Sunhoo allows them, but is quite surprised by the amount of little equipment they bring, thinking that if they brought more, this place would have turned into a damn laboratory. Steven calls him over and explains that this item is not a mineral, but rather something like a living thing. This is an amazing discovery, but where in the hell did he find such a thing? Sunhoo notes that he cannot tell them, but he can provide as much as they need for their research and also give them the best treatment in the research industry, while also opening up the way for them to become billionaires, based on their performance, of course. However, he will be allowed to get all of the research results whenever he wants. Those are the conditions. Steven's colleagues scream behind him at just how complex this thing is, and Sunhoo explains that when this material is released into the world, he will be putting their names at the very top. He promises at least this. The fact that the West is more free-spirited and free-willed than the East is one of the biggest misunderstandings. As if Park Chung-sik is the president of South Korea, Jonathan is the president of the entire world, and naturally, he is greeted like a king. The hotel's main butler asks him what brings him to this hotel, and Jonathan explains that he's here to see Ethan, something that shocks the butler, as that man previously met with Edward Zuckerberg, and now with the god of investment? Just what is he planning? Jonathan opens the doors wide as he enters the VIP room, and is glad to see Sunhoo enjoying himself, who notes that he looks like he's having tons of fun. He drops the newspaper he was reading on the table, and it can be seen that it's about how Prey Alpha has collapsed, and Jonathan's solid financial empire is falling apart. Jonathan explains that he just can't stop laughing, as even if they wanted to ruin everything, they didn't even touch his toes. What a bunch of idiots. He also thought of something weird. They lost an entire billion to raise the stakes in the Russian financial war. Sunhoo tells him that it's similar but quite different too, as this is only a show to get out of the big arena. This situation is only a stage he worked on for a long time, and the timing of the investment was very important, but the timing of getting out is just as important. Crude oil futures prices have already passed their highest point yet. They are now $120 per barrel, compared to the 15 it was during the dot-com bubble. Jonathan Jillian, and naturally, the Rothschilds are dominating the $2 trillion annual crude oil market. If Jonathan and Jillian wanted to pull out, the market wouldn't allow it so easily. So even if they somehow forced themselves out, they would have to split the profits, and that isn't a good idea. However, if they keep passing the ever-ticking bomb to each other, that 5 years of hard work on the crude oil and mortgage markets will just be passed down to one member of the Jonathan group, one that cannot pass it back, the Prey group. For all of this, they needed to select a hedge fund that had a lot of reputation, like LTCM, but wasn't as big as them. Thus, under that criteria, they chose the hedge fund Prey, as it was fitting. After switching out the board of directors, they proceeded to enact an operation to create a portfolio that would minimize the after effects of the bankruptcy as soon as it came. And over a period of 5 years, after the hedge fund Prey grew into the Prey Group, they hit it. At a news outlet, a specialist talks about the incident, saying that the Prey Group is one of the core groups in the Jonathan Investment name, because it's built almost entirely on the capital of the Jonathan Investment Group. So, that Prey Group could have also been Jonathan's and John Doe's personal safe, so they might have actually both lost tons of money in this unfortunate event. Jonathan and Sun-Hoo laugh their asses off while watching this, as the amount they invested in the Prey Group doesn't even touch a fingernail of what they really have. Another man notes that if this crisis has started, from the Prey Group starts to creep up toward their entirety, Jonathan Investment Finance Group would be facing some real problems. This is precisely why they need information about the Prey Group's internal affairs, which have been hidden from them, and need to be released into the public no matter what, as if they are in danger. The whole world economy could also be considered to be in danger too. They both urge Jonathan Hunter to do so, if he is watching the program, that is. Jonathan just closes the TV, and notes that if he reveals it now, it will look like he was following this idiot's words. But Sun-Hoo says that the stock price is unstable, so they can't postpone it further. With that, Sun-Hoo sends the message to announce it, and Brian gathers a bunch of reporters, announcing that he is the CFO of the Jonathan Investment Group, and explains that the capital they invested into the Prey Group is $100 billion, and as the market had previously estimated, it will be difficult for them to stop the chain of bankruptcies that would happen. However, the current situation is within the parents' group's financial goals, and even so, they promise to do everything in their power in order to fully revive the prayer group. With that, he walks away, while the reporters ask him countless questions, none of which will be answered today. News about the prayer incident spreads around, and about the $100 billion that was lost. The entire world is in shock as it wonders if Jonathan Investment is done for, and they also wonder if the SOB will fall too, another of Jonathan Investment's subsidiaries. A lot of companies try to take advantage of the situation, as they are trying to catch whatever they can of the $100 billion the group just lost. And they all think that, since it's something that Jonathan himself invested in, maybe he will also sell Google assets, as they heard that Facebook is the next big thing. Everyone in the investment world is panicking and wondering what to do, buy or sell. But in this situation with many variables, it's almost impossible to know fully. It is highly unlikely that they cleaned their mortgage loan division, and they all find out that Saab's investment operations are all fine, except the mortgage loan, which has the best ratio out of all of them. If they somehow decide to clean up their mortgage loan division, however, it's the same as saying that they will be fully removing themselves from the banking industry. Naturally, oil is also a big subject, as Jonathan was one of the few people who held tons and tons of oil, so they might not just let go of that. The Rothschild tells his investor experts to give the Jonathan Group a little breathing room, since they seem extremely desperate at this point. He also thinks about all the things he didn't get his teeth into, the Iraq restoration operation, the oil development operation, and the raw material wave. All of these were lost to Jonathan Investment, who moved much faster than him. However, seeing this situation unfold makes him smile, as it shows that the real player in this, Sun-Hoo, is also a human too, and they should know very well that the only person who can help them now is him. With that, he calls and introduces himself as Isaac Rothschild to Jonathan, who also introduces himself, also saying that this is the first time they ever talk, but it doesn't really feel like it. Isaac explains that they should have started doing business much earlier, but it might not be too late still, as actually the current timing should be pretty perfect, considering their situation. It is an opportunity for both groups to become friends, right? They are the ones who are taking most of the oil shares they are letting go of, but it looks like Guillen's side has also started to settle theirs too, so he has simply reached out to them to tell him that this is too much for us to take by themselves. Jonathan explains that he never requested such a thing, and the market will decide the outcome of all of this. Even excluding them, the Rothschilds, there are many who are doing transactions with them. Isaac asks him how long that will last, as yes, it may be difficult to accept the situation, but without their help, he will never be able to sell enough to reach their goal. Jonathan tells him that he's going too far, as he did not take this call to be insulted like this, so he should get to the point and stop wasting both of their time. Isaac notes that he will need to return the oil industry he got to its rightful owner, him. He wishes for him to withdraw all his current and future transactions. Jonathan tells him that he's going way too far. Does he really think that he will ever accept such a one-sided deal? Isaac says that he should calm down, as this won't apply only to the Jonathan Investment Group. He should diligently go and tell his real boss something, that if the Zillion Investment Group does not withdraw, he will not be the last victim in this most unfortunate incident. Suddenly, Sunhu picks up the phone and asks if he's really threatening him right now. The complete withdrawal will not be happening, and that's that. Isaac asks who he is, and Sunhu tells him that he is the one they call John Doe, but he already knows his name, right? Isaac bows down and notes that he will show some respect to the great Na Sunhu. He tells him to shut up, as he feels the mocking over the phone, but he will say this only once, so he should listen very clearly. The day when Rothschilds will monopolize the oil industry will never come. Isaac asks if it's because of Jonathan's investment and its subsequent fall, right? Sunhu tells him that the American government and the IMF will have no other choice but to support their group. So even without the Rothschilds and their capital, they will not be going anywhere. He can assure at least that. Isaac asks him how long the American government will support a group controlled by an Asian, but if he's like this, he will be acting like he has never made this offer. Suddenly, Sunhu tells him to wait and asks if it has to be the oil market, as they can exchange shares with other businesses. Isaac tells him that realistically, the oil industry really is not enough, so the mortgage loan operation division of the Jonathan Investment Finance Group will fill up that empty void. Isaac thinks that both Sunhu and Jonathan must be extremely scared, but in reality, they are both laughing their fucking asses off at how much they are baiting this guy. Much later in Washington, D.C., at the Westfield Marriott Hotel, the Bilderberg Club meeting is being held, and Isaac finally arrives, seeing other big-name investors. Joshua Carrion and Colton Goldstein, accompanied by the Zillion Finance Investment Group, Telestar Investment, Gold and Silver Investment, and Jamie Corporation. Isaac thinks that these are all from Sunhu's groups, but that's when a few other investors come around and congratulate him on getting to be on top of the oil market. Truly, he was quite prepared. One of them even wonders that at this point, they have to revoke their invitation to Jonathan and John Doe, due to how much they lost. But Isaac suggests otherwise, as even though they did indeed lose a lot, they are still strong. They also have tons of other capital, since they invested in other promising businesses. That's when another investor tells him that Jonathan accepted the invitation this year, which makes Isaac think that they finally decided to follow their orders after ignoring them for so long, and he also asks about John Doe. The investor says that seeing as there was no response, they can take it as him declining this year too, but Isaac tells them about something that they should all know. The one moving all of those people gathered there is John Doe, or his real name, Na Sunhu, and they need to get him here by whatever means. So will they be able to follow his lead during this meeting? Naturally, this comes with the Rothschilds' guarantee that everything will be fine, and they won't be able to use a card akin to the currency war like last time. If everyone cooperates, they will make Sunhu accept the invitation, or just simply drag him out. They both accept his proposition, but that's when Jonathan arrives, and Isaac laughs at him like the snake he is. When Isaac and Jonathan meet, they greet each other with a firm handshake, and Jonathan thanks Isaac for letting him get out of the oil market so easily. Isaac notes that he's thankful for his kind thoughts, and Jonathan says that he did not expect for his family to have such financial mobility. In all honesty, he was very surprised. Isaac thinks that he gathered all of the money needed from different banks, using the family's important assets as collateral. But boy, was it worth it. Now, he has complete ownership over the oil market. The future he always dreamed of, where oil-producing countries can't ignore them, has finally arrived. Isaac can barely hold his laughter in, as it's too funny to see the great Jonathan become an obedient dog. He excuses himself, and Jonathan also can barely hold his laughter in, as Sunhu said that the price of oil will fall for a while after it hits its peak. But that will be for 10 years at least. He almost bursts into hysterical laughter, but manages to calm himself down somehow. There are 3 ranks of personal credit in North America. That would be prime, Alt-A, and subprime. Subprime, of the subprime mortgage loan crisis created a massive tsunami in the world economy, and it all came from the act of overissuing mortgage loans to people of the subprime rank who did not have many assets. Basically, it was a very dangerous gamer of hot potato, with the loser losing everything. The Asia debt crisis, the dot-com bubble burst, and the terror attack on American soil. Due to these, the economy worsened and worsened, and the American government started to decrease interest rates even more. As people found it was much easier to borrow from the banks, common people have also started to do so to buy houses, as the prices have skyrocketed. Since the house prices would continue to rise without question, they used the house they were going to buy as collateral, which allowed for a 100% loan on the mortgage. This was a magical idea, where one could buy a house without having a single cent to his name. This was stage 1 of the fall. After providing too many of these loans, which most found extreme, the banks started to run out of cash, and so they sold the houses they used as collateral as a security gain to investors. And when the cash was secured and in their hands, they issued tons of loans again. This was stage 2. This was all a masterpiece in the eyes of the banks, who were too blind from the potential interest of these loans, and the common people, who were blinded by the real estate situation. As stage 1 and 2 continued to repeat one after another, the weight of this enlarged market was pushed into the subprime rank. The moment interest rates increased, however, the people of the subprime rank could not hold on any longer. So a cycle began where they would lose their house and then lose everything else in it as a collateral. The structure of the financial system was tied up overcomplicatedly, so nothing seemed wrong on the top, but at the bottom, it was already rotting. This also stands true for the mortgage loan business they sold to the Rothschilds. To them, it probably looks like a golden egg-laying goose, a magical dream, but more than half of that capital is connected to the subprime rank. While he is in his room, Jonathan laughs so hard that he rolls onto the bed. Isaac is a dumbass who can't see that he's basically holding 2 armed nuclear bombs, and he's holding them with pride, at that. While he still laughs with tears in eyes, someone knocks at the door, Zillion, who asks if he has some time. Jonathan notes that it's the first time they meet face to face, but they already know each other, and additionally, he came at the right time. He was ordered to give him this letter once they meet, and as for the contents, it's something to thank him for following through every difficulty he has been put through. He asks him to check it, and when he does, he says that he's the first one they invited. Zillion reads it carefully, and there's only a date, 5th of May, 2009, place, Janil Hotel, and that this event is sponsored by Sunhu. Jonathan explains that Sunhu is the elusive John Doe, but he must already know that. Something he's sure he didn't know, however, is that he's known him for a long, long time, under the name of Ethan. In the future, he will also know him under another name, Odin. When they are done talking, Zillion stumbles out of his room, and right next to Jessica, who sees his condition, and asks if Jonathan told him anything about the directing department. Jonathan told him that the directing department never existed. It was all Sunhu's vision, or rather, Odin's vision. Zillion tells Jessica that there might be a new world order, and he was invited, which is why he feels overjoyed. However, what would such a genius feel after looking at him? Is it just like how they look at ants on the sidewalk? Jessica tells him to stop with his blabbering, as she's already bored of it. Zillion comes back from his manic state and apologizes, as they should talk about that later. Jessica grabs his hand and tells him that if he knows he should be sorry, they should make it so that he should never be sorry again. They should just get married, as she will accept all of his complaints and worry when they are in bed. With that, she drags him away, and it seems that they have a long night ahead of them. In the conference room, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jaden Powell, and Isaac bicker about when to sell, and about some kind of data, which Jonathan just watches. Isaac leaves the room angry, and asks what would happen if the interest rates increased. His assistant explains that the loans from the subprime mortgage would decrease. Isaac already knows he was just asking about how much of the CDO is based on the MBS of the subprimes. His assistant tells him that he doesn't need to worry about that part, as the goods they obtained from the Jonathan Investment Finance Group are all of excellent quality, and they were all AAA rank. Isaac thinks that they have investigated the issue multiple times, and in the worst-case scenario, even if the rates were to increase, there would be only a small change in the returns. He thinks about Jonathan, and how stupid he must feel because of the things he lost in this trade. This does make him feel a little better, albeit not by much. That's where he thinks that he didn't get a chance to talk to Sunhu, and at this rate this meeting will conclude with nothing good coming out of it. That's when he gets a message from his phone that tells every member of North America to come together in a single room, as they have something important to talk about. When Isaac arrives, they will talk about the danger of his plan, but he tells them that they should just watch closely, as there will be out of money made in this transaction. That's when they all get the message from their phones, and they're shocked at what they see, which makes them ask Isaac if he's gone mad, and what kind of plan is this? His assistant also sees what happened, and quickly gives him the phone where Isaac sees that the Bear Stearns filed for bankruptcy protection. Isaac is also scared now, and this is one of the top 3 stock firms in all of North America, so why did this happen? Gets another call, and finds out that the subprime and the more mortgage goods with it have exploded. Isaac asks what he means and why the subprimes did something like this now, with his assistant also confirming that this is why the Bear Stearns also went down. Isaac thinks that there are a bunch of idiots as they were blinded by the quick games, and they were probably handling lower rank goods. That must be the case, right? His assistant falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness, with Isaac begging him to get up and declare that this is just a sick prank. The assistant explains that the problem came from the AAA ranking goods, exactly what they took from Jonathan actually. Isaac's whole world shatters, and he falls into shock as he tries to tell everyone to sell the mortgage loan quickly. After a while, riots to dissolve the Bilderberg Club rise, and Dresner Rothschild thinks that they have fallen too far to have something like this happen at the entrance of a great club. He meets with Jonathan, and they both present to each other, with Dresner wanting to get straight to the topic at hand. The goods that he sold them had tons of problems, which Jonathan seems surprised by, but Dresner tells him to stop acting ignorant. Did he not sell his family these? Because he knew something like this would happen? Jonathan answers his question with another question. How is Isaac nowadays, as he heard that he's paralyzed from his waist down? He should still be able to talk, however, so he should have heard about this from him, right? The one who went on a binge about buying them was their family head. He should have seen how joyous he was when he put his group in danger. Dresner asks him for some common ground in this situation, and notes that he's giving him a good opportunity right now. Jonathan asks what opportunity, and Dresner explains that their family was built on taking interests and always paying them back. That's how they became so great. So he's warning him, nicely now, to not go earn their family's grudge. Jonathan smiles, as this guy doesn't seem to know what kind of mess their family had caused before he fainted, so he will tell him. He turned the Rothschild away from the North American members. It was really quite a show. He should know by now that this means the Rothschilds are isolated, so what kind of opportunity can he give him? Dresner notes that they will return the mortgage loan operation for $1 billion. Jonathan asks him if he thinks he's an idiot, as that thing is a pile of trash by now. With that, he tells him that they will not get any common ground, so shouldn't they both yield some point of line up their thoughts? They can only give money to them if they give them something sustainable, like the stakes they have in the Federal Reserve. It has been 3 months since then, and Dresner was unable to return to the UK, and instead went to Washington and Wall Street, working hard to recover their relationships. But, as 30% of all American banks went bankrupt, the situation became truly uncontrollable. One day, he gets a call, and someone calls him over to the White House. The man who called him explains that the Rothschilds' chain business occupies 80% of the subprime market, and they must never collapse, so they can provide them with an emergency fund of $200 billion. But what will the chain business really need? Dresner says that they would need $3 trillion, which shocks everyone in the room. The man notes that this is their entire annual spending, and this just feels like the Rothschilds are not willing to fix the problem. Dresner, with a heavy tone, tells him that they can't, as they would have if it was possible. Most of their assets were taken as security, and to save their business, they would need $3 trillion in aid. The man is shocked, as they are the great Rothschild family, but Dresner notes that yeah, they were great once, but not now. He suddenly calls someone and tells them to do it. Dresner claps to the people there, as they just filed for bankruptcy protection. This is a $3 trillion bomb, as Dresner wants everyone else to go down with them, for everything to be over. Sunhu and Yeonhee continue their dungeon spelunking, and are now fighting a great minotaur, which doesn't seem all that bothered by Sunhoo's constant attacks. He uses a myriad of abilities and items, like the Blade of Ra, but the minotaur is still standing, which makes Sunhoo commend him for his durability. Suddenly, the minotaur unleashes a swift strike, which hits Sunhoo directly, but Yonhee swiftly recovers his body with a few spells, allowing him to fight the charging minotaur once again. Sunhoo uses Odin's wrath on his sword and charges directly into the minotaur, with the attack landing directly in its chest. Having no other option, as his leg has been cut clean off, Sunhoo unleashes every single ounce of power that he has, creating an explosion that also hits him, but the minotaur even more. Yonhee rushes in to check if he's alive, and he miraculously is, saying that he will leave the rest to her from this point forward. This was a part of the Backlund Corps quest, and this was a commander, with only 3 left. Sunhoo's body could recover from everything within a single day, but after a month of life and death fights, they both needed a good rest, which they happily took. While they spent a whole week sleeping and eating in a Las Vegas hotel, they saw the news about the Rothschilds. While indulging herself with a meal, Yonhee wonders how such a prominent family could fail in such a short time. Weren't they worth like 5 trillion or something? Sunhoo notes that 5 trillion is too much, but still, they only survived like this because they are the Rothschilds. Yonhee also asks if something is wrong with him, as his expression has turned dark. Sunhoo thinks that he can't hide himself from an empath, and thinks about what happened when he leveled up. When his strength got to S-class, the system congratulated him, and Sunhoo expected a challenger box, or another reward. But not this. The system offered him the second try special privilege, which is only given to the first 10 people who manage to get S rank. What this does is take all of his stats, traits, and skill ranks and reset them. However, the growth limit for everything will be increased to SS rank, and the possession limit of skills, traits, and items will also be increased by 10. Sunhoo never expected something like this to exist, but he knows this at least, that even if the system offers the first 10 people this offer, only he will be able to try. He would have given up too, however. He isn't alone. Not at all. He tells Yonhee that there are only 10 years left until the day of beginnings. As it will happen in 2018, she is probably bored of hearing about it constantly, but there is one more thing she must know. He thinks that it would be game over if he goes into his second try within the testing site, so he needs to raise all of his stats to S rank before the promised day. Using some calculations, they will need to clear 370 B rank dungeons within 10 years, and since it takes around a month to clear a dungeon, there is no real guarantee that they can accomplish it, even if they would clear it faster. He explained all of this to Yonhee, but she didn't seem that surprised, and only wanted to confirm if items won't reset. Sunhoo confirmed it, and she said that it's good, since he probably made his decision anyway. Sunhoo thanks her deeply, which makes her grin, and say that she will leave the medical corporation to her younger sibling, as she imagines that for the next 10 years, they will only be doing dungeons. Sunhoo tells her that once a stat rank increases, they can take a short break to alleviate the mental stress they will be put through. After they settle everything, they both toast, and Yonhee promises to help rebuild him once he goes to his second try. At the White House, the representative meets with Jonathan and notes that he's here to tell him about what the administration decided. The president himself is quite worried about the monopoly his group has, but Jonathan hears this tons of times from lots of people, so he asks him to continue. The representative notes that, even though the subprime crisis blew in the face of the Rothschilds, it's something that they have caused. If they keep doing this, while ignoring the requests of the administration, bad things will happen. Jonathan smirks and asks if he's really serious when saying that his group created this crisis. It's quite funny though, as not even a newbie economics major would say such a dumb thing. They should cut out all the unnecessary parts and get to the point already, as they both don't have time for this. The representative explains that there already is a fund with the exact same purpose as the group he created. Is there really a need for 2 of these monsters to exist? That fund is called the International Environment Fund, and it's one that opposes the Environmental Protection Fund directly, which was created by the Rothschilds and other financial powers. Publicly, it was created to protect the environment of developing countries, but in reality, it was created to buy the environment and the land with it. The Environment Protection Fund would lend a small amount of cash to developing countries and take the land as collateral, The amount of land that was taken away up until now is over 30% of all land on this planet. Jonathan thinks that this includes Amazon, and he's right. There's no need for both of these funds to exist, but it doesn't matter, as soon they will belong to them. He tells the representative to defund that Environment Protection Fund and start with a new one, called the International Environment Fund. They can cooperate on this, as this is really what he wants. The representative starts blabbering about the president, but Jonathan doesn't care anymore, as if he doesn't want to. He can forget about the upcoming re-election. He doesn't want to complicate matters anyway, so he should just put him on, as he would like to talk with him. The American president gets the call, and Jonathan asks him one thing, as they are both quite busy. Did he get a call from the Rothschilds already? The president confirms that he did, and Jonathan hands over the phone to the representative. The president orders him to do a few things, and after he's done, he tells Jonathan that the administration will attend the launching of this new fund and will help in the organization of the original one. Jonathan is satisfied with this and urges him to hand this to the president, as he has recommended him as the next chairman of the Federation. The representative is extremely scared at this point and asks him, just in case, what is his share of the Federal Bank Reserve? Jonathan just smiles and asks him, how much does he want the dollar to be worth? The day after Zillion was given the first invitation, Jonathan went around again to hand an invitation to the Gianil Club, to the members of the now disbanded Bilderberg Club. Including Dresner, all of the members expressed their malice and anger against Jonathan. In another place, Isaac hears about everything that is happening from Dresner, so he congratulates him. He also hands him an invitation, as it was the same one that Jonathan gave him, the one that he stomped with rage. He did everything he could, including backing the International Environment Fund. So now, it's his turn. Isaac reads it and asks if he really wants him to become a clown. Dresner grabs him very firmly and says that he can't do this, so he should please do his part as the family head, for the future generations at least. That is all that they can do anymore. At Gusan, in the Semangeum Resort, a manager tells an incoming customer that the entire building is rented out for the day, so they should go back. The man doesn't take kindly to this, so he gets out of the car and starts threatening the manager with his wealth, while his wife rearranges herself. Suddenly, other cars start honking at him to move, and when he sees, he is shocked. As there are tens of Rolls Royces here, each car is worth around 700,000 give or take. Sunhu gets the message that everyone attended, and so he starts moving, which was to be expected. Eventually, everyone gathers in a single room, and on this day, 2009, 5th of May, every single powerful member of the world is here. Sunhu takes the stage and notes that if anyone here thinks that this is a place where they can cooperate, they will need to turn back now. This is the start of the world power, the Gianil Club. He explains that this club's purpose is just like the Bilderbergs, to create a world government, but that process will not occur through simple cooperation. The members who agree can sit down, and those who don't may leave. It's their choice. Everyone instantly sits down, and Joshua can't help but shake, as this is the birth of the New World Order and its leader. With money in his left and sword in his right, he should be called the Emperor. He will also be the strongest when that day eventually comes. He is more powerful than anyone else in history. While he wonders what his first move will be, Sunhu announces that firstly, they will be talking about what would happen if they were attacked by an extraterrestrial force. Everyone is naturally surprised, but Isaac raises his hand and notes that they should stop people from rioting and creating chaotic situations, right? Sunhu says that it's better to keep it in the scope of a potential attack, and explains that not long ago, he was able to peep through the White House's military operations and that the American government has prepared for situations of this nature. These were things that were finalized during the Bilderberg Club era, and among them, there would be things that would halt the global economy entirely, like using nuclear weaponry, for example. That is a big no. They must not let confusion and fear overtake. That is why the agenda they will make clear right now is that if such a day ever comes, they must not close or shut down the financial systems, like banks or other financial services. Most people wonder why he's talking about such nonsense, but Sunhu tells them to remember this clearly, as an extraterrestrial attack is just an example. No matter what attacks, they will not just sit by and watch while the world collapses on itself. Even if an extraterrestrial attack were to occur, He will stand with his entire wealth on the line in order to not stop the financial activity of the people that are gathered here today. Everyone is shocked, as if it was really that, in the end, even if an alien were to come and try to destroy the order that this man is creating, he will fight back with everything. He is quite dedicated. After that, Sunhu, Jonathan, and Zillion meet, with Jonathan being surprised that he wants to liquidate the capital like this. Jonathan tells him to calm down, as it's not going to start now, which makes Jonathan ask Zillion if he's alright with this choice. Sunhu explains that they will slowly begin doing that from 2016 onward, as if they do it too fast. The economic situation will dissolve once again, and nothing will remain. Zillion asks how much cash he's trying to gather, and asks if there's still a market left in the whole world that requires this investment. Sunhu notes that this is all about the thing that they talked about today, their first agenda. It wasn't just for show or intimidation, like they probably thought. When that day comes, and it will come, they will need all of the cash they can get. So that's why. They both wonder if he's gone insane or hit his head. But to convince them, Sunhu shows them why he is using the Odin name. He unleashes his lightning power across the room, which scares them both, and the light slowly dims as Sunhu controls it. He explains that on that day, he hopes to be ready to save the entire world, and that they will help. 8 entire years later, in 2017, a certain politician is mocking his opponents while wishing everyone a happy new year, which makes Jonathan, who is training, think that the determination of the club broke him for the first time ever. They made it obvious that their businesses are doing better. What a bunch of pathetic morons. He continues training until his opponent comes in and throws him to the ground, something which makes Jonathan give up, as he can't compete against him. The man thinks that he's matching him exactly, but the problem is that he has lived his entire life on the battlefield. How can one of the richest people in the world do something like this? Jonathan tells him to take a break and goes downstairs, where he wipes all of the sweat off. Suddenly, Sunhu pops up behind him and notes that he has gotten better. Yeonhee is there as well, and Jonathan says that he's quite jealous of her, as she hasn't aged a year. She notes that she should be the jealous one, as she and Sunhu will never experience the wonders of the middle age. Sunhu hands him another present, something small, so as to not attract attention, and Jonathan asks if he will be back on time. Sunhu hopes so, but still, no matter what, today will be the last day they see each other, face to face, like this. Jonathan notes that time flies too fast, as he still remembers the day he told them about everything like it was yesterday. Sunhu puts his fist forwards and tells him to survive, no matter what he must do. Jonathan explains that he will try his best, for his sake, and with that, they will see each other in the new world. In another dungeon, Yeonhee swiftly takes care of the dangerous critters, but she does it all alone, as Sunhu has activated his second try, and his stats have been reset. Yeonhee apologizes for not doing better, as this is only a D-rank dungeon, and its reward isn't that great. Sunhu reassures her that this is plenty, as with the items and other stuff he has, he's safe for the moment. Yeonhee still cries, as she didn't raise a single stat to D rank for him. Sunhu hugs her and tells her not to worry, as they will both survive, no matter what. Sunhu's father, Jonil, thinks that most people wish they could return to the past and attempt to do life again, but not him, as he has social status, wealth, and a loving family. With an amazing son, life couldn't be better if he wanted it to be. But it's time for him to retire, as his body has aged, so he must do it. He goes to hang up his hat, but the woman that he does not know much about notes that if it's his choice, it can't be helped. But he should accept this. It's his last duty after all. These are 100-day VIP lodging tickets. This is given as thanks for all that he's done, so he should visit with family, as he has already done enough for this company. Additionally, the group will do their best in resolving any issues he has while he stays at this 5-star resort. He has worked hard until now, but this is his last assignment, one that he must fulfill. Janil goes to his wife with this news, noting that it's quite a big gift, but he couldn't just deny the gift, as it was given out of kindness. The wife notes that Sunhu should come too, otherwise it wouldn't feel like a vacation, but that's when he suddenly pops up, almost as if everything has been planned. Eventually they arrive at the resort, and it's quite big, but there are awakeners here too, who seem nervous that the day of beginnings is basically upon them already. The Destiny research team is also enjoying this vacation, While still working, of course. After a while, Sunhoo escorts Yeonhee to a cab, and she thanks him for also taking care of her family like this. Sunhoo notes that he would naturally do it, and apologizes for putting her on such a tedious mission. Yeonhee will stay in the United States until the testing site eventually opens up. Through the club's work, they have stopped the use of nuclear weapons no matter what. But the current president is quite unpredictable, so they will have to be careful. With that, they wish each other farewell, and Sunhoo promises that they will see each other at the testing site. 3 days after this, Sunhoo just sat in his room and talked with Zillion and Jonathan, who promised that Wall Street, along with the entire city, will not close no matter what. All that there is left to do is just wait, as everything has been manipulated to the banks, to the stock markets. Naturally, some independent leaders couldn't be controlled, but mostly everything is put in place. Suddenly, Jonathan screams that it started, and they all receive a phone notification, warning them to stay inside. His father runs in and says that some foreigners with heavy weaponry got it, and they need to get out, as they were talking about monsters and stuff. Sunhoo calms him down, as those are the people who will protect them, and he knows full well how confusing this is, but this place is currently the safest place in the world. In New York, life went on as normal, and in Brooklyn, a financial guru discusses how Jonathan investment has become weaker and much smaller to some potential investors that don't seem sold just yet, as everything points to a war. The man says that this is impossible, since there are no warning signs of any country attempting it. But that's when the whole building starts shaking, and they all get on the phone, where they get the news that real monsters have attacked. The guru never expected something like this, but he can only wonder, did Jonathan Investment know about this? Suddenly, the building explodes once again, and the man is thrown around, but he miraculously survives, as the whole world is going to crap. Suddenly, one of the dogs attacks him, but he is already dead, and it was just a body. He picks up his phone and notices a circuit breaker that blocks all trade has been put in for 20 minutes. This mostly confirms that Jonathan Investment and all of its subsidiaries are doing something very strange, but it seems that now they have all the power to take every stock. He attempts to call someone, and a woman picks up, who is crying about the end of the world. He tells her to stop whining and not dispose of their capital no matter what. They will use it to catch the good flowing out right now. With that, he closes the call and picks up a piece of rebar, as he will not die like this, not when profit can be made. Suddenly, the army pops up, and it appears that he was saved. Jonathan is bombarded with ideas, mostly about how they should just cash out everything. But he denies these, as if they do that, they will be going back to the Stone Age. They should all understand that this is the last stronghold of civilization, and although it will be difficult, they must do what is possible for the betterment of humanity. Later, he gets on a call with Sunhoo and tells him about how the executives have reacted. But even then, the Silverman and AP Morgan groups are selling everything, despite agreeing not to at the club. What a bunch of snakes. Sunhoo orders him to send the authority of the 3rd and 4th programs, as Japan is about to collapse, and they should focus on the London side, where the future market will be opened. Isaac watches all of this, and notes that Odin is stopping the whole collapse of the world. Sunhoo suddenly calls him, and tells him that now, of all times, he needs to make the right choice, and this is the only chance he has. Isaac sits silently, and talks with Dresner about it. About the warning that Odin gave him. With that, Isaac relinquishes the title of family head to Dresner, as he has hogged the position for far too long, and it's time to change. Sunhoo notices that the Rothschilds are not selling anymore, and it seems that throughout the world, fear begins to subside as the monsters are being dealt with. They both work as fast as possible to keep the world going, and Sunhoo thinks that, right about now, everyone with money is going back to their offices and will try to sell as fast as possible. But they will do the exact opposite. They will buy, until they buy the entire world.